The Jeff Meacham Network's Multiverse of Media. For over 15 years, the recognized symbol of excellence and the standard bearer in coverage of sports and entertainment.
Dun, 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 dun,
Here
dun,
we
dun,
are
dun,
from the
dun,
fabulous
dun,
Jeff Meacham Network Multiverse of
dun,
Media.
dun,
First
dun,
and only
dun,
ever
dun,
showcase for fantastic virtual prizes. We
dun,
present you the Price is Right. That boy Mikey, come on screen.
Dun 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 dun.
Greg Terry, come on screen. Walter Cruz, come on screen. And Emmanuel, come on screen. Here are the 4 contestants on the first ever Jeff Meacham Network Media, Price is Right. And now here's the host of Price is Right, Jeff Meacham.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to The Price is Right here on the Jeff Meacham Network, Multiverse of Media. That was very tiring with no voice. Anyway, welcome to the show, everybody. Glad to have you all here. Contestants row is right. There we go. Stepboy Mike is here. Walter Cruz is here. Greg Cherry's here. And our defending game night champion, Emmanuel, is here. And, of course, filling the Rod Roddy role, the legendary Rod Roddy role, of course, is Noah Foster. He'll be joining us for one more game tonight. So, first of all, Emmanuel, it's finally game night in the Multiverse of Media, brother. How are you feeling coming back to defend your championship?
Nervous, actually. If it's numbers and it's Royal Rumble, Greg has it done. My time reign is done, but I gotta try to pull a Roman Reigns and be the one to defeat 3 people, and it's gonna be difficult. I tell it that much.
Well, one of those people, of course, Mr. Reliable himself, coming in the clutch to be part of our game tonight. Walter Cruz, how are you tonight, brother?
I'm great. I'm nervous too. Anything that has to do with Greg and games is like hard to win.
Well, much like Joe Hendry on Thursday nights in pay-per-view, say his name and he shall appear. He is the greatest wrestling trivia mind of all time, complete with CBS name tag, kind of, sort of. The pride of the Irish, even though he never went, but he's a fan. Greg Cherry's here. Greg, you are our trivia guru. You are the master, especially this time of year. It is Rumble season, brother. And my goodness, how are you feeling about tonight, man? I know Wheel of Fortune's your main bag, but my goodness, Price is Right. Got to be up there in the legendary status. No,
I mean, I'm a game show junkie.
Yes.
I feel like I've talked to Noah about this several times before. So yes, The Price is Right is obviously a classic. I wish my name tag would stick, but it's a cheap freaking post-it note. But hey, we're here. Let's play some pricing games, man.
And also tonight with us in Contestants Row, the only man to actually appear on the original Price is Right on CBS with, there you go, May 2008. He was there. Statboy is with us tonight. Statboy, much to your chagrin, you could not stump Greg Cherry in Rumble trivia or wrestling trivia because it's Greg Cherry after all. How you feeling about tonight?
Hey, don't get me wrong. I love The Price is Right greatly. I've got stories to tell left and right, which we can always do at some point. 10 a.m. Monday through Fridays, especially during summer or when you were homesick from school. There it was, followed by The Young and the Restless. I miss Bob Barker, Dana Carvey.
Drew Carey
is an amazing host, and I miss Bob Barker greatly and Rod Roddy together. They were the most amazing pair ever.
And it's not Tuesday on the sports bar, but we'll bring Noah in to give Mikey a brief real quick here because he did it. Noah, if you please.
What? Hello. What I need to do?
Botch.
Yeah, botch. Oh, right. Botch. That's right.
Thank you. There we go. There
Dana Carvey, Drew Carey, you know what I meant. All right, let's play.
Drew Carey. Dana Carvey would be a hell of a host for Price is Right, though. I'll tell you that right now. So
that would be unique, to say the least.
That's all right. So let's go ahead and Noah, let's go ahead and introduce our first pricing game, our first bidding game. Excuse me.
All right, our first time up for bids today, it is an iPhone. The iPhone 15 Pro Max. This iPhone comes with 1 terabyte of storage with a 6.7-inch display, over 30 hours of battery life on a single charge, and includes 2 years of Apple Care. Plus, with theft and loss, the iPhone 15 Pro Max.
And of course, everybody, the highest bid without going over will end up on our stage. It could be in our first pricing game for today. We'll start with the champion. Well, actually, I forgot how you put the people in order, Noah. So go ahead and throw the names up for me.
It loses the names on the slide. Don't worry, I got you.
There we go. Mikey, you're up first. What is your bid on the new iPhone 15 Pro Max?
$799.
$799. Okay, we'll go ahead and move on to Greg Cherry.
$999.
$999. Walter.
$1,100.
$1,100. And our champion, Emmanuel.
1101.
What'd you say?
1101.
He did the classic 1101.
He did the thing.
Actually,
I had to laugh. He did the thing.
He did the thing. You did the thing. Actual retail price of all the bells and whistles, $1,868. My
Whoa!
God, champion. Oh, yeah, we actually reached right before we went on the air today.
For an iPhone?
Yes.
$1,868 for all the, and that includes all the protections and all the plans and all the things. My God,
I had a feeling it was going to be up there.
Yeah, I gotta say 1400, but I needed to do the classic 1101.
Oh, that's tremendous. You love to see that. All right, so up first on our pricing games today here on stage, Noah Foster, take it away. I think we had a lag on this in the thing.
Yeah, I'm trying to move. It's not letting me. Okay, there we go.
Oh no.
There it goes.
Sorry about that.
You're good.
You're good.
I'm here. All right.
Ooh, and it's the clock game.
There we go. It's a washer and dryer and a brand new big screen TV.
Let me go ahead and actually, since
Electromax Smart Boost front load washer and dryer comes with 7 cycles. Offers, about to say probably for the manual on screen only.
There we go.
You can do this wash and dry, but that comes with 7 cycles. Offers less than 20 minutes wash and dry. Extended controls for stain treat option, including temperature control and advanced tumbling cycles. And this 75-inch 4K TV offers smart features and enhanced picture and game quality and sound offer from AI from an 8.5 Gen processor. And if you win both these prizes, you could also win a trip to Florida.
Woo!
You and a guest fly round trip coast to St. Petersburg, Florida, where you will stay at the lovely Hilton downtown overlooking the bayfront for 5 nights of luxury and relaxation. And while you're there, enjoy the exciting events hosted around you, including, as we all know, coming up shortly, the Royal Rumble. As included in this package is premium floor seating with a priority pass that will include ringside photo op, in-venue pre-show hospitality, and a dedicated area entrance for you. Round-trip airfare is included. This is a fantastic prize package worth $9,160.
Wow. All right, Emmanuel. Well, if you've watched The Price is Right before and you've seen the clock game, it's very simple. We had our 2 prizes on stage, the washer-dryer set and the gigantic big screen TV. Basically, you're going to start with a bid. And I'm going to tell you if the actual price is a disclaimer. These aren't actual prizes we're being awarded, kids. Thank you very much for that. No, appreciate that. Or for JJ, if you added that, I appreciate that. You're going to start with the bid on the washer dryer set. And I'm going to tell you if the actual price is higher or lower. You have 30 seconds to get both prices on the button. That makes sense?
Yeah.
All right. The clock begins when you start your first bid.
Hold on. Let's close his eyes real quick, and we'll share the bid with the audience.
Emmanuel, on our system. Close your eyes, turn away from the screen. I know. Okay, go ahead, Noah, real quick.
The audience knows that the first thing he's going for is the
so
TV
we'll
and audience. No help from you, but here's the price of it. Ding.
All right, there you go.
All right,
everybody got the price. Very good. Okay, all right, Emmanuel, you're good.
We'll start with his. Yep. All
right, Emmanuel. The price begins when you first bid on the TV.
Okay, 1,200.
Lower.
1,190.
Lower.
1,100.
Lower.
1,000.
Lower.
900,
Lower.
800,
Lower.
700,
Lower.
650,
Lower.
600,
Higher.
625,
Higher.
630,
Higher.
640,
Higher.
649,
Lower.
645,
Higher.
46, 47, 48.
There it is. There. Oh, did we get it before the zero? No.
Ah,
Probably not.
no, he ran out of time. It was 648.
There's
Wow, that's just cheap.
you got it though. 648.
Good
You got it
try,
right at the
though.
very
Yeah.
end of it. Now, just for us and giggles, you want to play the Watcher, Noah?
Right.
Here, you know what? Here, let's bring everybody in here.
I can put it up. Yeah.
Let's bring everybody just for the fun of it.
All right. Yeah.
Oh, gosh darn it. All right, so the wash machine. This is a washer dryer set, by the way. It's a pair of them, washer and dryer both. Let me know when you're ready with the image.
If everyone wants to turn away real quick, I'll show everybody the price. And
everybody, shield your eyes, turn away, that we can show the
turning it away and showing it in 3, 2, 1. There it is. That way one knows. Okay. I'm gonna make sure that the price is. Whoop. Sorry.
Everything went away.
It's a little tricky to navigate this thing. Make sure that price goes away. All right, price on.
All right, price is gone. We'll start with since Mikey was first in a kid's roll. We'll start with Mikey, and we'll go to Walter, Greg, and Emmanuel. All right, Mikey, starts with your first bid.
$9.99.
Higher, Walter.
$13.50.
Higher, Greg.
$14.99.
Higher, Emmanuel.
1,700,
Higher, Mikey. Mikey, higher.
1,800.
Lower.
1,800.
Lower, Walter.
1770.
Higher, Greg.
1780.
Higher, Emmanuel.
1,790,
Higher, Mikey.
17.99.
Lower.
No.
1795.
Going out of time.
Higher.
Is that where bid? 1798 again?
Higher, lower, higher.
1796. We almost got it.
I knew that game was going to be a clutch. 1796. You almost got. I knew that game was going to be a cluster F and latency and people panicking. I love that game.
Clock game was like immediately when I said we're doing price right. Okay, we're doing clock game. There's no doubt about that. Love clock
The
game.
clock
One way or
pressures
another,
you
I was
so
gonna
much
give-
more.
Yeah, exactly. One way or another, I was going to do clock game. Damn it.
Yes.
All right.
All right. So Emmanuel, you've had your bidding win, so you can stay in contestants row. But the next game is going to be between the bottom tier here. So we'll go ahead and bring the stage back to us here. There it is. And Noah, go ahead with our next pricing game. Or our next bid, excuse me.
All right. We're going to go to our next item. It is a billiards table.
Ooh,
Next time up for bids. I got you, brother. From Go Sports, this 7-foot billiards table is ready to play. All you have to do is fold it up and fold it out with a steel frame. Includes mid-sized billiards table, 15 regulation balls and cue ball rack, as well as 2.57-inch cue sticks, 2 chalk and felt brush. Perfect for game rooms, apartments, offices, or anyone who does not want to deal with a full-size table at a sports bar. It's the Go Sports billiards table.
Ooh, all right. We go back to the beginning, and Mikey, you're up with your bid.
$11.95.
All right. And Walter.
I say is he muted?
He's muted, I think. Yep.
Oh, sorry, 1,000.
No, not Botch. He's watching the fights. He's being a good boy and keeping it on mute for us.
That's fair.
Greg, your bid on the Walter, did you say 1,000 or 1,100? I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, 1,000.
Okay. Greg, your bid on the pool table.
$1, Jeff.
$1. Actual retail price $5.49. Come on up, Greg.
Oh my gosh, man. I stink.
He gave the dollar bid. You love to see it. All right, so Greg will be up on stage next. And
He did the thing. I love it.
he did. All right, we already had the $1 bid. We had the dollar bid. We are doing the things on prices. Right. Love to see that. Noah, what is
we're
the
going
next
out? We're
prize?
going out memorable. Well, I think that Greg could definitely use something with a bit more kick to it, since he's already got something sporting at his house. Let's put something in his garage. It's a brand new truck.
Whoa!
This 2024 Chevy Silverado comes with 310 horsepower, Super Cruise control that allows you to tow the heaviest loads hands-free, added as well with Bright Spot trailer support, OnStar assistance included, can lift up to 450 pounds, speed to maximum torque. It's the 2024 Chevy Silverado.
And we'll be playing, ironically enough, the master of luck of the draw is playing the card game. I swear we didn't plan that. He just happened to do the right bid.
Yeah, right? Seriously.
And the reason I'm saying irony is because the way we're showing the cards is Noah Foster.
Oh, yes, that's right. Give me a second.
Playing in front of him, just like Greg does on Luck of the Draw on Wednesdays every quarter. There you go. All right.
It
was last week's show. That's right. So for those of you that have never seen the card game, of course, we're going to start out with a card that Greg is going to draw on screen virtually. That will be his range. He has to fall within of the actual retail price of this Chevy Silverado. By the way, the Chevy Silverado was chosen because back in 1997, the Texas Rattlesnake, Stone Cold Steve Austin, drove a Chevy Silverado into In Your House DX and, of course, took out the entire nation, including sending D'Lo Brown on top of said Silverado. So, anyway.
What?
But this is a 2024 Chevy Silverado. So, Noah, what will be the – Greg, go ahead and pick your card for your range. Noah, fill me in on what we're doing with the range part.
Am I choosing between 7?
Yep.
Yes.
All right. Number 5.
Number 5. All right.
All right. Number 5. Wow, that's the best one.
He hit it. Oh, man.
He has to be within $5,000 of the actual retail price without going over.
Right.
Awesome.
As his price is right. And now it's just simple. Pick your card on the table. And Noah, lay it out to him on your table how you're going to categorize the cards.
I got 4 rows for you, and then there's 8 in each row. So you just name the row and column, and I'll pick it for you. Number of values, of course, add 100 times whatever number you pick. Face values, add 1,000. Aces are wild. Ace basically determines whatever you want the price to be. And remember, you got to be within 5,000 without going over. Good luck, Greg.
All right. Row 2, column 2.
Nope. Got to remember reverse camera. And that is a 5. 500.
All right. So we're at 25.5.
Let's see. Row 4, column 3.
Row 4, column. What, row 4? Sorry, I'm getting used to. I gotta remember my camera's mirror.
Yes.
Jack, that's 1,000.
All right. 26.5 on the truck so far.
Row 1, column 7.
Row 1, column 7.
It's going so
800. And again, you can stop at any time.
Right.
So 26.5 up to 27.3. Yes, 27.3.
Row 2, column 6.
Row 2, column 6. That's this guy. Cards sticking together. Except some of them overlap each other.
Leaky cards. My goodness.
Well, I mean, standard debt.
So an even 28 right now.
Row 3, column 3.
Okay.
I still can't believe the guy that plays the card game for a living is playing the card game for a
I love it.
Not coincidental at all. 10, that's 1,000.
All right. So we're at 29,000 even right now on this 2024 Chevy Silverado. Excuse me.
Row 3, column 5.
He's still going. All right.
Trucks are expensive, man.
And
yeah.
Ooh, okay.
Name your price.
Let's take it up to 36,000.
Okay.
You gotta stop right there.
I'm gonna stop right there.
All right, Greg. The actual
again, gotta not be over.
Yeah. So it's your final thoughts. 36,000 even. The actual retail price of the 2024 Chevy Silverado, 36,800. You are a winner, sir.
Hey, he got it. Perfect timing, perfect pitch.
Anyway,
All right.
Bravo.
bring everybody back. And just because he's in the green room, I know he said he didn't want to take over, but welcome in our studio audience, the host of Open Mic Night himself, the Renegade J.J. Williams, is also here with us, watching along for the ride. Wearing his Chase U shirt. Let me give that a solo shot. That's tremendous. Look at that. Only in stock. You love to see it. Chase U in the house. Beautiful.
Chase U.
Awesome stuff. When I was looking for a TV image to put it in the TV bit, I saw your TV. I'm like, you know what? It's a little bit too big. Anyway.
Yeah.
All right. So we're down to Mikey and Walter. So we'll go ahead and wait for Noah to pull the card game off the screen, and we'll pull everybody else back out. See you guys for the Showcase Showdown.
Yep.
Let's see. All right. So bring the screen back up. There we go. All right. Let's see our next item up for bid here on The Price is Right, Noah. Whoops.
All right. Yeah. For our next item up for bids, it is a luggage set.
Ooh,
This all-new luggage set from Seminite Omni features 3 different size bags, a 20, a 24, and 28. The 20-inch convenient carry-on for you meets carry-on size restrictions for those traveling domestically and looking to stay light. 10-year limited warranty included, as well as these bags have full zip interior dividers and cross straps for increased package organization.
all right. We'll go ahead and go to Walter for his bid on this luggage set.
300.
300. And Stat Boy.
I'll go 400.
Actual retail price, $619. Mikey, come on up. Yes. All right. Let's see games. What are we doing? Yes. All right. Noah, what is the prize Mikey is going for today?
Let's add a little class to his home with this beautiful entertainment center. From Ashley Furniture, this entertainment center is a 4-piece entertainment center from Trinell. Includes 2 tall piers, bridge, and TV stand made with engineered wood and decorative laminate with a warm rustic plank finish. Comes with 1 adjustable shelf, 2 adjustable glass shelves with LED lighting, reversible cabinet doors. And also included with this is a 50-inch 4K smart TV. We also included a game system and $5,000 in cash. This prize package worth $7,530.
Cool.
And Mikey, you'll be playing the grocery game.
Oh, wow. The grocery game. Okay.
Right. Noah Foster, and again, of course, Noah Foster. Let's go ahead and hear about what Becky will be bidding. Will be guessing the prices of today here on the grocery game.
All right. First up, we have a bag of Sun Chips here. Basic 7-ounce bag of delicious Sun Chips, harvest cheddar flavor. These Ziploc grab and seal bags, 200 snap bags, include a single container, perfect for on the go and packing lunches for the entire family. Reese's Fast Break king size candy bar, delicious dose of peanut butter and chocolate for your day at a fast break. These Vapor Cool severe soothing throat lozenges can heal any throat and, of course, soothe any sinus headaches you may have. 45 count included. And last, we have a can of dog food here from Pedigree, chopped filet mignon flavor.
Fancy stuff, filet mignon flavor. So, of course, Mikey, you've been on prices. You've seen the grocery game. You have to get within $20 and $22 in order to win a beautiful entertainment package. And you can only pick one item at a time, and however many you bid on that one item at that time.
All right, $20 and $22.
Yes, between 20 and 22 total.
Okay, just wanted to make, because I remember it as 20 and 21. So if you're giving me an extra $1, hey, I'll take it.
They actually increased it as of the new season.
Yeah.
Okay.
This year. Yep.
All right, then. I am going to start with the cough drops.
How many? How many bags of cough drops?
I'm going to take 3 of them.
Ooh, all right. 3 bags of cough drops. Okay.
Okay.
So 465. That brings your total so far to $13.95. There you go. All right. So you've got a little wiggle room here.
All right. I'm going to go 2 cans of dog food.
Ooh, 2 cans of the fancy stuff. All right. Price of that, $2.50 times 2. Brings it to 5. So it brings you to 18. Okay. You've got a little bit of room left.
I'm going to go, darn. I kind of know the price of the fast breaks because they're my favorite, but do I want to play it safe? I'm gonna just go for it, and I'm gonna say 1 fast break should do the trick.
All right, 1 Reese's fast break. Priced at $2.30 for a total of
20.
Winner!
Yes! All right.
So you win that
entire
package as well as the what was the pricing game? The mini game?
He won the luggage.
Oh, the luggage. That's right. So yeah, you get luggage and you got groceries. You are ready for whatever trip you're going to do. There you go. Thank you, Chris.
Thank you.
Really cool. All right. Well, let's go ahead and bring Mikey back into the green room momentarily because we are down to Mr. Cruz. Man, let me mute myself while I cough myself to death here. Give me a second.
Up there.
All right. That's fine. I'm going to need one of those cough drops later. All right, Walter. Let's see what Walter gets to bid on. If he can actually make it on stage here tonight on The Price is Right.
All right. We have this podcasting kit with accessories.
Yes,
From Zoom, this podcasting kit comes with 4 headphones, 4 tabletop stands, a 64 gigabyte memory card, and of course 4 boom mic arms along with cables. It is the ultimate podcasting kit for all your podcasting needs. Comes, of course, with a PodTrack P8 that features multiple features that allow for adjusting inputs, outputs, and your voice, and also speaking in several languages. It's the Zoom PodTrack P8 multi-kit podcast bundle.
Ooh, all right.
Not gonna lie, I could use that.
I was gonna say I
love that.
All right, we can all
Right?
use one of these. Shit, yeah, jeez.
Yeah, I'm about to say you might want to rethink that though after. Well, never mind.
Yeah. So Walter, if you get the price, if you bid under the actual retail prices, don't go over. You go on stage. If not, then it is what it is. So
500.
What's your bid on this?
500.
500. Actual retail price? $949. Come on stage, Walter. Woo! All right. So your price winnings are already at $949. But Noah, what is Walter playing for now that he's on stage?
Maybe Walter just wants a couple of light things. I actually thought they were going to be parting gifts. For Walter, we have this 4-pack of Broken Skull Lager and this WWE Intercontinental Championship replica. Perfect for any WWE superstar fan for life. But if these might be a little bit outside his range, a little challenge for him, he could always roll up home in this brand new Ford Mustang.
Whoa!
The Ford Mustang This Ford Mustang GT comes with a 5.0-liter TIVCT V8 engine, 6-speed manual transmission with rev-matching 6-speaker sound system, AM/FM and stereo, OnStar support included. It's the 2024 Mustang GT Fastback.
All right, Walter, you're going to be playing a game we like to call 10 chances. Basically, for the first item on the prize list, you're going to be given 3 digits. The price of the beer comes within 2 of those digits, and so on and so forth, all the way up to the car. So for that 4-pack of Stone Cold American Lager, what is your price guess?
The 2 and the
The audience
6.
might try and help you with this. And feel free, audience, to yell out, put in this, put in this.
Oh, yeah, that's fair. The odds usually in here for this one, so let's go ahead and bring everybody back in.
Oh, good Lord. This is going to be a cluster. I love this game. People have been so stupid in this game in the past, too, so this should be brilliant.
All right.
So to understand, 2 of these numbers is the actual price?
Right.
Correct.
The price of the 4-pack of beer is a 2-digit number. Correct.
Cool.
Thanks.
$12.
16.
12. 12.
Walter, what'd you say?
12.
12. All right, Noah, go ahead and put in 12. No. Next. Walter.
26.
Yeah, 26.
21.
Walter says 26. No, not yet.
16. 16.
16.
62. 62.
16. No, Walter said 16.
Yeah, but he said what?
He said
16.
16 on his third guess.
Ding.
Yes. Woo! All right, now you have 4 digits to come up with the price of the replica WWE Intercontinental Championship, currently held by who? Wait, Walter. No, who's your Intercontinental Champion again?
That would be the Ling General Gunther.
Yes. All right, for a replica of Gunther's championship, 3 of these digits are on the price.
Since we share the same name.
450.
350.
430. 430.
Walter's saying 430. Noah.
Ding.
Oh.
Hey, first guess. All right, so that
Wow.
gives you 6 guesses to come up with the price of a 2024 Ford Mustang GT. And all the digits are included in this price, by the way. All 5.
I got
24,701.
it. No.
The crowd is not happy with that guess. My goodness.
Come on, Walter. You know better than that. Come on, man.
I love this shit. Noah?
I told you. Listen to the guy that was actually on the show.
Yeah, 15 years
Shout
ago.
some numbers, Mike.
Did you win?
Yeah. Shout some numbers out.
No, no.
One
Stat
for
Boy, did you win?
No, because I don't.
Hey, off
This
the
is a
rails. There we go.
car,
Off the
okay?
rails.
24,710.
You're close.
Walter, what's your next guess?
Yeah, 24,710.
24,710. Okay.
It's got to be.
What was that?
24,710 was the next guess. Yeah.
Eesh.
I didn't get this game. Holy shit.
27,401.
No! Don't put the one last. How many cars?
Mikey, it's 2024. Mikey, it's 2024.
Yeah.
How many cars do you hear with a number 1 at the end of a price?
That's fair.
You
too.
never
That's
know.
fair too.
So what was that?
He said 27,401 is what he said.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Walter, try
Yeah.
$42,710.
How
I
much?
think he did that.
Wait.
I think that'll be too much. 42 for a Mustang?
Well, it is 2024. If it's a good Mustang,
Yeah.
but
All right, let's
I don't
try
see
that. 42,710. Let's try it.
42,710 was the guess, Noah.
Holy
Ding.
cow!
We have a car winner.
Wow. There we go. Jeez, 42,000?
Yeah,
For
for
a
the record,
Mustang.
that's like the base bottom like market value. The Mustang over here at the dealership in the center of town, it's over 100 grand.
Guess what car I ain't buying?
All right, so we're gonna give Mr.
I'm
Foster a chance.
going to stay non-driver.
That's it. Bus pass, please. $1 a day. There you go.
Yeah, really.
So we're gonna give Noah a chance to tabulate all the prices up and see who won what and how much they won, because that will determine our Showcase Showdown layout. Because we're doing this tournament style, folks, which means the highest place winner will team with the lowest place winner, and 2 and 3 will team up as well. So there'll be 2 teams competing in our Showcase Showdown wheel. The winning team will go on to our showcase.
Okay.
And JJ very graciously asked me earlier in the week for the exact layout of our showcase wheel here on The Price is Right, because Well,
Proud
we
of
go for
you.
accuracy as much as we can, by God. So
Proud of you.
he hit it, man. He hit it first guess. I was like, that was impressive. He didn't even he just and wrote it down. I went, all right, I love it. Love to see.
I have to be 100% honest. I found an old video of Bob Barker with the wheel, and I just copied it as it went around.
Oh, come on. You know what? I respect that honesty, and you also
Yeah,
said
yeah,
Bob
yeah,
Barker,
yeah.
so I hold nothing against you.
No, absolutely not, man.
But yeah, I have one of our karaoke wheels that we usually spin, and it's got the layout of the money increments like it's supposed to come.
All right. Well,
yes.
If you want to go ahead and load that up while we wait for the tabulation to finish. Yes, Greg.
I was going to say, so don't work 15, 80, 35, 60, 20, 40, 75, 55, 95, 50, 85, 30, 65, 10, 45.
Not
70.
only can he memorize the Royal Rumble, but he can memorize the wheel on the prices.
Do you know how long I've been watching game shows for?
Seriously. Yeah, that's fair.
But I'm older than you.
Doesn't matter.
He's older than
Doesn't
I'm
matter.
31 years old, and I'm the game show guru that made these PowerPoints for Pete's sake. Me and Greg could literally open up a game show PowerPoint shop. God bless you, Greg. That was brilliant. Anyway, promotional consideration provided by the Jeff Meacham Network. Get your merch today at Pro Wrestling Tees, courtesy of the Jeff Meacham Network, and check out Stat Boy Sports Bar and become part of the Greg Cherry Plan today, every week on Wednesdays.
Right.
Totals
And
tabulated.
don't forget, you can still buy
Manuel-
Royal Rumble squares
You can.
Yes.
That too.
while supplies last.
Here, wait. Let me do that real quick.
All right,
Wait.
very That's about to say the cheap plug. There it is. Get your numbers today and support a cause. The Royal Rumble draw, courtesy of the Greg Cherry Show, Wednesday, January 24th. Special start time, 6:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 3:30 p.m. Pacific. Get your numbers today.
Yes. All right. I can't get the graphic to go away. There it goes.
And latency is a thing. So
It is.
Emmanuel has the lowest total. He has 1,868 in total. Walter has the highest at 44,105 to win in that listing.
Yeah.
Mikey has 8,149 to win in the entertainment center. And Greg's
Skull.
second after winning that. Hey, Tori, hello. And Greg has 37,349. So in total, as far as leaders, Walter leads, followed by Greg, then Mikey, then Emmanuel. So it's Walter versus Emmanuel and Greg versus Mikey.
No, it's Walter and Emmanuel together and Greg and Mikey together on the wheel.
Yes.
Right? Yeah. Oh no, wait.
Yep.
Are we doing separate spins and then okay, I'm sorry. I got confused in the description. I apologize. Well, hi, there it is.
But again, top two spinners go to the showcase.
Okay. All right. So the first battle, as we said, will be between Walter and you said Emmanuel was lowest. All right. So
yes, Emmanuel
Walter.
was lowest.
Yeah. So Walter, go ahead and spin, I guess, and JJ's actually doing the spinning.
I caught it.
That was good. 25. All right. You want to stay on that or spin again?
Do it again.
All right. Remember, if you go over $1, you're out. So
I know.
okay.
Yeah, you know, but you got
It's
good.
probably nice. It's probably nice. Oh, there you go. All right. Total of 90. Nicely done.
All right, Emmanuel.
All right,
You got to
Emmanuel.
beat 90.
Gotta be 90
yeah,
on the wheel
spin.
here. Oh, yeah, obviously. No, don't spin. I advocate. What? Advocate. What?
I have a kid.
Oh, you almost did $1. The beef. All right.
Well, I have
I
to go
remember
for
one
it.
time the audience did it as a whole show. That was so brilliant.
Gotta get 65, 70, or 75 here.
Oh, he's over.
Oh, not 90.
Yep.
Not 90. Oh!
I love this game.
All right. Well, Manuel, we thank you, but unfortunately, you are no longer the open mic night game night champion, my friend.
I know.
Oh,
That's
brutal.
okay. I mean, like I kind of figured, but it is what it is. I was second to last, and Walter was spinning 90, and then I knew that was a tough number to get and to beat. So.
Well, Manuel, we thank you for for being a very patient game night champion, among other things. And we appreciate you and your sister's participation always on the shows. And we'll look forward to seeing you in the chat room tonight during Open Mic Night, my friend.
Yeah. I'll see
you're
you guys.
also welcome to come back next month and try to reclaim your title as a contestant.
There you go. That's it. There you go. All right. So, Emmanuel, thank you. Now we'll move on to Greg versus Mikey, former Price Right contestant versus our game show master.
Okay.
And Greg had the higher total, or Mikey? Forget my memory.
I have
Greg did. He won the car.
Greg,
All right,
because he won the truck.
All right, Greg, this is your spin, my friend.
Mikey spin.
Oh, Mikey spinning?
Yeah, the lower total spin.
Yeah, lower total.
Oh, okay. Lower totals. That's right. That's okay.
Stop.
Oh, 85 's good. You want to hold it or spin again, Mikey?
I will stay.
All right,
Okay.
Greg. Got to hit 85, brother.
I should have kept him.
Right.
Oh no!
Oh, man. We almost had a bonus spinner.
Oh no!
If you want to spin again, you would have got $1.
Right. That's it. All right. Has to hit at least 70 be good.
Oh, we have a tie.
We did it.
That's a tie.
Yep. Now it's a single spin, right?
Yep, single spin.
Correct. Single spin per person.
Oh wow! Good
All
luck,
right,
Greg.
Mikey.
Yep, Mikey's first.
And remember,
I want to
at the
give
end
a
of the dollar,
shout
you
out
still
to
get the bonus
want to give a
spin.
shout out to the multiverse of media. My mom, my dad, my brothers. I love you all. Oh no! A quarter.
That's not good at all.
All right, Greg. All you need is a 30 cents to beat him.
Yeah, doesn't look good for me.
I want to say hi to my wife, Jeff, to Daisy, to Maddie, to Jeff, and everybody.
Yes. Woo-hoo.
You got me.
And it's Greg versus Walter in our showcase
Although
for
technically
today.
you didn't start the wheel on the number 5, but I'll let it go.
Oh, stop.
You can't.
I was gonna say, with these type of wheels, you can't position it.
That's right.
ASTFU.
That's right.
Oh, I'm having a
All right. It's getting hot in here. Nobody take off their clothes. That's enough of that.
Yeah, no.
And no, especially this room. Yeah, no. All right, we're gonna say goodbye for now to Emmanuel again, our departing champion, as well as Statboy Mikey. Mikey, we'll see you as soon as we get this shit done, so we can go and start on Monday night.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you guys, appreciate it.
Yes. And Pop, we brought your comment up, but verbally, it's good to see you here in the chat room, sir.
Hey.
Good to see Jerry in there as well. All right. It is now time for the showcase here on The Price is Right. What's active in the background? What's going on? Sorry. All right.
There you go.
Let me bring the show back up here. Bring the beautiful presentation from Noah Foster here. Ooh, the showcase stage. Ooh.
Do.
That's it. All right. Let's bring up our first showcase, Noah.
All right. Well, this first showcase is certainly about bringing you all in on this experience. And I think before we go all in truly, let's go all in on your music with this brand new digital jukebox.
Ooh.
This jukebox, inspired by the original jukebox, drawn inspiration from the Wurlitzer 1015, the world's first original jukebox. Class design has endured over 50 years. This one comes with a beautiful display known as the Bubbler, the chanting visuals, comes with performance reproducer, creating sound quality with over a terabyte of storage. And this 19-inch touchscreen monitor allows you to sort for your extensive library collection. Also has Bluetooth, so you can also add your favorite device and your favorite device's library here. Comes with a QSC amplifier and 5 sophisticated internal speakers, bringing you the perfect sound quality to both high and low volumes. And after you get your fill of music and host the party wherever you want and go all in locally, you could go all in on your trip to London.
Whoa!
You and the guests will fly round trip coast from Los Angeles to beautiful London across the pond, where you will, of course, be able to take in the sights like the London Eye and Buckingham Palace and enjoy your stay at a beautiful luxury hotel, the Hilton just a little bit away from Wembley Stadium, where custom accommodations await you. Enjoy the delicious delicacies that this culturalistic capital has to offer. And after you enjoy yourself and relax, you could make your way over to Wembley Stadium for a VIP experience at AEW All In with premium seating and other fanfare included. So, a once-in-a-lifetime all-in experience across the pond in London, and a jukebox that'll bring your music all in and more can be yours if the price is right.
Walter, as our high scoring winner, you had the option to bid on this or pass it to Greg.
I'll bid on that one.
All right, what's your bid for this all-in package?
Nice pun there.
Use the dad jokes, folks.
Yeah,
no, actually, I'll pass it.
All right, Greg, what is your bid on the all-in package?
I'm going to say 12,500.
12,500. All right. Walter, all right. This is your showcase.
All right.
Well, to your showcase, as we took Greg all in, involves you going all out, and your experience involves you going all out to Australia.
Ooh.
You and the guys will fly round trip coach from Los Angeles to Western Australia's coastal capital of Perth. Explore gorgeous white sand beaches, bustling art galleries, wineries, and enjoy scuba diving experiences with dolphins as well as whale watching. You also enjoy a 3-night stay at the Crown Towers Perth, just minutes away from the location that is hosting this year's Elimination Chamber, as you and the guests will enjoy a premium live WWE experience. This premium live experience includes food and beverages and a luxury suite and a title photo opportunity with in-suite superstar appearance. So, a once-in-a-lifetime experience down under in Australia and enjoying the Elimination Chamber can be yours if the price is right.
And all the Vegemite you can eat.
That's right. Just don't eat it with LA Knight because no, he doesn't like it.
Nuh-uh.
No.
Yeah. Nuh-uh was the phrase.
Nah.
Thank you, JD. Appreciate it.
No touchy the animals.
No touchy the animals.
What do you bid on this trip to Elimination Chamber in Australia, my friend?
7,500.
7,500. All right. We'll be right back after this commercial showing you what's coming up on Open Mic Night with the winning bids and more here on Open Mic Night Game Night.
All the karaoke. Damn it. And game nights too.
That's okay. All right. We are back here on The Price is Right. And we're going to go to Greg's bid of $12,500 on an all-in inclusive package, including tickets and VIP experience at all in. You bid $12,500 actual retail price. Wait for it. $25,624, a difference of $13,124.
I thought I overbid. Whew.
Walter, you bid $7,500 on a trip to Australia for including the package 2 Elimination Chamber. Actual retail price $29,937. Difference of $22,437. Greg, you are our winner for today here on The Price is Right. Greg Cherry is our new. I don't know why it keeps doing that.
Yeah.
There we go. Greg, congratulations. Very cool.
I legit was gonna say some crazy price like 20,000. And I was like, that's crazy though.
Greg, we thank everybody for popping in today. Of course, let me bring everybody back in one more time real quick as we say our goodbyes. If I can bring Mikey down here. Did he pop in? Did he do it? There he is. And of course, whoop, I took Mikey away. This is Jeff Meacham reminding you, help control the pet population. Have your pets spayed or neutered. Stay tuned for Open Mic Night, everybody. Good night.
I'm Noah Foster, reminding you this has been The Price is Right, a Jeff Engineer and Multiple Media production.
That's great. All right, we're going to start the. JJ, with your permission, I'm going to go ahead and start the Open Mic Night now.
Okay.
All right, guys, we'll be back to Open Mic Night. Don't you dare go anywhere.
The Jeff Meacham Network's Multiverse of Media. For over 15 years, the recognized symbol of excellence and the standard bearer in coverage of sports and entertainment.
JJ, Jeff, you want to kick this thing off? Because I'm still trying to process everything here.
Yeah, it's like,
who wants to go first?
Who wants to go first?
Well,
Come on in. It's Open Mic Night with your host.
you could maybe say there's really 4 topics, but it's split into 6.
The Renegade, J.J. Williams.
The Sammy and Eddie Kingston thing, which one's the better smelling turd?
And his panel of co-hosts.
I am the founder. We'll call me that for today since we're going with the Jeff Jarrett love theme here this week, according to JJ.
The West Coast Professor, Jeff Meacham.
Karma is karma.
That's professional wrestling! Damn it!
The Simple Man, Noah Foster.
It's showtime! Yeah! How you doing, JJ? How you doing, Jeff?
James.
Yeah.
And the He-Man, James Hebert.
Imagine Bill Burr, Joe Rogan, Paul White, the Baldies. There you go. It sells itself.
God.
Get in there.
Short his ass and shit the bed.
He's not Amber Heard.
Give it time, JJ. Give it time.
No, I'm sure Jeff has some stuff that
Dumb move. Just don't pull this bullshit again. You get one.
Tony needs to stop caring about the ratings.
Bradshaw said as long as the ads are in place, we're not going to lose that third hour.
Ring of Honor does not have to be AEW Light. They don't necessarily have to coexist with each other. You kind of saw that tonight to a degree.
Along with a panel of guests.
He is no longer glorious. Don't you bring that up. You want me to rant about what my NXT used to... No, we are done here for the night. I swear, James.
Because you never know who may show up for open mic night.
I leave our company in the capable hands of an extraordinary group of superstars, employees, and executives.
The first thing that came to my mind was, it's about damn time.
Amen!
I literally touched everybody in the state's trash. So it's horrible, you guys.
Peyton's new thing is Dennis the Menace, but it's funny because she calls it Dentist the Medicine. And
that's great.
When Elliot Taylor came out and did Born for Greatness live, I was popping my pussy, having a great time. I didn't care. I was having so much fun.
Sit back, relax, and enjoy the show.
Fuck Bill Belichick.
We got it on wrestling, and then you bring in that shit. That just how the fan goes off the damn rails. Brilliant, bloody brilliant.
What is going on, everybody? Welcome to another brand new installment of Open Mic Night. I am, of course, the host and moderator, the Renegade of Wrestling, JJ Williams. How is everybody doing tonight? Going to start bringing everybody in here one at a time, as we do. First and foremost, since Jeff had an issue and had to bounce real quick, we're going to bring in the multiverse's very own Roddy, the simple man with the spectacular voice, Noah Foster. Sir, how are you doing this evening?
Whew, that was the most challenging thing I've ever put together in PowerPoint, let alone execute as a sub MC, and one of the greatest things I've ever done in my life. So I'm doing very well, despite the fact I am super ass tired, as you can see. But yes, it is I, not the Hot Ronnie, but the simple man from a grave of pro wrestling and game shows galore. And I can't wait to see that you're back in your proper spot, what you have in store. It's good to see you. Good to see all of you. And I hope everybody enjoyed that. It may be a one-up. It may happen one day again. Who knows? But it certainly was something, to say the least, to remember.
Absolutely. And how dare you, sir, shoot on Chase U when I debuted my shirt earlier. I will have you know, good sir, that I was video gaming earlier, 2K23, and none other than JC Jane whooped China's ass.
That would not happen in reality.
Hey, you never know. It's all booking. Remember, it's all scripted. Got to tell stories.
No. God, freaking suspension disbelief. Daniel, thank you. And either way, good to see you. Good to see you, JJ. Let's go ahead and get the festivities going.
Good to be seen. Well, I was told to go ahead and introduce the man anyway, so go ahead. Gonna bring on in the man, the myth, the legend, the West Coast professor, Jeff Mother effing Meacham.
Hey, everybody.
Say his name
Thank
and
you.
he appears. We believe in Jeff Meacham.
That's it.
Yeah.
Hey, Joe Henry, at least you believe in me, brother. I'll take that for tonight. I'll take that for tonight.
Yeah.
Okay, we still got some time to see if I end up believing in Joe Hendry, but
That's fair. That's fair. And believes in Cheez-Its. I'm good with that so far.
that's right. I believe in Cheez-Its, the white cheddar ones.
I got my
Oh,
Ritz,
yeah,
but
have to.
they're cool too.
Hey, the Ritz is good too.
And
I
on
always
copyright,
think
damn
about
it.
Young Frankenstein.
Non copyright. We're not doing
I
whatever
don't
that
care if that's
band.
copyright. That is a must view. Even if you're not a movie guy anymore, Young Frankenstein needs to be seen by everybody.
You know what? For $50 super chat, let's get Noah Foster to do the putting on the Ritz from Young Frankenstein.
I'm down for it.
Get him
I
doing
will,
the
I will
old
do the
soft
duet
shoe.
with him. I'll just go with him as the monster.
I know the
I'm here
music
for it.
video on
Let's
the
do it.
song. I don't know the Frankenstein bit. I ain't seen the music video. What y'all doing to me? I just got done creating and emceeing a game show. Was that not enough? And yeah, it was a lot of fun. Never mind. And Jeff, we did it. Me and Jeff been working on this file
We did. Oh, God.
all day today.
We say it every week when we do a watch along. He's the MVP. He is the mother P of this channel, man. He put that all together. I was just host guy.
I've said it for a minute, man. I will be 100% blunt. I was worried about tonight. I really was.
Yeah.
Not that y'all weren't going to be able to pull it off, but because there had been so little communication as to what we were going to do, I was so worried about it, but y'all did it beautifully.
I will own the responsibility. So
okay, that's fair. A host and a segment producer can't do it without contestants. So let's go ahead and bring back in part of contestants row. The man with the stats, Fat Boy Mike, Mr. Reliable Walter Cruz.
Hey, that background.
And joining us now for this portion of the show, for the majority of this portion of the show, for the first time in forever, the Heeb Man, James Heber.
Yay! The first time James talks about wrestling that isn't a special show, it must be hell freezing over.
He's going to be here for at least 4 of the 5 topics, and darn it, I'm going to try to coerce him into staying for that 5th topic, because it's not as much about Punk as it is where do we go with what's happening.
Where do we go?
Yes, that's true. That's true.
All right. I'll try and stay on. That's fair.
And also, James, you might want to get ready to clip because I'm watching the fights in the background. You know that gets gold sometimes.
Rainmaker!
Yeah, Noah.
Hey!
Sean O'Malley! He did it again!
Yeah, Noah. Yeah, Noah. Not that song yet. That's next Saturday.
Yeah?
So I'll be seeing Paradise Kid. We'll get that in the shills. We'll get that in the shills. You were saying.
Oh, I see.
Definitely.
Okay, I did.
Definitely the shills. Definitely the shills. I'll be there during the Rumble. So there you go. Anyway. Moving right along.
And we won't get ahead of ourselves because we will be talking about the Rainmaker, Kazuchika Okada, tonight. We've got a little bit of everything for tonight's buffet.
Good Lord. What a
That's
week.
it.
We really do. We got Mansfield popping in momentarily, saying hello, just popping in for a moment. Yeah, Daniel Hell has frozen over. James talking about wrestling.
Right?
Yeah.
Matt's in the chat room. We are doing well, brother. Hope you are doing good. So
Consider Frozen Empire. Depends if the King actually freaking win tonight.
It does help too that one of the topics was suggested by me. I mean, there is that. That's part of the reason I'm on here. But
Yes.
And that's exactly what I was just about to say.
There you go.
So since the first topic was one that James had suggested, I'm just going to throw it to him to lead the conversation on it because he's the most informed about the topic.
Yes, I am.
So James, go ahead.
So for those who are not aware of the news in the combat sports world, because not everybody that watches pro wrestling tunes into combat sports, except for probably maybe me and Walter, maybe Statboy. Mauro Ranallo is, for the first time in forever, a free agent. And it's crazy to say that sentence because the only reason he's a free agent is because Showtime Boxing and Bellator MMA went out of business pretty much.
There it is.
And that is a shame because I feel like, because Showtime Boxing was saved. I believe Bellator was bought by the PFL. So I think both leagues should be okay. Bellator's still up in the air. Showtime just moved on to a new network. They already had a commentary team in line. So they had no spot for Mauro, which sounds absurd to say, but if you're an upstart television thing that is now taking over the sport of boxing and the association that was doing Showtime boxing, then I can kind of see why you want to save and pinch pennies. So that unfortunately leaves Mauro Ranallo out of work temporarily. Now, for me and for my money, that means the dude can finally get some goddamn rest, because I feel like he hasn't had any rest since 2007. He's been running himself ragged for so long, and not in a bad way, but like he's always got his hand in the pot of something, and he doesn't necessarily get to have those kind of breaks all that often. So I say he takes the break now, kind of focuses on the mental health thing he's been working on for a very long time. But when he comes back, if he comes back, does he come back to pro wrestling? Where does Mauro end up in the long run? Because I feel like when you talk about some of the greatest combat sports announcers of all time, you think of guys like Joe Rogan, Jim Ross. You think of guys like Boss Rutten was pretty good, especially during the Pride days. Good Lord. You think of those type of people. And Mauro is right up there at the top echelon of the sport of combat sports, not just in pro wrestling, but in combat sports, period. We're talking he commentated for all three combat sports at one time, at one point. He was commentating NXT, Showtime Boxing, and Bellator MMA. Does he take on a schedule like that again, or does he just stick with one or the other, maybe take on two or the other? Where does he end up? That's kind of the question I had. So,
okay, well, I would like to go first, if I may, because I'm probably the least knowledgeable about Mauro Ranallo.
That's fair enough.
As he was a voice of your guys' NXT.
My NXT!
Honestly, I say just put him back there. Triple H is back in charge of things. Shawn Michaels is running NXT. A lot of people complain about Vic Joseph and especially Booker T. Hello.
Yeah,
I'm just saying, put him there. Maybe him and Booker will at least be able to do things a little bit more straight-laced than Vic Joseph. I don't have a personal issue with Vic Joseph. He doesn't bother me the way he bothers other people. But from what I have heard of Mauro commentary on the DVDs that I had, put him back in NXT. It seems like it would be a perfect fit for him. I don't want to see him in AEW where they have 27 different announcers that they rotate each week.
Yes.
I don't want to see him in TNA where, no disrespect since I am starting to watch it, but he'd be on a channel that's buried and limited. I'd rather him be back with the E and go back to NXT. Maybe start to bring some of that little bit of missing touch that I think Noah's looking for in my NXT. It's doing a lot better for him. It's bringing him to where he's watching more and actually enjoying the program more. But that little missing touch that might bring an old head that gave up on NXT back to the new NXT, knowing that is back anchoring it.
True. Yeah.
That's my 2 cents.
And we got a little pantomiming as something's going on in UFC.
It's all right. That's okay. He's watching the fight, having a good time.
I was going to say, you are still running, James, so call on whoever you want, but I did see Stat Boy's hand go up.
Yeah, I was gonna throw the Stat Boy, but I'll respond to your comment after I listen to his words on it. Okay. Go on, Stat Boy.
I'm gonna say go with the company that gives you the best offer. That would make it. That would be my decision. If I've got multiple places offering me a job, it all would come down to the money, probably. I can agree with what Renegade said. I want to see him come back home. Just for my personal recollection, did he leave on bad terms with WWE? Was there a bullying scandal with JBL?
Yes and no.
Basically.
There was technically. what happened was, and I can't even believe it, God help me, I'm defending Bradshaw here, but it was Vince through Bradshaw that made him leave SmackDown, which then brought him back to NXT, and he works with Triple H only until that changed when they moved to the USA Network, and then he said, screw this, I can't work with this guy, I'm out ski. Just to give you context. So he left right before, I think, NXT TakeOver 30, I want to say, because I remember, Jeff, you, me, and Noah, we did a podcast ages ago on it, I think. So
Yep.
Or at least leading up to it. So I think that's when he, around the time he left.
That's about the window.
If everything is smoothed over and he can come back, open arms, brand new WWE, go for it. Absolutely.
That's fair enough.
Wide open.
Without nice. I like the Creed reference. That was good, Noah. I appreciate that.
Hey, I love me some Creed, man. That's
good
my
song. Good song too. Good song choice.
Anyway,
I think right there was
copyright.
Yeah, exactly. I think what Statboy said kind of leads into what you said, JJ. But to kind of, I think to piggyback off you, I think NXT, even though it's changed a lot, I feel like it's such an established brand of the East that it's not really, you can't really make a case that it's the underdog brand anymore, even though it kind of still is, because they're getting paid by the USA Network to be on the USA Network, which is the day after Raw.
Right.
And I bring that up because Morrow has always, at least when it comes to professional wrestling, he's always gone with the underdog promotions. And I feel like in that vein, somebody said TNA, I think you said something about TNA not being on a lot of channels. You're right, but it doesn't hurt to get Morrow to try and lend yourself some credibility to try to get a better TV deal. And I feel like Morrow would take that offer, even if it's considerably less than what he was making when he was with NXT, especially when you consider the fact that the taping schedule would absolutely allow him to go back to anything that he wants to do when it comes to boxing and Bellator. That could leave his schedule a lot more free like it did back in the day. You're not going to be able to really get that when it comes to, going to AEW or going to WWE, really, especially in the current landscape of NXT where it's live every week. Back then it was pre-taped, so he was able to pull it off. Walter, you're the other combat sports
not live
guy.
every week, though.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, there are other weeks where they're not. Walter, you're kind of the combat sports guy other than me, so I'm going to kind of throw to you. You're probably more of a combat sports nerd than I am.
Yeah.
So
one thing we're overlooking is the fact that UFC is under the same umbrella as WWE. So if Mario Ronaldo can go to WWE and work a schedule out where he can be, because Joe Rogan doesn't make every single travel. Like, he doesn't go when they go overseas. He doesn't go on certain minutes. He really only goes to the main event of the main event. So if you want to make your maybe your slap a little more popular that UFC has, well, Dana White has it, but he has that slap league. Or if you want to make the the UFC specials a little more popular, you team him up on there, and you have him on the UFC and you have him on WWE, because he already knows what he's doing when he calls MMA. He already and him, or even if he is with Joe, but that'll be beautiful. Him and Joe, that'll be funny as hell. Or him and Daniel Cormier, who we all know he loves WWE too. Just the fact that these two together, they could talk about wrestling and they could talk about UFC. So I think that's one thing we're overlooking. But wherever he goes, I just hope he's happy. He can go to TNA, he can go to WWE. But I say get that shucky ducky quack guy the hell out of here. Remove Booker T. Put put him in NXT, because damn it, Booker T, I love you to death, man. You're like a great wrestler. I love you. But the commentating, man, holy hell. Really the only thing that's over is the when Trick Williams comes out. Like, other than that, his commentated, like me and JJ are the other NXT guys right now. But right, JJ, like the only thing that really Booker T pushes further along is Trick Williams' entrance. He makes it fun. Other than that, what is he really bringing?
I mean, he gets food from DoorDash. That's funny.
He will never live that down.
No, he won't, because he shouldn't. I love Booker, man, but what the fuck are you doing? In broad daylight.
Okay.
And he did a commentator no when he first joined the commentator table and went on to the bathroom during live tapings. You're not supposed to do that as a broadcaster.
Listen, I understand that, but listen, man, when you gotta go, you gotta go. Even if it's the first day on the job. I'll just say it.
All right. I'm gonna defend Booker slightly.
Go ahead.
Okay. You've got to bring some entertainment to that brand.
Yep.
A lot of people were very, very sour on my NXT after the rebranding of the 2.0 / Rainbow Bright era. In order to get eyes back on it, you got to make it entertaining. Is Booker over animated sometimes? Absolutely. I will not dispute that. But the man runs his own company. He's produced stars before, like Roxanne Perez. He knows his stuff as a vet, and he's damn entertaining on the mic.
I think to add
He's very much the same vein as Jerry Lawler in the mid to late 90s. You know, we go back and we look at it now, and it's like, how much did we really need to hear him screaming about puppies?
Right.
We loved it then. Don't get me wrong. I still chuckle about it now. But every shucky ducky quack quack is about the same as puppies. For real.
Yeah.
For
I don't
real.
even know when he started that, by the way. And to add to your defense also, JJ, I think it also depends on who he's paired up with, because when he was with Cole and Jerry during that time, like that small stint he was doing commentary the first time, he was damn good. He was a damn good color guy back then. He wasn't awful, and he actually had people, kind of steer him in the right direction in NXT.
There's a buck coming.
That was also the Vince era when Vince was screaming in people's headphones.
That is true. So
people are allowed to be a little bit more laid back and lighthearted on commentary because Hunter isn't screaming into this.
Correct.
That is fair.
One thing I gotta
I
say.
could be wrong. And please, two gentlemen up here with me, speak on this if I am. I think that's part of what they liked so much about our 3-man team doing Collision and Battle of the Belts.
That is true.
We were a much more laid back call as opposed to when any of us are sitting next to Noah. Noah being so professional and on top of his A game makes us have to step our shit up to be on that level.
Yeah, that's true.
Without having to be next to Noah, and don't take this the wrong way, brother, because I love sitting next to you on a call, but without having to worry about Noah being the leading force in any of it, we were able to just kind of let our personalities drive it more, as opposed to the straight lace, move by move, blow by blow commentary.
That's fair.
And I think that's very much what Vic Joseph and Booker bring to my NXT.
That's fair.
Is that more laid back? Like they could have smoked a couple of joints in the back before putting the headset on. They're just chill.
That's up my alley.
Maybe it was some of that Cal Fire shit.
Yeah.
On socials.
I got one thing I gotta see Ronaldo. If he resigns to WWE, I gotta see him and Pat McAfee on the same commentating team.
Oh my
God! Give
God,
it to me,
that would
even
be
if it's
amazing.
just one.
Yeah, you ain't wrong.
I can get behind that.
Jeff, you're the only one that I think hasn't spoken on Morrow in particular. So if you want to kind of round this topic out before I give my thoughts as well, go for it, man.
Well, Noah hasn't said anything either.
Oh shit, yeah. Dumb.
I don't usually say stuff unless I absolutely have to, unless people want me to. Don't worry about it.
No, I'll go to you next, Noah. My apologies.
I was going to say, considering he was the voice of your NXT, I'm sure you got something you want to say about Mauro Ranallo coming back.
Look, it's one thing to have that voice that draws you in. It's another thing for that personality to want to be that voice that draws you in. I look at Marinello from two aspects. I look at him from the professionalism. I look at him from the bystanding person. You all know he's a bipolar rock and roller for a reason. He has his own mental struggles, mental challenges. There's been a documentary about it. I watched it wholeheartedly. I have nothing but a tremendous respect for Marinello, but I care about his well-being. And you thought this PowerPoint was tiring for me? This business gotta be tiring for anybody. I can only imagine the man was probably on the verge of a mental breakdown, hearing Vince Man screaming his headset nonsensical bullshit that caused that madness in the first place. But that being said, if Morrow still wants to put his take on professional wrestling, damn it, in sports entertainment, combined with his overall incredible background in combat sports, then I think it would be nice to have him back. But I think he has to be more willing versus us more wanting it. I look at the commentary scene right now across the board. I still think to this day, two-person booth's the way to go. You need a good play-by-play guy that gives you a fair amount of techniques, a point to the move, like lariat versus clothesline. Thank you, Samoa Joe and Pro Wrestling, for the difference on that. Definitely going to use that going forward. And then you need that guy that brings you a little bit of aspect into the story being told by both characters, not necessarily one-sided. There's a reason why I think Nigel McGuinness is the perfect balance. He harkens all the time on Bryan Danielson due to personal history, but he always focuses on the character. Now, truth be told, he supports the heel characters more than the face characters, but he still has the face characters that just do. There's a reason why, like I said, JJ brings me back in WWE. He draws me into the story, to the character. He helps me find the points where I need to lay back, because there are lulls in WWE PLEs that I'm like, do something. And then when they finally start doing something, I pick up. And it's one of those things where, again, what do you need to be engaged in some aspect of wrestling? Not necessarily based on what company you watch. Is Morrow the guy that could do that based on where you want him to go? I think absolutely. But again, it comes down to if he wants to versus us figuring that he needs to. Would I like to see him back? Part of me says yes. The other part of me says, let's see if somebody else can step up to the plate and actually bring something forward to the business. And I do think there are a few people out there that can do that. Walter Stewart's trying with New Japan Pro Wrestling. I think Vic Joseph, for as long as a tenure he has had in WWE, has to speak values for something. And whether you like the guy or not, Excalibur is right now under the learning tree of one of the greats of all time, Tony Schiavone. So that has to speak for something. Eric Abani's called everything imaginable. God bless him. And I look at TNA right now, and since Don West and Mike Tenay, I think Matthew Raywald and Tom Hennigan are a comfortable fit. I just wish they had a female representative like Beta Scott or something. By the way, Beta Scott, still a crime. You're not officially hired full time by a company. Keep working towards that, girl. Don't stop. Mad respect. But again, if you want the industry to evolve, you need to take a chance and see if people rise to the occasion or fall. With Morrow back in that spot, you don't get that. And again, we want it? Yes. Do we need it? That's debatable because there are so many others trying. And I think that's what we got to keep in hindsight and perspective.
That's fair. Jeff, go on, my friend. Noah kind of broke it down better than I think any of us ever could, though, to be fair.
I mean, yeah, that's fair. Once again, I got to follow Noah, which is a bitch. But I love this man. So I think the talk about Morrow coming back is a lot like the talk about we're going to have about Okada later. You know, unfortunately, none of us that I know of know Morrow personally or had the opportunity to interact with him in a long-term situation. So it's really about what is best for Morrow Ronaldo, not just financially, but mental is so crucial in today's world, as it always should have been, if we're being honest.
Protect your mentality.
Protect your physical well-being too, folks. Cough drop. I'll tell you, the editors on The Price is Right. No joke. These things are saving the founder on the weekly. Like Jesus. Anyway, no lie. Like I'll pay overprice for these things. I swear to God, I will. Anyway, I would love to see Morrow come back. As far as where, you have to think about the different commentary teams we have on our televisions right now. I believe the English commentary English play-by-play for New Japan is still Kevin Kelly. He's doing a great job. Has been for years.
Kevin Kelly's been the voice of New Japan Pro Wrestling since 2015, but as of last year, he officially left, and now he's part of the AEW Collision team with Tony Schiavone and Nigel McGuinness. The new person now is Walter Stewart, and he and Scott, he's got a much more relaxed call to him and a presence, and I think it allows Chris Charlton now to shine more as the English representative across the pond, and when he's over here, he's working with the likes of Bieber Kabani or Veda Scott. So he's kind of like a more passive middle ground, but he does all right.
I'll have to make sure I listen to Wrestle Kingdom again. Since we're not up at the wee hours calling anymore, I actually have to go back and listen to it for real and listen to the actual New Japan call, which I will. If that's the case, I would maybe put him there because familiarity and goddamn, he can call a match. But the stuff that I'm aware of. I would think if he's going to fit anywhere that needs him is SmackDown.
Mm-hmm.
I like Kevin Patrick. He's a good kid, but he's struggling big time. He's not Michael Cole. He's not gonna be. He's got that thick Irish accent, which just unfortunately hinders his ability to everybody in because he's just got that. You either like his voice and his style or you don't. Raw's got Michael Cole. They're good. NXT's got Vic Joseph. Much as I would have preferred his fiance or wife to keep her job opposed to him, I like Vic Joseph. Keep him around.
Yeah.
And even Booker. Anyway, AEW, like you said, they got that rotating thing. I'm even starting to be okay with Excalibur. Scary enough. It is what it is. But yeah, you've got I know. Danny, if you're watching, yeah, I said it. It is what it is. But they've got Tony Schiavone coaching those guys. They've got JR February 24th when his contract's up. So we'll see if JR sticks around or at least gets the extension through Revolution. God help me, I hope so. I need him and Schiavone on that call for Stiff last match.
Please.
God.
Yeah.
That's the rotating room in here as it is, let alone on AEW's show.
Yeah, right. It started just with freaking me and James, then evolved to me, James, and JJ, and now everybody here practically has been a comment at this point. And I love the fact that I'm also at the center of literally these four. I love commentary. It's just awesome.
What I mean is, I think for Sting's last match, we all, as fans, should at least get a turn to have our say during that match. And I think that was a good idea that JJ threw to me. So
yeah, I mean, we've all been through some evolution of Sting. I definitely agree with that, JJ. Anyway, continue, Jeff.
Yeah, I think if he is going to come back, and he is going to come back to WWE, I think he fits on SmackDown because every other promotion has their guy like in place and doing what. Tom Hannigan would be a decent fit beyond SmackDown, and man, he and Matt are killing it on TNA. They're doing great.
Yes.
Yeah. AEW's got their guys on their nights, and if JR gets healthy, maybe he comes back. So I think everybody's well set except for the SmackDown team. I've liked Corey Graves. I know people really don't like Corey. Some folks don't. I happen to like Corey's style. I think he fit better with Morrow than he does than anybody does with Kevin Patrick right now. So
great.
And to your point, they're anything about UFC. Morrow's had a chance to call UFC. He's called different other MMA pros, but not UFC. I'd love to have him on a UFC call. That'd be pretty cool.
That would be cool.
I would watch that actually just to see what that would be like. It kind of takes me back to the one time Morrow came back into wrestling. Rebellion a few years ago, and just having that voice and that presence and adding a little more, especially to Kenny Omega's repertoire, it brought me so much more into the match, and it almost like Matt Striker was an afterthought, and D'Lo, he was subtle color guy. It worked. So again, he definitely can do it. It's just a matter of does he want to. And where do you put him? And to your point, I remember Corey Graves Marmonello worked very well during my NXT. He also worked, of course, with Najee McGinnis and freaking Beth Phoenix. So he's definitely multidimensional.
If he calls it UFC,
Yeah,
I say me and James should do a watch along together with it.
Mm-hmm. True that.
Yeah, I'll agree with that.
I think Morrow would fit best under that Endeavor umbrella rather than going to TNA. Not because of TNA's viewability, but just because TNA's got a great team as it is. AEW's set with their team, and New Japan's, getting a new guy's feet wet. So let him have his chance.
That's fair.
And to the chat room, the NWA does have their CW app deal. I don't even know who's I think it's still Joe Galley. I like Joe. That's a personal bias. Joe's a friend. I like Joe. So it's kind of hard for me to say nah, because Joe's got that good rapport with the audience and with Billy. So I'm like, let's leave him where he is too. So yeah, for me it's SmackDown and UFC.
Andy Shepherd. Yeah, I miss Andy Shepherd. I hope they bring him in for AEW All In. He and freaking Nigel McGuinness were hilarious for NXT UK.
That's fair. Stepboy, you had your hand up as well during that conversation.
I was just going to piggyback off of what Noah said, being grateful and happy that the commentary you guys do on watch-alongs has gotten bigger and better, and I'm just still in hopefully in agreements that that when we come together next week for Rumble, I'm ready to go.
Yeah, damn right. That's gonna be fun.
And I will proudly announce the Rumble stats are in cleanup mode at this point. I am done. I've got every competitor. I've got when they've come in. I've got who eliminated them. I've got their times. I'm just in cleanup mode at this point. So it'll be done by next week for certain. I'm very proud of that.
Okay, we can fine tune that later, but let's get back to the conversation at hand, please.
I will kind of close this off since it was my topic and we wanted to discuss it because I love Mauro Ranallo.
Respect.
Everybody kind of said what I was going to say about, first off, protect your mentality. That's why I said take the break. You deserve a break. You've been running ragged for so long, bro. You deserve a break. You're a legend. It's okay. He's okay. I feel like, and I'll give you guys 3 places where I think he'll end up, only because of all the reasons we stated with his mental health and being able to do multiple different combat sports at once, and just that entire thing in general. This is where I think he's going to end up eventually. I think he'll go back to not UFC per se, but he'll go to the developmental territory, Strikeforce, which is back up and running again. So I could see him going back there for MMA. For boxing, this is a shot in the dark, and here's a hot take. It's the only boxing league that matters because they've bungled the bag so bad. Misfits Boxing. I genuinely think that Misfits Boxing might be where he ends up next. I'll tell you exactly why that's the case. Because they're the only boxing league making fucking money. That's the end all be all of that. You can hate it as a boxing purist that celebrity boxing is doing much better than actual sport boxing. You can't deny the freaking numbers. That's just the reality of it. Unfortunately, I think Walter can somewhat agree begrudgingly. And I like some of the guys that show up on Misfits because they're actually legit and you can tell. But I feel like he'll end up going there because he'll have a good team that knows the drama that's going on for color. So he just kind of has to focus on calling the action in the ring, which we know Morrow can do tremendously on any given sport. For wrestling, I think he goes to TNA. I really do think he goes to TNA. Couple reasons I say that. I don't think he would hinder the current flow that goes on between Tom how do you say his name?
Hannafin.
Hannafin, right? Tom Hannafin and Matthew Retwold, they're great together.
Retwold?
Is that how you pronounce it? No? Raywald?
That was some Scooby-Doo stuff.
That guy Tom from SmackDown and Aiden English. There we go. Let's just
Yeah, honestly, yeah. Formerly known,
Yeah, there you go.
as Aiden English and Tom Phillips. Thank you.
They
got a
you,
great
company name
thing.
conventions.
They got a great name going on, or great thing going on. I feel like you put Morrow in there. Beautiful, because I feel like Morrow could be that guy that brings the entire package together. I always thought, and still do think to this day, that when they switched to Tom and Aiden English, something was missing. Couldn't really put my finger on it. I feel like something's missing. I feel like they need a guy like Morrow that was able to kind of push Matt Striker and D'Lo to the next level. Now, if it were my decision, I would rather have Mauro Ranallo, Matt Striker, and D'Lo Brown, because that was that commentary team was tremendous for that match between Rich Swann and Omega. And I mean, could you imagine those three going absolutely crazy when it comes to a big spot? I mean, come on, it's gonna be great. But Tom and Aiden are good too. Add Morrow to the mix, and I feel like you could get the best out of not only him but the both of them. So again, I think those are the three places he would end up the most, because again, scheduling. All of them, it would be monthly. TV tapings happen monthly. He wouldn't be ragged, and he gets to do multiple things. So that's my thoughts on it. But first things first, get some goddamn rest. Rest your weary mind, my friend, because you have more than proved your point as one of the greatest combat sports announcers of all time. So there you go. I think that's everything. Anybody want to jump on my back, they can, but that's about it.
All right. Yeah, I agree with Josh here in the chat. Thank you for a very invigorating and discussion-making topic, James. That's definitely something that would have been outside of my realm of attention, because the fact that he wasn't my NXT.
Damn it.
Yeah.
Like, I've heard the name before, but it's not something that would have caught my eye in a news story. So...
No,
I
yeah,
appreciate that you brought that up, and it did make for some good convo.
Yeah, honestly, thank my dad, because my dad was the first one to inform me about Showtime and Bellator closing down, which means Morrow was a free agent by default.
Wow.
Yeah, that's the only reason why I even know about it. Now, I also want to preface this, because I don't know if I did in the beginning. We probably didn't. I don't know if he's got I don't know if he has a Turner style deal with his contract with those guys, where he could just kind of sit and collect money. Don't know if that's the case right now. Even if that's the case, I'm sure he could work other places. I'm sure it's not that strict like it was with AOL Time Warner.
Right.
But I don't know, and I'm not going to pretend I know. I'm just kind of here speculating. This is all speculation, us talking about where he could end up. So there you go.
That's fair. All right. Well, we're going to take a quick commercial break, and then we're going to get into our next conversation piece. So we'll be right back.
All right. All the wrestling, all the professional wrestling, damn it, and sports entertainment. But I'm intrigued to see how things might change come post-WrestleMania season.
There we go.
And there it is.
Dude, 1 week away from WrestleMania season kicking off. 1 week already.
Don't get me started.
I'm just going to say
I'm
this.
so hyped.
Yeah, look, I'll be honest with you guys. All right, I'll be straight up honest with you guys. I have not been this excited, invested, or intrigued in a WrestleMania season in a long effing time. This does not feel like a one-match card, two-match card, one-match card tonight feel for me. And there's some legit various possibilities going into the Royal Rumble even that might shape WrestleMania that intrigue me. It doesn't feel one-dimensional at all. So thank you, Triple H.
And if you
There
would
you go,
like to
man.
hear more thoughts on the matches at hand, make sure you tune in to Simply Predicting this Friday, 5 o'clock Pacific, 8 o'clock Eastern, as Noah Foster hosts his panel of misfits to go deep into the Royal Rumble.
And the Simply
I'll be
Predicting
there.
community, I'm sure will be in full force. And because it's one of the big four, you never know who might be in screen and what's in store or how many. Stay tuned.
If I can get the signal up in the car, brother, I'll try to join, man. We'll be en route to the Antelope Valley on Friday, but we'll do. I'll do my best.
Well, I'd love to have you, but do your best. Like I said, just take care of yourself. Protect your mentality.
Always good to be happy.
I see you down there. Remember, that's predicting, not statting, but you're more than welcome, brother.
Yeah. We got to try and keep it into a time frame. Bad enough one of the other regular panelists loves to talk like this and say the same thing that Jeff over there just said, but in his own words.
Yeah.
I love him. He's a good kid, but facts are facts. You know I'm right, Noah.
I know you're right. I'm seriously thinking about bringing in the ESPN horn onto him and start putting up a timer if he starts going the route of repetitive nature and give you a 1 minute stand. And if you don't get your words out by the clock in, you're out of luck.
Wait, hold on.
Send him to the penalty box.
Hold
2
on.
minutes of stalling.
Is this the guy that also says it's gonna be a good match?
That's
for every match.
Yeah.
We are
bad,
bad
we love you, Chris. We're not
honestly,
we want people to evolve, you know? And again, to evolve, you've got to be able to stand on your own opinion when leading or called upon. If you start getting repetitive, then I'm going to bust you out on timeout.
I will say, like, all jokes aside with Chris and how he handles his opinions a lot of the time, that's a catchphrase for him at this point. Like, you got to make that a shirt at some point. We got that. Like, it's so funny. It's gonna be. Wait every time he speaks. It's gonna be a good match. You're just waiting to hear it. There was a point where he was getting better at that, and then he started going back to the status quo. I'm like, yeah, there we go. Yeah.
He regressed.
Take a drink each time he says it. I usually try and keep the Simply Predicting no longer than 2 hours, 2.5 on a panel bigger than 4 people. So we'll see.
Yeah. I will say this, since we're talking about the Rumble briefly before we get into our next topic, and everyone's pointing out, how the women's side of the Rumble is interesting and how this is like the holiday time for the fans. According to WWE.com, only 5 names have been announced for the men, 4 for the women's. Hunter, if anybody in Connecticut is watching, leave it that way.
Please.
Yes.
Do not
take it back to the era where we're actually fucking surprised.
Damn it!
We count down from 10, do the buzzer sound, and we wait for someone's music to hit.
But a lot of fucking
leave
God.
it that way.
Preach it, brother! I'm so damn tired of this internet wrestling community, connected social activity, and not your damn entrance on fucking ass click my ass, bump Instagram bullshit. Enough of that!
And Mansfield Greg Cherry's not here, but that's the great Collie.
Bro, he went full on. I'm sick and tired of these motherfucking snakes on this
motherfucking plane.
Like, that's what he
The answer is the great Collie, because I'm a Rumble guy too.
God.
I know that. We don't talk much about that. And look, sometimes my passion gets the better of me, but This is passion in sports entertainment that I haven't felt since probably WrestleMania 23, and that was because of John Cena and Shawn Michaels. So I'm just saying.
TKO.
So,
Okay,
so
so-
yes, that's all I ask. You know, I don't want to tune into Raw on Monday and SmackDown next Friday and have them show up a graphic with 25 people. Like,
Right.
please, no.
No.
Just let it be a legitimate surprise. We all in our heads can pretty much figure a good chunk of the people that are going to be there.
Oh,
you
yeah,
don't have to
absolutely.
tell them to.
No.
Let us be surprised.
You got 169
and then when we get the people that we're not thinking about, you know, theoretically speaking, you know, let's throw these ingredients in the pot and mix it up. Let's the Michelle McCools, since Undertaker's going to be in Florida that weekend anyways for his One Dead Man show.
That's fair.
We get the AJ Lee possibility. Jade Cargill making her debut like everyone's suspecting.
That's very realistic.
We don't get that type of stuff spoiled. People forget about those people. And so when we hear their music hit, we get that reaction, kind of like Walter down here reacting to his UFC fight right now.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Yeah.
Yeah. Alexa Bliss, Liv Morgan.
Yeah.
But Liv Morgan has to come out to the beginning of Tupac's verse from California Love. Out on bail, fresh out of jail, California dreaming.
Yeah. And JJ just went straight, and you lost me. But you know what?
Good to see you.
You know what? You know what? That's still better than anything Def Rebels wrote recently. So you know what? I'll give you that.
Fucking fair. Just to say for no copyright as well before Jeff goes. Do not spoil the Rumble, ball. Do not spoil the Rumble.
You had to do that.
It's true.
I still say no for the 2024 Hall of Fame, Josh. I still say if that honor has to go to somebody, it should be Sable, as her only Mania singles title defense was at Mania 15 in Philly.
Wendy
yes,
Richter.
Yeah, Wendy Richter too.
I'd like to co-sign on what Josh said about the highlight reel, including Noah's reactions and rants. But I also want just a subsection of Walter's silent reaction bites. I want that on the highlight reel. So James and JJ for the highlight reel. I want the silent rage in the lower third there.
You should do
all that shit. I want that.
Yeah.
I know what Noah's about to say. Yeah, make it silent movie, right?
Silent, and then if you freaking has a gray and white, black, cracky film filter, and then cue cards like the old movies with the freaking weird, like text, where it's almost like he's interpreting what we're freaking saying with our reactions.
Yes, absolutely.
Wait. Or even better, just throw it up during the course of the show and go ahead, Jay. Sorry.
So are we turning this into timeless Tony Storm or dimeless Dana Brooke?
Damn!
Why are we hating on Ash so much? Jesus Christ, y'all. Anyway, no. What we need is to single out Walter's reaction. Just have randomly go up during the New Year's show. Just no sound. That way people are going, what the hell? What's wrong with my screen? And then they'll, oh wait, it's
Rage's reactions.
Yes, Rage's reactions just randomly up there. That's beautiful. You love to see that shit.
Anyway,
you cannot here in the black and white.
Before we even move on to our next topic, Renegade, you cannot call Dana Brooke dimeless because we know she got dimes in the back. I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
Yeah. That's fair.
I'm just saying.
Attila's not here.
Oh, here we go again.
Hey, JJ, to add what you said about Liv Morgan, she needs Snoop Dogg to bring her out too, and just blow it up.
Well, no, that'll be Sasha.
Just to troll Sasha.
Yeah, true that. That'll be thing.
Mercedes Moné on AEW. Watch Snoop Dogg
Well,
and Morgan.
Hey, Liv, I'm available, and I'm all about that product, so bring me out with you.
No, the person that would have to bring Liv out freaking be RVD.
There you go.
Well, I mean, it's better than the idea of you teaming him up with Matt Riddle, because that would be a match made in the marijuana field, right, Walter?
The only reason I don't want Rod to be at the Rumble is that means he's at the show in Vegas next weekend. Other than that, he's fine. He can go. Anyway.
Let's be honest, Jeff. You don't want to see RVD. You want to see Katie Forbes.
I have. Okay, wow. First of all, that won't be under a bus of no right answer because I'm in trouble either way on that one now. So thank you for that. I actually would love to see both of them. I haven't seen Robin in a minute. I haven't seen Katie even longer. So yeah, you know.
That would be like pointing out Noah looking forward to seeing the bunny.
Hey, you out of this.
Yeah.
For WWE Sign Alley, make it happen. That's it.
What? No! Are you fucking kidding me? What the hell? They would turn her into some dumb chase you prospect probably. They would not know how to handle her. I would not want to see that. I would say burn down NXT if that happened. How dare you even think like that?
Behind the bunker, everyone quick. Noah's man.
Some people just want to watch the world burn. I guess I'm one of those people.
You want to freaking hit a nuke like Hiroshima.
I love how we're just having an impromptu topic about Rumble possibilities. Go on, JJ.
Okay, seriously, what the fuck's the next topic? What the hell happened here?
All right, so as we throw the switch and bring the train back onto the right part of the track.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
Total non-stop action wrestling.
TNA!
1 week after being rebranded, 1 week worth of television. We've had a pay-per-view and we've had an Impact episode.
Yeah.
I know by most people's logics, it's too early to really kind of judge anything. But I just kind of wanted to touch on this really quickly. 1 week in, do we feel like they're on the right track? Do we feel like the mission statement is what it needs to be? The people are champions that need to be champions. The direction is, the rudders are right. There's no icebergs right ahead that are going to be slammed into Hulk Hogan, Eric Bischoff. Noah, I'm going to let you start on this one because you have been, along with Datilla, my TNA stalwarts, my Impact connoisseurs. I mean, y'all are part of the reason why I'm giving it another chance because of how much y'all talk it up. Just like you've given my NXT a fair chance. Just like Datilla's giving my NXT a fair chance. So I want to start with you, and then I'll kind of bring this topic home because while I still haven't watched Hard to Kill, having watched Impact, you got most of the highlights. I know pretty much what happened. So go ahead, sir.
Oh,
and I know Mikey didn't watch, but we'll just go around the horn from Noah to Jeff. Mikey, if he wants to add anything, to James, to Walter, and back to me.
Okay. Yeah, I would definitely say that same feeling, that passion, that energy, that showcase is there top to bottom. Not only did they literally kick things off with the X Division, then you know what we are all about, what we are trying to once again bring forward, how this truly is defined by no limits. Anyone, any style, anything can work within it. You look at the knockouts, how they're demonstrating how anybody here can make something of themselves and find themselves. What once was Dana Brooke is now and we don't know what the hell that means yet, but it's a very unique presentation. And then you have the newest signing, the youngest signing, I believe, now in the Knockouts division, Sarah Brookside, overcoming a former Knockouts World Champion, given that sort of presence towards her to see where she could go. How high can she soar? And then I look at the originals that want to carve their own way in this legacy across this new generation, this new TNA. Considering with the biggest chip on his shoulder, I think of any TNA original, dropped Eric Young where he stood, and once again, he's back to being that bad influence we all know him as. You guessed it. And for me, at the end of the day, what encompasses TNA is their presentation and the preservation of being that alternative standard to what I love so much in this business. And that is professional wrestling! Damn it! But I digress. When you think about what Josh Alexander, Will Ospreay demonstrated for 30 minutes non-stop action, pun intended, and then Scott D'Amore with a passionate mission statement, and then you're bringing in tag team division to the focus on both aspects, including the grizzled young veterans that are sending a message to the ABC. I cannot wait for that fucking match. For me, TNA feels like what it always was for me. It was that different presentation. It was that different atmosphere. It was that stand out that brought you in as a fan of this business. When you wanted something different, when you wanted to look at something more that just looked like B-level channel surfing reality, and you wanted to actually see competitive, high-octane, varied professional wrestling competition. Why we just begun, and again, you have the aspects of the old in with the new, combined into one to forge a new legacy of something that was originally brought. I think they really have started off the right direction. And at the end of the day, the number one thing right now, we're going to fucking learn who Nick Nemeth is. And maybe we should forget Dolph Ziggler. So I'm all for this new era of TNA right now as we speak. I have no negative thoughts.
Okay, Jeff?
I am relieved to see the direction the company seems to be going. There was a lot of chatter after Hard to Kill about, oh, they're the new number 2. Let's pump all the brakes.
Slow down.
I'm not disagreeing with the sentiment. I'm not disagreeing with the hope that it happens.
Amen.
To be honest with you, because I have been a fan of TNA from the beginning, and though I was a fan of Hulk Hogan, let me just, I do love the Hulkster, but yeah, his era helping the creative direction, or whatever you want to call it, of TNA kind of was what it was. So I'm glad for it, and I loved Nick's promo on Thursday. If you've not seen Impact yet, I won't go into detail. I'm just grateful for now that the only weekend I see that he's not booked in the near future is next weekend. I don't think he'll be at the Rumble, just a guess. So Vegas isn't far from Arizona. Just throwing that out there, Nick. And your girls are going to be on stage in Vegas. Anyway, love Moose as the champion. Long overdue for him to have a long run as the TNA world champion.
Officially recognized as such.
Yes. I forget the name of the makers, but golly, man, those belts are I like. I'm very hopeful, and I love what I saw on Saturday last week and on Thursday, and that early time slot, and that half-hour late time slot, but with the commercial free, because that's what I do. Love that knowledge. So thank you for that. Yes. Yeah. Again, I said it when I talked about the end of the year about everybody's got a relatively inexpensive platform. It's good stuff. See Scott D'Amore with so much passion. Both at Bound for Glory, where he announced the rebranding, and Thursday night on the show. It's just very friggin' cool. I think that if they stay on pace, we will have a much more in-depth argument about them taking the number 2 spot back by the end of this year, if not sooner.
About to say, we only just begun. They've only gone through one of their 4 keywords, folks. They actually have only 4 pay-per-views. So, Jeff, I think, like you said, we're starting off strong. I think we can only go up from here in the way that they're going and in what they are presenting and what they are creating.
Yeah, I'm very hopeful, because whatever they've been presented by, even during the Hogan era, if we're being honest with ourselves, it's all been the one true definitive alternative to what the mainstream promotion was presenting.
Mm-hmm.
Did it seem like a light version? Did it seem like a lesser than during with Hogan? I can concede that, absolutely. I still have the Aces and Eights story personally. I thought it was good for its time. I think that it was just either ill-timed or completely or not officially 100% conceived properly, I guess is what I'm trying to say better. But they've always been that alternative. If you didn't want to watch WWE, you could watch these guys. And I think that with AEW seeming like they're not really hitting on all cylinders like they were the first year, maybe two, even during the pandemic, I think TNA has an opportunity here. They just have to take it.
Again, I followed TNA, I followed AEW, and we've even seen the crossover with them. And I'll just say this: Impact Wrestling versus early AEW. I don't do greater than, less than, or better than, or this as. I felt in the beginning AEW was what TNA at first was to me. As we progressed in both environments, I look at Impact Wrestling being the stronger, progressive environment, despite the business choices that AEW has made. Now, I will say this, though, about this week of AEW. I think they are trying to get back on track with what they're doing across the board, because Dynamite and Collision both have been tremendous shows the last couple of weeks straight. So let's see if AEW can continue what Impact's been doing for the last 3 years and what TNA now officially is restarting in this new era.
That's fair. Before we move on, teleporting into the command center via the morphing grid, the other TNA person,
What's up, everybody?
Hey, hello, Natilla. Good to hear you.
Good to see you guys. Sorry I'm late. I was watching the 49ers Packers game.
Oh, okay. That's all good.
Yeah.
You're forgiven. We don't really talk about sports on this one, but you're forgiven.
I know. It's okay. As I was listening to what you guys were talking about, Mauro Moreno from our NXT, damn it.
But you digress. Ranello, by the way. But I also know that, again, names can be hard, so you're forgiven.
Yeah, I forgot how to say his last name.
Ranello. It's okay. Moreno. It's been a while.
Yeah. And the whole TNA talk, TNA delivered. It was a Sean Spears perfect 10 out of 10. Now, I'm not just saying that because I was there live.
Back, I'm about to say, not biased at all, right?
That's just not me being biased. I swear.
No, I don't.
Lucky, dang it, lucky. Nah, just kidding.
Well, why don't you go ahead and continue your thoughts on this, and then we'll backtrack to James and then jump over to Walter.
What was the topic specifically? Or just
it's basically, I realize we're only a week in, but do we feel like things are starting to move the correct direction for the newly rebranded TNA?
Oh, I think so. I mean, Hard to Kill was an amazing show. I mean, you guys, I said it before and I'll say it again. 2024 is going to be quintessential. You got Giselle Shaw as the winner of the Ultimate X. This is her year to become Knockout Champion. Moose finally is officially recognized as TNA World Champion. They finally got the digital media title off of Tommy Dreamer. So
damn, why you say it like that? What did Tommy ever do to you?
No, I wanted Crazy Steve to go over. Like, I did not agree. I did not like that decision. I don't know how you felt about it, Noah. No disrespect to Tommy Dreamer, but I
completely agree. I literally look at it like passing the torch. You think about how this developed. Tommy Dreamer, longtime friend of Crazy Steve. Crazy Steve, he metamorphed into something more maniacal, it seems, and literally stabbed Tommy Dreamer in the back with a fork.
Yeah.
Caused Tommy Dreamer to go hardcore, get disqualified, but Crazy Steve still won the mind games in the end. And then they went all out, pun intended, in those qualification, where Crazy Steve probably cannon fort Tommy Dreamer's chest half to death and won the title.
Yeah. So I'm happy Crazy Steve finally won. I'm happy that was the right call.
His first championship since being part of Impact /TNA ever.
Yeah. And as far as Nick Nesmith is concerned, what a moment it was just to be there in the crowd. When he went into the crowd, that was epic. I really liked his promo. And like I said on the show, I like the fact that he's going up against Steve Macklin. Steve Macklin being a former Impact World Champion. I wonder if on his journey to the championship, he will go after former world champions. Give me Nick Nemeth versus Josh Alexander. Something like that. That'd be an interesting route to see what route he goes after, because he says he's starting from the bottom, but he's going after a former world champion to start off. So,
and to be fair, Steve Macklin was once forgotten. So, I mean, he and Nick Nemeth do have similar roots.
Yeah, they do. They do. So, and I wonder how long Moose's title reign is going to last. I know Nick Nemeth versus Moose is not going to happen at No Surrender. So, would it happen at Rebellion? Will Moose lose 2 years in a row at Rebellion?
Ooh, that's a good thought. But again, do you trust the system? Let's not forget now, Moose is not rolling solo anymore. He has backup.
But the question is Moose gonna stick to his word? Because you all know Moose has a habit of backstabbing his friends.
True.
So
you're saying you don't trust the system?
Not saying I don't trust the system. I'm just saying, can Moose be trusted? And he said it was a new beginning, so we'll see.
Funny enough, new beginning, New Japan Pro Wrestling. But yeah, time will tell.
Yes. And I'm it might not be a popular opinion, but I'm excited for Ash by Elegance. I'm curious to see what she does under the TNA banner when she's not handcuffed or restricted. Look what they did with Trinity. Look what they've done with Yuya. Look what they've done with Diana. I think that she will excel in TNA.
Yep. I'll say it once. I'll say it again. TNA is where particularly a female athlete can find themselves in professional wrestling. Damn it.
Yeah. But you digress.
You damn right I digress.
You know what? I'm going to speak on this right here real quick. I'm tired of you fucking digressing, sir. If you are as passionate about professional wrestling, damn it, as you scream to all these people over your headset, why the fuck are you digressing? I'm just saying.
It's just always been, I guess, one of those phrases that somebody just came with, and I'm like, okay, I'll just go with that. I guess I do. But honestly, at this point, with the tirade I said about the internet wrestling community and being non-spoiler free for particular events, fuck it. I'm no longer digressing. I'm just simply going to straight up say what I believe about professional wrestling. Damn it. Period.
I think it's catchphrase for Noah. Kind of like me. Sometimes I say shtick. That's just my thing that I say shtick.
Well, as long as you stick to your shtick, like this person down here in the corner. And another thing we did, we also talked about the women, the knockouts. Gail Kim, who has been the reinforced life in the knockouts division better than ever. She seems to try to finally get to Shell Shaw to realize her own potential by herself. And I'm curious if Shell Shaw will follow up on that.
I'm curious if Gail Kim has one more match in her.
I would not rule it out. After Impact 1000 and dropping the Virtuosa at Turning Point, I think she does. But at the end of the day, Gail Kim is not there for herself, unlike some places in politics and individuals. She's there to define the future.
You know something? Speaking of Diana, I'm bummed that we didn't get that match. I thought that was what they were setting up for, Diana versus Gail Kim.
But to Diana's point, as she said on Talk is Jericho, she felt she did everything she could with that roster. And when you reach that point, what do? I honor her trying to take on more challenging pursuits. I'm not going to lie right now. Next to TNA, I think Deonna Purrazzo and Toni Storm is my favorite thing going on right now, women's wrestling, because this is fucking hilarious.
That's true.
Yeah.
Anyway.
We lost Jeff briefly.
All right.
Wow.
Go ahead, James.
Hello. Okay, so I think as far as presentation goes and everything in line with that, absolutely awesome. They nailed it out of the park. I think everything on that front, perfect, without a hitch, brilliant. Matches, great. Promos, great. Presentation, 5 stars. Good commentary team. All they need is Morrow, I think, still. Be a good addition to have. They got a good foundation on that now. My question is, when are you going to get away from the safety net that has now become a hindrance for TNA, which is Access TV? You need to get this on a bigger network. You do. It is produced way too good. It is so damn perfect as far as everything goes when it comes to a pro wrestling presentation to not be on a bigger channel.
I agree.
And it's been that same complaint that we've had, I feel like, for TNA for a few years now. It's like it needs to get on a bigger channel. This is good pro wrestling. And no matter what they have to do, they got to get something more concrete than Access TV. I understand they got a partnership with New Japan. Great. You can find a bigger network for New Japan also. Bring them with you if you need to. Like it's you need a bigger network. Or if you want to bring Access up with you, get Access in more homes. Because that's my worry. It's like we got a year to see where they go on that front. I think they need to really consider doing that because, again, I think we're running the risk now of this presentation is so damn good that it's too good for Access. And it's been the case for a very long time, even before they went to TNA. So
that's fair.
That's my whole thing with that.
I know that JJ and I and you have talked verbatim. I think that Tilly's even said that too, as these guys can. And I'm just going to say this before I give it to Kim. JJ, we always talk about, though, in this day and age of connected streaming service, the way to go almost is streaming or your own streaming service. Now, they did rebrand their Impact Plus as TNA Plus. And again, the model is you haven't seen anything until you've seen everything. So do you think maybe TNA Plus could be that platform they need to truly get out to everywhere and everyone? Or do you think, maybe to James' point, they need to try and pursue a bigger TV network? And if so, where? I know Fox is losing SmackDown, but Fox is a big headache in itself, considering what standards they hold themselves up to, even if they are probably unreachable in this day and age. Hello. But go ahead, JJ. I'm curious to see if you do have any further new thought to add to that retort that James said on a repeating, I would say, concern for this company's growth.
Well, I had more of a question than anything because I did want to go last.
Oh, okay.
I'm trying to formulate my conversation, what I want to say, and what James brought up triggered something, so I had a question.
Okay.
How long has Scott D'Amore been in charge of things?
As far as president, you mean?
Yeah.
He literally became, keyword, folks, he literally became president as of last year.
Okay.
Because
yeah, they even did a whole storyline.
Yeah, remember Santino Morella's brought as director a la Fuerte.
Yeah.
Literally 1 year ago, James, at Hard to Kill, we called it.
I know Santino was brought in as a director figure, but I didn't know that was as a result of D'Amore being president and being in charge of things. Okay.
D'Amore was
Who was in charge before D'Amore?
It was D'Amore and Don Callis, no?
Yeah, Don Callis
worked collaboratively because Don Callis had that creative control. Then I guess Dreamer was like a network exec for Access. Then before that, they did everything from
that would be Noah's department because they came in the middle of 2020.
Bruce Pritchard, Jim Cornette.
Okay.
So
it's been basically D'Amore and or Callis since pandemic.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Then Callis left to
welcome.
AEW, and it was just Scott. And then Scott became president, and then they brought in Santino.
So now it's Santino Marella.
That's everything that I needed to know.
Yeah,
okay.
It's Santino Marella, Scott D'Amore, and Gail Kim that basically run, as far as we know, the forefront of our TNA product and its presentation.
Okay, that's all I needed to go. Go ahead and finish whatever you were going to say, James, and then when you're done, throw it to Walter.
Yeah, I think, again, it's just one of those things you have to get on a bigger network or get access in more homes because that needs to be the next step of this process. You cannot be on Access TV with as little homes as it is in forever. You just can't do it. I don't care if you own the network. I could give a shit. If Access cannot get more homes, find a network that will. Period. Like you're running yourself. You're doing not only TNA a disservice, you're doing the men and women who are busting their ass right now for that company a disservice by not putting that stuff on a bigger network at this point. I mean, there's plenty of TV that you can go on. CBS is looking for a wrestling promotion right now. I think they could use TNA, considering that WOW did not go stellar. I'm just saying, you guys got the best women's division in North America, period. That's a great selling point. And then you also have the X division on top of that. And you have years of history. I mean, and you got some star power there now with Nick Nemeth there and everybody there. So you got to shop around in a year's time. I'm not saying I have to do this right away, but in a year's time, either find more homes for access, negotiate a deal where it's like TNT or even True TV at this point, or switch networks, because like you can't stay on access forever. You're not doing yourself good by the locker room or by the wrestlers by just staying there, because you're costing yourselves potential future money. You're not going to know how much you could make if you don't take that risk. So
it's one of those things, though. I wonder if Scott's actually been thinking about this the whole time, but he was just waiting until the TNA name re-arrived, and now he has that, principal company label to use as leverage towards a contract. I think this is just something we just want faster than what's to be expected. Anyway, that's all I got.
We got Jeff with his hand up before.
I just didn't know if you were done with what you were saying, James.
No, I was done. I was all done. I just want to. I was gonna say we'll go to Walter. We'll go to you after Jeff because he had his hand up.
Or we can let JJ produce the show and have him have what we do.
That is fair. I was just wondering if you were trying to respond to my thing.
I was just waiting my turn like a good boy. I'm trying anyway.
That's fair. That's fair.
JJ, who'd you like to go to?
Go ahead, Jeff.
Okay, thank you. Okay. My thing on I am responding to you, James. I'm just trying to make sure we get things back under control here.
Yeah.
The thing with the network TV deal is, at least for me, access is difficult for me because I'm not in a home that has the box, the Spectrum cable box or whatever. So I'm having to use the app, which is a bitch. So my thing is, I'm down for putting down the 99 cents a month and just watching it at 8:30 as opposed to 8 o'clock and no commercials, which is even better. So I think there's enough of a fan base that is, it's more of a mental thing. Like they'd be more okay with paying that $1 a month figure. That's $12 a year to watch Impact Wrestling on a paid channel, as opposed to trying to sit there and dick with your remote control. Where the hell's channel 395 again? So I'm okay with doing it that way. I know a lot of people want to save every cent they can. Don't disagree with that philosophy, by the way, because money's a bitch. So I don't think the access to the crucial thing they need to do. What they need to do is get themselves to a point where people are going to seek them out and make that argument for them to the CWs, the ESPNs, the Paramount networks, whatever is more accessible than what they have now. That way, these networks, these channels can't help but try to get their hands on, or in some cases back on, TNA wrestling. Because TNA was a big deal for Spike, much like ECW was. Neither company got any major rub, which was a huge point of contention for both promotions. Paul famously had a problem with it in a promo. TNA was a little more docile about it because what the hell are you going to do? They had no options. So I think they need to take this year or whatever it is left they have with Access and just keep making people like JJ want to tune in beyond No Surrender. Keep people like me who, even though I fell off from watching it quite a bit at the end of the Hogan era, going into the end of the AJ Styles era, I was stoked to get back to watching it when I had these two volunteer to commentate Impact Wrestling for me on here on the channel. I look forward to TNA. TNA is the one show this week that I made sure I got in front of my TV, whatever I could, and watched it. The other ones, I've still not watched Raw the whole way through, or NXT or SmackDown this week. I just haven't had a chance to sit down and get through all of it because I didn't make it a priority. There's stuff going on here. But Thursday night was the one night I had where I wasn't having to rush around and do anything. It's like, all right, cool. I'll drink about on TNA tonight. I want that. TNA needs to do that 52 weeks.
That's fair. That's fair.
Go ahead, Walter, before I give my thoughts on this.
Walter, you're good.
Okay. So, in terms of the network deal, you got to think of it as a business as well. Flip the other way around. Does an HBO Max, does a Paramount Plus, does a Netflix see them as a lot viable to risk investing X amount of dollars into bringing T onto their platform? Do they feel like it's good enough for them? We as wrestling fans are going to say, yeah, hell yeah, but you got to think about these execs that may not be into this kind of stuff. And do they feel like it's a risk versus reward thing? Do they feel like the risk is rewarding enough to bring on the money to bring on this company that they might not know what the hell TNA is, to be honest, these execs? Who knows? I mean, they could, but like, who knows if they know what TNA is? So you got to look at it from that perspective too. Plus, not everybody's got the money to shell out whatever for every network. Everybody's got HBO Max. I know streaming is the most popular thing, but not everybody has every service, because if you look at AEW, they charge what, $50 a pay-per-view for a thing that's over $100 and something a year. So TNA is a nice little alternative, and it's the little engine that could. I was the one that coined it, that they're the little engine that could. So Jeff is right with that $12 a month. Boom, you get everything you need from TNA, their whole library. So I say, I know what you're saying, James. Go ahead, Jeff. You were saying no to something.
The $12 a year is for the you can watch the show on Access.
Oh, okay. All right.
That's on their YouTube page. The TNA Plus is $10 a month, which is still, what we've been charged for WWE.
Still 100. What's that? 120 then?
Yeah, it's 120. The only thing that costs a premium tier is the pay-per-views, and you can still pay for that up front too if you really want to. So
yeah, but yeah,
Right.
the TNA is the nice alternative to everything else. But having said that, TNA is fucking back, baby. Like, it's just good to see them back and everything they're doing. You got Nick Nemeth, you got Moose's champion, so they're on the right path. But like Jeff also said, we got to pump our brakes if we can't get too far ahead of ourselves. You don't want to, for lack of a better term, blow your load all in one shot. You don't want to put all your eggs in one basket. All the cliches and all the bullshit, everything figures of speeches that people use. So let's slow down. Let's be patient. Let's enjoy it for what it is, and let's just enjoy this crazy wacko business that we professional wrestling.
That's fair. All right. So I'm probably one of the worst ones to speak on this because I'm just getting back into the boat, if you will, dipping my toes into the shallow end of the TNA pool. Did 2 shows this week talking about TNA. I did Datilla's show, and then I did my own show.
I'm proud.
That way she was able to help, educate me on some stuff that I missed, which she definitely did. I totally missed the name of Moose's stable, the system.
Mm-hmm.
And when Jay Vidal came out, I had no idea that he was part of the Shawtourage. So his promo, for Virgin Eyes, if you will, started out as a babyface promo, and he turned heel in the middle of it.
Mm-hmm.
And she was able to educate me that he was a heel. So
also from Las Vegas.
Yes.
Yeah.
Very much made that evident in his promo. But listening to what you guys had to say, and that's part of why I wanted to go last. It's also part of why I asked the question that I did. this isn't something that's just a week in. This has been a chess game for them since 2019 when Anthem got the partnership with Access. If you really break it down and look at it, the management decisions they've made, the way they've booked their divisions since then, the people that they've signed since then and brought into the company, the arenas and the cities they're doing their pay-per-views and special events in, to bringing back the TNA name now with a year left in their deal with Access. This has all been a long game of chess for everybody involved. And it's very much become evident to me listening to you guys speak passionately about the TNA product. And I don't know if any of y'all realized it as each of you were speaking it, but it became oh so clear to me that this has been a long game for a minute. And I think bringing back the TNA name was the final piece, because now there's that name recognition.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we've all jokingly said from the jump, none of us called it Impact Wrestling. We all called it TNA anyways, because that's what we were conditioned to. That's what we knew it as. It's like the first 5 or 10 years, how much we slipped up and still called WWE WWF. It's what we have been conditioned with for 30-something years.
That's fair.
You know? So the fact that it was maybe a decade under the other name, maybe. Very easy for everybody to keep calling it TNA. I have a feeling that by the time the deal is up with Access, they will be on another channel. And they will be trying to seriously contend. I think that's also why the partnership originally occurred with AEW. You know, here was this upstart promotion that they could kind of attach themselves to like a trailer hitch. Okay, this company has got TBS TNT exposure. We can get some of our people over there, get some exposure too. I think that's why they've now attached themselves to New Japan.
AAA. Yep.
And AAAI, yeah. Sorry, I had like a little burp. I was trying not to belch out. And get my thoughts out, James. Appreciate your eagerness.
No, my bad.
But yeah, like I think that's why they've started to attach their hits to some of the more international companies now.
Yeah.
That way they can bring to the table for negotiations, be like, hey, you know that guy Will Ospreay? We had him on our shit. That guy Kazuchika Okada, yeah, we had him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We've worked with these people. You know, WWE, yeah, our champion was in their Women's Royal Rumble. Made it a long way. Final Four, didn't she?
Yep.
Yeah.
1, 2,
Pretty
6.
close.
Final 6. Pretty close.
Final 6, still.
Yeah.
Made it deeper than anybody expected for somebody else's champion to make it.
Oh, yeah.
We have very good partnerships and dealings with these people. That's all they need.
Trust.
This has very much been a long game, and I think they did what I did. They made themselves like a 5-year plan. Where do we want to be in 5 years? 2019 was the partnership with Access. 2024 is 5 years.
And TNA's back.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead, Jeff.
I just want to make sure you're done before I kind of want to jump off what you were saying too. Yeah, you have to remember the Anthem didn't really purchase TNA outright. They bought the debt they had to Billy.
Oh, that's right. Billy
And
Corgan was freaking once the guy in charge. Oh Lord, I forgot.
You guys, people forget that, and that's done by TNA Design. I'll tell you that right now.
Oh, I guarantee you this.
Because you have to remember, at the time that Bruce Pritchard went out there on television and announced TNA is dead, and that very emphatic speech he made, TNA was not. It wasn't dead. We had the name, the initials in our hearts and on our mouths for 7 years now. But the brand was bad. Yeah. It had been just taken through the muck by Hogan and Bischoff partnering up with Dixie, by mismanagement, by Billy's involvement, what it was, and how that just soured a thing. The whole thing with Jarrett and GFW and the renaming there, and it was such a cluster. We're 2.5 hours in. It was such a clusterfuck. Yeah. They couldn't help but rename, and I understand that the GFW thing came after the Impact renaming. I'm not trying to jump ahead in the plot, if you will, but people were just okay with the TNA name going away in terms of the doing business as whatever, because it had been literally tracked so much shit into the house that it was like, can we just get a complete carpet cleaning on this and be done with it already? But in the last 5 years since the partnership, there's been no more nonsense with GFW. There's been no Jeff Jarrett involvement in the company, period, to my knowledge.
Correct.
This is one time I'm not shitting on Jeff Jarrett, but I'm also not going to sing his praises either. And again, that wasn't Jeff's fault. It was just a train wreck to begin with.
Yeah, that's fair.
But Anthem has allowed management, D'Amore, Callis, those guys, to do their thing and just do what TNA always did. Like I said at the beginning of this, be the alternative, present the best North American-based professional wrestling.
Damn it.
Mm-hmm. Their character development has been what it's been. I think if we all go back and watch the last 5 years, because it's all available on TNA Plus now, it ain't that expensive. The storylines have been generated enough interest because of the match quality. You go back and watch the match quality and go, okay, so here's how they got here, but goddamn, that match was next level.
Mm-hmm.
That's been Impact's presentation the last 4 or 4.5 years. Whereas, WWE really doubled down on their character development. They've had some banger matches. We've all called them at some point in the last couple of years. But I think TNA or Impact at the time was just trying to make sure people realize that there are some god dang good wrestlers out there that aren't under WWE and now AEW contract. It's like, okay, well, we've got that part built up. We've got the audience clamoring for our product. Oh, by the way, TNA's back. People are like, huh? That's what it was. And I love, and that's a great point you made, Jay, about it seems like they've had this plan all along, and they've been playing chess while the internet wrestling community's been playing checkers about their future. Oh, they're dead. They've been dead since July 20th or whatever it was, the day after their first show, 2002. We all make the point in here when our shows. You've been saying loud and proud, and I agree with you. Y'all need to stop sleeping on NXT. Everybody needs to stop sleeping on NXT, but I think everybody needs to reawaken to TNA, especially after since Bound for Glory. But even looking back, the last 5 years of television,
right?
You go back and watch that stuff on Access that's on TNA Plus now. You'll go, man, what was I doing not giving this place a chance? I'm gonna call
the one thing I will say, and it was the one thing that made me bring my score down on Datilla's review. TNA needs to fix the way they time their commercial breaks.
I do agree.
On Access, they were on commercial when the Grizzled Young Vets tag match ended. I didn't see the finish of that match.
Huh?
Yeah, they were on commercial break when that match ended.
Yep.
Again, I'm just putting it out
And
there.
then they went to commercial when Scott D'Amore started cutting his promo at the end of the show.
Yeah.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah.
Now, I said it on my review. I said it on Datilla's show. Datilla can verify for me if she
Yeah,
wants to
I booed
chime
him
in.
for
But I don't know
First.
if it's an Impact Wrestling thing or an Access TV thing. But somebody's end needs to work better on timing the show out.
Yep.
You hear CM Punk talk about it in his Best in the World special on DVD on the Peacock Network, how he talks about he's probably the only person on this side of the camera that knows how to time out a wrestling show.
Yep.
And I think that may be what the issue was, is just that the show wasn't properly timed for the beats so that when a commercial was needed, they weren't at a spot where they could get that shit in and then get back to the match.
They probably were
But yeah, I
focusing on.
completely missed the end of the Grizzled Young Vets match and the start of D'Amore's promo at the end.
So, question, if I may, Jay. First of all, my reply is, I wonder if that's done by TNA Design to get people to subscribe to the YouTube thing to get their commercial-free stuff.
That's what I was thinking.
My question is, did you see what happened with Frankie then afterwards?
Yeah, I saw the heel turn.
Okay. I was going to say, because that was like, I wanted to pick up the phone.
You were back in time for the heel turn. I just didn't see how the match ended.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
that's fair.
The heel turn was because of the way the match ended. At least it looks like that.
Freaking Eric Young got trounced by Grit Your Teeth. But to go to just put a little closer on this. We talked about before. You said it yourself, chess game. Since TNA came back to the forefront of our screens, now the server is called TNA Plus. Wondering the future of their broadcasting. Like just said, maybe like what you're thinking and what everyone wants, maybe they're trying to push more people away from Access TV. Because I watch wholeheartedly as an Ultimate Insider, commercial free, 30-minute delay. And during it, I do hear about going on a commercial break, but I still see everything. If I didn't know any better, I would say that TNA is trying to get to a screen focused more presentation versus the TV one.
And if so, then that can go back into their chess game.
Do you remember when they went off of Fox and they were struggling to get with Spike? Yeah. They went strictly to TNA Wrestling, the website. They made their fans, and God, when they went out, what was that? Destination America, I think it was for that.
America. Oh God, we don't talk about that.
Nobody had that damn channel. Like, holy shit!
What the fuck is this outdoor bullshit?
Well, like I said, I know there's some quality shows on there. I'm not trying to, whatever. But at the end of the day, they made the show available on their website again because nobody could find it.
I didn't know what Pop was either.
This has been a long-term problem for this company. The only channel, the only network they've been on that had more than enough availability has been TNN, Spike, whatever they're calling themselves today. I think it's the Paramount Network now, not Paramount Plus. It's Paramount Network. They are different entities. But man, in a 22-year history, they've only been on one sustainable network, and that wasn't the entirety of their history by a lot.
No,
like I think less than half their history was when they were on Spike / Paramount Network.
Mm-hmm.
That has to be something that's on Scott D'Amore's mind, something that's on Anthony's mind. It's like, man, these networks are dicking us. We saw what happened with TNN and Paul Lee. Why are we putting up with this bullshit?
Yeah. And then the last comment I started that I want to address was one of Mansfield's.
Yeah.
It's still way too freaking early. It's only one pay-per-view and an Impact. Let it breathe.
Yes.
I'm going to say no to that, Josh, because number one, you can't say in my words because it was my fucking topic. So number one, no Mansfield. That's a bad Mansfield.
Hey, he's already in trouble.
And secondly, you can generally, and I'm going to say that one more time so that the people in the back can hear it.
Please do.
You can generally get a sense off of where something is headed by the way the story begins. Now, that's not to say that there aren't those M. Night Shyamalan's out there that give you the twist endings.
That's a mouthful.
It's true, though.
I know how to say M. Night Shyamalan. I was just being freaking silly, but
that's fair.
There are those stories out there that have those random twist endings. I will give you that. But you can generally get an idea of how something's going by the way it starts.
Yeah.
Granted, when the Titanic left the dock, I don't think they knew they were going to run into an iceberg.
That's fair.
There are those extreme circumstances.
Mm-hmm.
But if the first couple of weeks look abysmal, chances are there's no way you're going to pull this plane's nose up before it crashes.
Mm-hmm.
So far, what I have seen, and I said this to Datilla, I'm looking forward to tuning in next week.
Hey.
I was looking forward to tuning in this week. We will see what happens come No Surrender, though. It's very easy to start out hot and then burn out. Just look at half of the WWE cast-offs AEW has signed. Started out hot, and half of them are in catering now. That's a whole other topic. We're not going there tonight. We're not getting into negative shit. Just making a point.
Well, I may not be negative, but I'll hinder something later. Continue.
So we will not be hindering the gender.
Watch me.
But
that one.
I see high hopes for TNA's future based off of what I watched on Thursday night.
Good.
Like I said, I'm looking forward to tuning in next week. If next week is as good as this week was, I will look forward to tuning in the following week. Whether I end up believing in Joe Hendry or not still remains to be seen.
Say his name.
And he appears.
I believe in Joe Hendry. I believe in Joe Hendry. No.
I will admit the DJ Woo Kid stuff was funny. It wasn't enough to get me to believe.
Oh.
But I will acknowledge the fact that it was funny. That's a start. That's a start.
All right.
Okay.
Oh man.
I think we've done enough here as far as the TNA topic goes.
That's fair. And again,
I do just have to run this one clip though, going back to Josh's comment.
Shut the fuck up, Josh. Accurate. That is still 110%. Jeff Meacham approved. Accurate. And one more thing as we move on and close this thing out. Wake up with the return of TNA at the forefront of your screen, because it never left. It's just been brought back to the brightest lights.
Yeah, people gotta stop sleeping on TNA wrestling, like Eric Young said at the start of Hard to Kill.
When it comes to modern TNA,
go do your homework, bro.
Yeah.
You know what? I never thought I'd say this. Vince Russo, I agree with you.
Well,
all right.
We can only do so much when Russo also helped the demise.
I mean, even a blind squirrel can find their nut.
We are going to take another quick break. Not quite as quick. About a little 2-minute blip here.
All right.
And we're going to hear from Greg Cherry regarding his Royal Rumble draw. Run that video because that will be coming up this week, as Jeff showed earlier. That episode of the Greg Cherry Show will be this week. So we're going to run the little video that he has advertising it, hyping it, and we will be back in just a couple of minutes.
What's up, everybody? It's Greg Cherry of the Great Cherry brand, and I want to announce a very special contest for the Royal Rumble coming up. We do it every year. We do the Royal Rumble numbers drum. We're doing that on Wednesday, January 24th, and I want to let you know how you can enter and help to raise money for charity. So we're going to open up 60 spots, which is going to be one entrant for each of the Royal Rumbles that are taking place. We're going to limit the entries at first to one person per number per Rumble. So you can get a number for the men's and a number for the women's, and you can enter that way. Each entry is going to cost $5, much like we did last year, and donations are going to be raised for the 988, which is suicide prevention. I want to let you know that winners of each Rumble are going to receive 25% of the total prize pool. So that's 25% if you win the men's, 25% if you win the women's, and 50% is going to go to the 988 charity. And if you want, it's completely up to you. You can request that your winnings, if you do win your respective Rumble, get donated to the 988 as well. It happened last year, so we can do that again this year. Once all 30 spots are filled for both of the Royal Rumbles, we can actually open it up to additional spots, and then the spots you can buy are unlimited. You can buy as many as you want for $5, and then your positions will be assigned randomly to different numbers. Now, the money can be sent to gregcherrybrand@gmail.com on PayPal to reserve your spot. And we appreciate as many people as possible, because if we can raise more money for the 988 and get more people to donate to the suicide prevention, it would be incredible. So go ahead and donate to that, and I look forward to seeing you guys.
All right.
Nothing but love to you, Greg. Appreciate you, my fellow game show aficionado.
Yes.
Me and him should go on Blockbusters if they ever reboot that show.
And now our reigning champion. So
that was my favorite PowerPoint I've ever put together. That was so much fucking fun.
whoever comes in for February, because we're having to scratch the Clash of the Couples, right? Do we know what we're going with in its place?
We're not sure yet. It's really just a matter of availability of people. It's a matter of planning it out sooner than day of and getting laid out sooner than the day of, because I've been stressed. He hasn't got any sleep and rest. So it's kind of one of those things. This week was unfortunately a week of completely outside of this window, which led to the in this window. So that's why I was very limited on my live appearances this week. And I'm hoping that with the schedule regulated, we'll be able to get ourselves back on track across the board, which is why I've got everything set up for next week already.
So, there you go.
Nice. Well,
and let me just point out to the chat room, if you feel like your comments aren't being answered, they're not. Please follow the ticker on the screen. If you would like for us to address your comments that you put on the screen, you have to donate to dictate. Super chat. It's as simple as that.
We need to put up an FBI disclaimer. Instead of FBI, I should say JMN, and literally just have that all put out with a bunch of other nonsense. Like, we will find you. Oh, what have I done?
And for the record, I still can't believe it tripped over.
Jeff's on editor mode.
Instant chamber cost that damn net.
Yeah, Jeff's in editing mode now.
I'm gonna put it in purple background and yellow font. Color. All right.
So we are now going to get into another topic that I know is very near and dear to the simple man's heart.
Ah, yes.
And that is Kazuchika Okada.
Hooray, the Mecca!
There we go. Yay.
There it is.
He is not renewing his contract with New Japan when it expires. I believe they said his contract expires the end of January. He is obligated for a show or two in February and is still going to make those dates as advertised.
Yes.
But after those, no more Rainmaker in New Japan.
What?
So the question becomes, well, hold on, Noah, hold on, because I think I see what you're trying to do here, and I think I got a better version of it.
What the fuck?
Thank you. Yes, yes, that's exactly because you know what? Just continue. I'm just gonna stay here and be quiet and drink my gator until I'm.
So the $1 million question becomes, where does Okada go? Everybody is going to want a piece of him. He's going to be a hot free agent. Triple H and Shawn Michaels want him. You know, Tony Khan wants him. Impact, I'm sure, would love to get their hands on him. They're already going to have him for Impact this week. So, you know, who's to say that he hasn't already had conversations with them?
Mm-hmm.
You know, is he looking for money or is he looking for the best exposure? Or is he looking for both? You know, it's very much one of those type of things. And it's like TNA, I don't know if they could pay him what he's really worth, but I know they would treat him well. AEW and WWE could definitely give him what he's worth, but how well would they treat him? You know, AEW seems to treat the Japanese people with pretty good, you know, you look what they're doing with Takeshita. You look what they've done with guys like Jay White and Kyle Fletcher who have come over from New Japan.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they tend to give those guys a pretty good showcasing. But how long is that going to last? Again, you look at the people that they signed that sit in catering all the time because they've got an overbloated roster. Not to say WWE doesn't, Noah. Let's not start. Let me get through my speech here. But is Okada going to be somebody that they're going to feature on a regular enough basis? And then there's WWE. You run the risk of Okada not being Okada enough over there. You run the risk of them changing his name, which I know would send Noah on one of the greatest rants in the history of rantdom. If we found out that they changed Kazuchika Okada's name, you know, what I think I would really like to see if he went to WWE, considering what they're doing with Nakamura, I'd love to see Okada partner up with him. With the darker, more sinister Nakamura that's been presented with the Japanese speak and the subtitles and the anime artwork for his graphics. I'd love to see Nakamura and Okada as a team over there. I think that would just be classic. But I understand. I can see it written on Noah's face. I can completely understand his concern about the way Okada would be treated over in WWE land. I think we'll go around the horn here backwards this time, and we'll start with Walter to Datilla to James to Jeff, and we'll let Noah close this one out because I think I want Noah to hear what everybody else has to say on the topic to see if maybe other people have a different point of view where maybe he's not as closed-minded towards one avenue. Go ahead, Walter.
Go for it.
Yeah. Okada is a hot commodity. He's going to be hotter than these Stanley Cups going around that everybody's going crazy for. Like Okada is just wow. And everybody's talking about hell freezing over. Like Okada is leaving New Japan. Like, or who knows if he resigns, but his contract is expiring. And that's just crazy though. My friend Okada, the world is your oyster. Go where whatever makes you happy. Like basically they gave you a blank canvas and all the paint in the world, and you can make whatever art you right now. I love that idea, JJ. What you just say with Shinsuke Nakamura and him. Then maybe throw a person in there, and you do like, how long have I been talking about people going heel, talking Japanese, and having like a Japanese mafia style in WWE? And Triple H might be the leader that would let that happen. But at the same time, would they bring him straight to NXT and let him develop? We all know how great he is, but will they have him have to adjust to the WWE style? The Japanese strong style is way different. Nakamura had to come up from NXT. Everybody, pretty much like of the newer people that came, is like pretty much only AJ Styles went straight through without having to stop. So I mean, there is exceptions, but WWE is a different style. Like you said with AEW, how long before he has to sit in catering and just eat with everybody else, and they won't have nothing for him, or they have the same bullshit open door kind of storyline, and that's it. It'll be hot for 3-4 months, and boom, a la every WWE former person that they have signed in the last 3 years or whatever it's been.
Right.
Yeah. TNA, like you said, they won't be able to pay him as much, but I think if he's looking for the treatment and respect, they will put him on the best pedestal and they will treat him the best. So for him, the world is his oyster. He can paint whatever he wants. He can be Van Gogh at this point with the paintbrush and go wherever you want, and the world is yours. I'm just glad to see it. We thought 2023 was something. Shit, 2024 is shaping up to be something in the wrestling industry already. And we're 3 weeks in? Like,
right.
I can't wait. I cannot wait till the end of January to see where this man signs. And I'm just looking forward to it. And that's it. Like, the world is your oyster, like I kept saying. Like, you can tell I'm stumbling because I'm so excited. I just can't wait to see where this man ends up. And I'm here for it all the way. So congrats to Okada. Hopefully do what's best for you and be as happy as you can be. But that Japanese mafia thing is just, I'm ready to bite into that apple, and hopefully he can do it.
Hell yeah.
They've proven it works already.
I mean, shoot, WWE seems like they've been about bringing back some classic people here lately. Bring back freaking Funaki and Taka Michinoku.
There you go.
I don't know. Well, without the translators.
Please. Exactly. Taka was a badass motherfucker.
Yes, he was. Agreed.
And Funaki, before they started doing the Indeed thing, was badass too.
The Michinoku driver was badass before everybody started overusing it.
Yeah.
Real.
He was a Michinoku driver, for Pete's sake.
He is Michinoku, so
Motherfucker, of course he is.
Go ahead, Datilla. What are your thoughts here?
Oh, wow. When I heard the news, I was like, I got to share this with Noah, first of all.
You paid for that, by the way. Got it.
You're welcome. I don't know where he'll go, honestly, because I know a lot of people probably think he'll end up in AEW, but I don't know. I mean, with Nakamura's booking, I've liked the presentation of Nakamura, but I have not liked his booking. I'm sorry, but I mean, he's been losing. Yes, he's been presented really good. Those vignettes, great, but he lost. He lost to Cody Rhodes. He lost to Seth Rollins. I mean, is he going to keep losing feuds here? I don't think that's a great way to sell it to Okada. You got Damage Control. Great that they got this stable, but I mean, what have they done since they've come back? They lost a War Games match. I know they're telling this whole story with Bayley, but we got to get them to beat this badass dominant stable here. Presentation's one thing, but booking's another. But hey, I wouldn't mind Okada and WWE. Like how Walter brought up maybe him and Nakamura together. They would be this really badass unit together, like Tyler Bate and Pete Dunne. But I mean, I don't know. So, but I honestly hope that he just goes wherever makes him happy. You know, whether that be AEW, WWE, or hell, maybe even TNA. As long as he goes where he's happy.
Right. You know, I'm glad you brought up Tyler Bate and Pete Dunne because I know Noah doesn't have Fox. I know he doesn't watch SmackDown every week, but I swear to God, I heard another scream from Toledo, Ohio last night when Pete Dunne's name popped up on the Titantron behind him and Butch came out. I was like, oh shit, Noah is happy as hell right now. I swear it was almost as loud as when Deonna Purrazzo made her debut on AEW.
All right. I'm just gonna say it right now. We're 21 days in. Yes, I've had 2 moments so far. Deanna's still number 1 because long may she fucking reign. And number 2, I will say this: Pete Dunne's back. Get rid of that Jeff Rebel bullshit, and then give him a realistic championship run, and then maybe I'll fully buy into it because I still think tag team wrestling is blah, especially with their damn titles.
Pete Dunne, our NXT, Noah. Our NXT.
I screamed just as loud, Noah. I screamed just as loud.
I popped.
Damn it. Anyway, that's all I got. Continue.
Yeah, Josh was screaming loud in the chat rooms. I had accidentally forgotten. I'd actually forgotten to mute one of the chat rooms, so I saw Josh's comment about it.
I mute every chat room unless I hit it, unless I'm literally tagged. I don't look for no nada.
I was gonna tell him stop spoiling shit, but I left it alone.
Always, he's still being that guy. By the way, even though we said in 2023, stop it.
He's been a lot better in our group chats. What he does in the no DQ chats is a whole other story.
But the no DQ chat,
but
is
in the Jeff Meacham Network group chats, he hasn't given spoilers out because he knows that we will gut him like a tauntaun.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I always.
And then once we gut him like a tauntaun, we will stuff his remains inside of the guts.
Oh.
Damn!
Ow, that sounds brutal.
Star Wars.
Yes.
I was gonna say because I'm fully aware because of the time difference. I never post spoilers because I wouldn't like it if somebody spoiled things for me. So
I choose live hashtag spoiler free. Someone on social media is like, how were you like still in tune with TNA, but I got spoiled? Very easy. You open up the Twix to your profile and you talk about what's on your mind solely when you want to at the right time. You know when you talk about wrestling? Go check out Talk Wrestling, by the way, every Thursday on the Division Network, folks. You literally do it during the shows or shortly after the shows, and then you leave it be. That's my social media activity.
Does median hashtags even work? Because I swear to God, I muted like Dino Fury spoilers, Cosmic Fury spoilers, Power Ranger spoilers, and I still got spoiled sometimes. So
I think it depends. I think it depends on if you open it up to your feed. And if you do still have notifications on that are not profile driven, but tag driven, because you can have profiles and you can have lists, but this is not a social media conduct one-on-one discussion. This is a discussion about where in the world the Katsuchika Okada lands. So let's go ahead and resume the conversation. Right. Anyway, continue. Because y'all keep talking. I'm just listening. Y'all keep talking.
Go ahead, James.
As you guys are talking a little bit more about it, I just saw. There we go. Yeah, woohoo!
Damn it! What have I done?
That's a great graphic, actually. I just saw, by the way, I just saw like a DPW match where Bojack absolutely destroyed somebody with an awful waffle while we were talking, so that was fun. My neck hurts now. But anyway,
wait a minute. You said someone destroyed somebody with a falafel?
No, awful waffle.
I was gonna say, is this like Joe Hendry in the Dreamcast? What
the fuck?
Hey, that was a cool spot with the Dreamcast.
He put the lid on him. The ultimate digital insult. Oh God. What's happening here?
I did not expect no. Awful waffle. You know, I don't know if you ever seen enough Chuck Taylor matches. No. It's basically
it's a pile driver.
Yeah, it's like a really it's a snap pile driver essentially.
Gotcha. Okay. Oh my God. Hold on, Jeff has his hand up before you continue, James. Go ahead, Jeff.
Go ahead.
Clip that.
I did. Yes. Yeah. Agreed. Think of a Steiner screwdriver and think of a snap version of that. That's the awful waffle. It's a finisher.
Exactly.
Awful waffle, not awful.
You know, James has sometimes trouble speaking phonetically. Even I understood awful waffle.
That's it, goddammit. We are going to Waffle House in the South and all getting awful waffles and falafels and have everybody's head go, what the heck is happening?
I've still never been to Waffle House.
Me neither, honestly.
Well, you're a Cali girl, to be fair. So am I. I just happen to be in Georgia because my son's a coaster junkie.
I never been to one either.
You know what? We got to make a trip because I also
seriously.
We
need to get all of us into
I have
the South.
not been to one either.
We just do a road trip. We'll all meet at a Waffle House in like Texas or something.
How is the most Californian in the fucking room? They'll give me only one to be in a Waffle House. How the hell? What the fuck? This is some shit.
Yeah, there you go. I don't know.
Chicago. We'll go to Chicago or we'll go to Nashville. We'll meet at a Waffle House.
I'm gonna go to Nashville. Let's go to Nashville.
Yeah, there you go. We'll go to the Waffle House. Then we'll go to the hockey team.
I personally think we should go to James on this topic first, though. Just say.
Yeah.
I will go on the topic.
The waffle to the waffle to the awful waffle. Back to Okada.
Back to Okada. Yeah, back to Okada waffle. Back to waffling about Okada. There you go.
I got that. That was brilliant transitioning. Anyway, continue.
So yeah. By the way, your daughter swearing is funnier than shit. I haven't said that yet. Anyway,
God bless Natalie and her youth. May she enjoy it while she has it.
Okada for me, for when I think of Okada, I think of the same type of thing I thought with Morrow. What will be good for Okada? Because I feel like he's not going to want to stay away from New Japan for long. I'm not saying he wants to be the big guy there anymore because there's plenty of talent that could be that top guy over there right now. Minus Evil. Less said about that, the better. You know what sucks? He used to be so good, and then they fucked him up.
Don't get me. What happened. Are you trying to get me rant?
I'm just saying. It's true.
If you would like to hear Noah rant, then it would be a $10 super chat.
There you go.
I will bury the fuck out of House of Torture. You just wait.
Hey,
if it's going to be that good, it's going to be a $20 super chat.
Yeah,
because this sounds like this is some Eminem style Venom.
Bro, you should have heard my Venom on the Wrestle Kingdom call. I stand by Noah with Noah on that one. Anyway, that's neither here nor there. So Okada. I feel like he's not going to want to stay away from New Japan full on. He wants to, I'm sure, have a schedule. What I think this comes down to is he wants an opportunity to have a good payday in the States. There has never been a better fucking Walter. There's never been a better time in professional wrestling to get that type of payday than there is right now, I think, especially for a guy like Okada. So here, my question is, does he still want to be in Japan in some capacity? Because I highly doubt, considering the fact that they're still partnered with New Japan, that's going to be Will Ospreay's last appearance in Wrestle Kingdom. We already saw guys like Lance Archer, who are former New Japan alums, come back. Shibata, even though he's more so with AEW, he still comes over to New Japan every now and again. I very much doubt that we're gonna see the last of Okada in Japan. So he's gonna want to go with a company that's gonna allow him to go over there. Now that leaves basically two options: AEW, TNA. I feel like he's definitely going to want to go back to TNA since he had a blast this time around, as opposed to back in the Hogan and Bischoff administration. We know that because Attila actually met Okada. Lucky. Very
lucky, and we don't talk about that.
Very sad that I couldn't get to meet Okada, but it's cool that you did, so I appreciate it.
And she met Ospreay.
Yeah.
And Ospreay, yeah.
I can't stand both of you at the fact you've seen Okada.
I saw him up close.
Yeah, you get to meet him. I didn't get to meet him. I just saw him perform. It's great.
Oh, yeah, and Madison Square Garden, the main event, winning back the IWGP Virgin Fork Championship.
Yeah, he was really nice. Really, really nice.
That is true. Sorry, no, I don't mean to make you sad.
Osprey, but anyway.
Yeah, and he met Osprey too. But anyway,
Daniel.
So yeah, no, I think he's gonna want to go to a place where he's not gonna be able to not ever return to home again. I think he wants that flexibility to still go back every now and again. Now, he won't be there the whole time, I doubt, right? But he'll be there certain dates, I'm sure. He may show up at a Wrestle Kingdom, whatever he feels like doing, right? You're not going to get that type of schedule with WWE yet. I put a key thing in yet. However, even if WWE gives that special exception to Okada, let's be honest, they've done crazier. They signed freaking CM Punk back. I mean, come on, right?
He's wrestled one match.
Mm-hmm.
No, he's wrestled more than one.
Okay, so 3. Well, that's fair.
Technically, I think he's wrestled 2. He wrestled Dom twice, once at the Garden, once at the Forum, same tour.
Yeah, there you go. Anyway, I'm just saying, like, Okada can go there. They could give him that special privilege. The issue comes in, how fast are they going to immediately destroy his drawing power? Because they will. And we've seen it happen with every single Asian export they have ever brought in to WWF for the last 20 years in the history of ever. Literally ever. The only one that actually had any success was Mr. Fuji managing Yokozuna, who wasn't even Japanese. So, I mean...
Shocking,
exactly.
right?
And it was because he's Samoan, but they pretended he was Japanese. So it's like... Yeah.
Yeah, Kofi Kingston was Jamaican.
So
You're making me crazy, that bullshit.
Yeah,
What
exactly.
about
And so I'm just like, you know, Japanese wrestlers have never been used good in WWE. Dude, they could barely get damage control over, and let's call it as it is, because Io Sky was in the group, which is a goddamn shame, because Io Sky is one of the top tier pro wrestlers, women's wide, period. And she should be given a lot more than she's given, quite honestly.
Shout out to Stardom, one of the daughters of Stardom.
Yeah.
I'm not.
So it's like,
I think part of the problem as far as damage control went was I think they turned him heel too quick.
No.
When they had that return moment at SummerSlam, everybody was popping for Bailey, for Io Shirai, for Dakota Kai.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And then the next night they were heels.
Yeah.
They should have slow burnt that. They should have let them be faces for a while. Let people bask in the fact that the role model was back because they wanted babyface Bailey. You can see that with the way they're clamoring for it now. They want Bailey back to being a good guy again. Whether she goes full hugger or not, they just want Bailey back as a face.
I agree. And
that was the problem with damage control. They turned them heel too quick. Then they gave them the titles immediately for Io and Dakota. Then Dakota got hurt.
Yeah.
And then they had to try to scramble. What are we going to do now that Dakota's hurt?
And I agree to an extent, but, and that's a key word, but they could have rectified that a lot sooner than they did, and it took them forever to do so. And
Because
it's
Vince's hand was still in the cookie jar.
It was. And again, Triple H's hand is in the cookie jar now, and you're not going to be... the way WWE's ecosystem is, WWE is still WWE. That's just the bottom fact of it right now. That change ain't happening overnight. And we've seen that be the case for the last couple of damn years.
But it's getting better.
It's getting better, but Asians in particular, as well as Indians, we'll get to the subject in a little bit, they very much struggled. they are technically Asians as well. They've very much struggled to get over. And it's because WWE kind of, whether intentionally or unintentionally, cuts their knees off at the pass. I mean, there are two big examples of this, but there's Walter again. Shinsuke Nakamura, which we mentioned. Yoshitatsu was another one, which I think a lot of people just know him as thank you and, all the goofy stuff he did in WWE. When people are so quick to forget, he was the Rock back then in Japan. He was up there with guys like Hiroshi. Seriously, over in Japan, he was over back then. And he got so screwed over by the way creative done him dirty.
Such a good guy too, man. What a nice, just a solid, nice dude, and just
I can tell how dismayed he was from that, just being on commentaries at Wrestle Kingdom, and he still wanted to be back inside the damn ring in the cerulean blue, but he couldn't because he was freaking injured.
He was injured, and the creative screwed him over when he wasn't injured, and that's like the biggest key thing. So, like, Okada, especially after what he went through with the Eric Bischoff Hulk Hogan regime at TNA when they made him the frickin' the Hornet guy, like, no, he ain't gonna want that type of demotion again. Okada would love to team up with Shinsuke in any other time, but right now, where he is the biggest free agent draw in the entire industry, period. Bottom line, he's not going to WWE. I'd be flabbergasted if I saw him there. Dead ass. I'd be flabbergasted. Nice. Love that. Honest to God, man. It's just like, I don't know, man. Like, I want him to be in a place where he could go home if he wants and also not be watered down. He is the modern day Ric Flair of this generation's pro wrestlers. Seriously. There's nobody that works a crowd like him. There's nobody that wrestles as good of a match as he does. There's nobody that can absolutely draw in a crowd just on his performances alone like Okada. Nobody since Flair has done that. Flair Steamboat. Okada has had 4 Flair Steamboat trilogies that all were like 5-star or above. And what?
And he's only 36, dude.
He's 36.
He's still a baby.
He's still young, and he says that maybe he has like 10 more years in this thing. And I'm like, yeah, you might on a strong style level, but come on, dude. He's already a legend.
Yeah. Look at how young fucking Walter, dude. He's driving me crazy.
He was doing a Michael Jackson thing. I can't react.
Karaoke's October.
We don't talk about that. Freaking.
You look like fucking Gertner.
Yeah. You look like Joe Gertner.
Well.
Okay.
We're going off the rails again.
Anyway,
James, do you have anything else to add to that?
I literally finished my point, and then Walter just completely took me off guard. But yeah,
took you off track there again.
Closing my statement: Okada needs to be Okada and not watered down version. Thank you. Okay.
As we throw it to Jeff, I do want to acknowledge Emmanuel's $2 super chat.
Yes.
Please, new matches over going to AEW with the same matches.
Yeah, that's the thing with him going to AEW. He's worked a lot of those people. I mean, if Kenny gets through the diverticulitis, I said that right the first time. I'm so proud of my damn self. And Okada goes there, that's the obvious thing, but we've seen that.
Yeah.
Much as I dislike Dave Meltzer, I don't need that man having a freaking seizure over more Okada Omega matches. Just let that one be. Seriously. God, we will hear Meltzer's brain literally go from here, like wherever he is. It'll be bad, which wouldn't be a bad thing, but anyway. I personally would like to see him after this his appearance on TNA this week, which has already been taped, obviously, but I'd like to see him stay in TNA for reasons that were brought up before. He tried the TNA thing. It was during the worst possible time for somebody that wasn't already a star to get over in that company. You know, during that period of transition, during and after Hogan, it was just a bad place to be for everybody. So I would say that would be the wrong choice. Would have been the wrong choice then. Now I think it's the best choice. Yeah, the money may not be there where he wants it to be. And I know that WWE will, if they sign him, give him the money that I feel as a fan he deserves, right? But to your guys' point, after the inevitable dream match with Seth Rollins, which would be a great match for me, partnering with Nakamura if they do it right,
and even feuding with Nakamura,
even feuding with, either before or after. Yeah, it is the unfortunate reality of things that even now in WWE, the Japanese wrestlers have a shelf life, and it's not quite milk, but I'll say it's bananas, like a week or so. And then you're like, time to make banana bread. And then you're like, oh, nope, now it's time to make it into a smoothie. No, I got to throw it away. I think TNA, again, this is one of those that goes back to my point earlier. TNA has roughly this year to get another network to go, ooh, I want that. Signing a guy that's been the ace player, with all respect to Tanahashi, it's been the guy in New Japan for a decade, and he's like 40. For fuck's sake. Right. Is, I think, great for TNA, and I think good for Okada. The best for Okada, as far as my personal thoughts. Again, everybody's got their own thoughts, so it's kind of redundant to say it like that. But there are great potential matches in every company he can go to. There's even good stuff if he stays in New Japan, if we're being honest, but he's made the decision he's not going to stay. So, okay. Daniel makes a good point. The only thing I worry about is them feeding him to the Roman Reigns machine. That is my biggest fear with signing anybody right now, is feeding into the bloodline for the Judgment Day.
Yep.
Just to make a point, to get those guys more over. It's like, no, like I love, regardless of how I feel how the storyline has stagnated or not, the members of both those factions are just fucking great. But they don't need to be any more over. They're good. So Okada needs to go where he'll be happiest, monetarily or otherwise. I think the otherwise is TNA. Monetarily, I think Tony Khan could be in the discussion, but how many creative opportunities are you going to get out of AEW before you go, oh, I fucked up, I come in here?
Yeah, TNA is the best choice, Jeff, man. You've said it all for me.
I don't have a problem with him going to WWE. I just feel like your guys' points are so valid. The shelf lives of the Asian wrestlers have just been what they've been.
Yep.
Anything after the 70s when Fuji and Tanaka were teaming up. Professor Tanaka, not Pat. With all respect to Pat, love Pat, love the Orient Express team personally, but
or Masato.
Anything
or Masato.
But yeah, but I mean, to be fair, he was in ECW, but
well, it did.
Yeah. Anything after the dominance of the tag team division in the 70s, which included Professor Tanaka and Mr. Fuji, it's kind of like, okay. Because after that, they were getting fed to Hogan. And then from then, it's just kind of been, oh yeah, they're here too.
Yeah, and I mean, they had a chance to rectify that in 2018, but Vince screwed the pooch on that one.
Yeah. Not gonna lie though, the match, I like I said, I've been going through my early days binging old stuff. The Rockers and Bad Company, let's call it what it is. It wasn't the Orient Express. It was Bad Company with Paul Diamond under a mask as Kato at the 91 Rumble. God damn, was that a fucking match and a half? Anyway, sorry, I'm trying very hard to not divert or digress, since we're not digressing anymore. I heard that while I was off camera. So on to the next.
All right, Noah. You've heard everybody's thought process about Okada. Where do you stand, having heard everybody's opinion?
Jeez. Look, I'm just a simple man, but I'll say this. I'm not one to judge where an individual I've supported their career goals in this industry, but I'm also not one to think the same way upon each individual company. Now, if his contract's up in NJPW and we're thinking he comes over here, you literally got three choices. You got AEW, TNA, or WWE. Kazuhiko Nakajima left Pro Wrestling Noah. He didn't come over here. He went to All Japan Pro Wrestling and became the Triple Crown champion. I think it comes down to, and this goes back to what I remember hearing from Kazuchika Okada's Wrestle Kingdom pre-match interview. He has goals. He wants to win singles gold. He wants to bring a bigger scope to professional wrestling. Let me say those two words again. Professional wrestling. Damn it. Now, I understand that people will say professional wrestling and sports entertainment share the same qualities. They fucking don't. One is more reality-based improv acting with an undermined in-ring showcase at times, especially on a weekly basis. The other focuses more on what you do inside those four ropes in the strongest manner. That's the way I look at things a lot. And that's really why I look at WWE versus everything else. But it's one thing to make the most money. It's another thing to be happy. Jeff Cobb chose to stay in New Japan Pro Wrestling because it wasn't about a paycheck. It was about his own mentality, his own emotional stance. And I respect that. I think in this business, it's not simply about checks and championships. I think your own being and the level of respect you are seen way more than even the biggest, fattest paycheck. If he was going to go to WWE and not be given a Brock Lesnar-esque treatment, which I know he wouldn't be because he wasn't domestically, locally grown there, a Vince McMahon product within the system itself. Then you got him versus Seth. You got him and Knock, which, again, him and Knock as a tag team will be more underwhelming than AJ Styles and Nakamura at WrestleMania 34, which Okada, by the way, was in attendance for. And then what? You're going to try your global localization ventures inside the Japanese pro wrestling scene. Yeah, how well did that go with All Japan Pro Wrestling at first? Truth be told, you got Charlie Dempsey facing Kazuchika Nakajima. What the fuck's happened since? I haven't heard anything. If he goes to AEW, to my knowledge, there's 7 people he's been in the ring with at some capacity in that roster. And yes, some of them are literally the biggest names. Kenny Omega, Jay White, Adam Cole, baby. Freaking Heyman Adam Page. I'm looking at the Fatal 4-Way to start off. Roderick Strong. He faced him in fracking Ring of Honor. I think about people he hasn't faced. Samoa Joe, Swerve Strickland, Daniel Garcia, Orange Cassidy. There is, for me, a bigger quantity for him to work with, work against, or even confront under AEW. that could lead to some interesting developments, especially if he goes back to fuck the kids mentality. Because there's a lot of young talent there, and next to Okada, can you even be on his level? I mean, hell, I'm still waiting to see if Claudio Castagnoli is on the Rainmaker's level. Just saying. But based on everything you've all said, and I was thinking about this verbatim after seeing Okada and the Motor City Machine Guns backstage this last week on TNA. Past sins can be forgiven by anybody. And I think in collaboration with the chess game we're talking about, you got the biggest kingpin in the game backing up your IP in professional wrestling with Kazuchika Okada behind it. There's a lot of change going on right now in New Japan Pro Wrestling. Not only is Okada going, Tama Tonga's going, ELP's contract is expiring, and Hiroshi Tanahashi right now is the president of New Japan Pro Wrestling. That had to be for a reason. If I was to speculate where I think Okada would go on values of respect, TNA is the first choice. If he's here, and this goes to anybody coming into America, to live that dream, you gotta be wealthy. AEW and WWE can sustain that. So it really comes down to what he truly wants. And truth be told, and my friend Zero even said this, his wife's more profitable than him, and she's a freaking actress. Then again, freaking acting, much as I hate the movie industry, is still more over than professional wrestling. Damn it. Fuck TV age. So it's one of those things for me where I look at Okada's future. I want him to be dignified and presented still as the Rainmaker I've known and followed since he came back from excursion at Wrestle Kingdom 8. You guys know I watch every Wrestle Kingdom verbatim. I know Okada's entire career in New Japan Pro Wrestling when he came back from Mexico and his excursion, inspired by his best friend, Rocky Romero, that works currently with every company not named WWE. And I gotta wonder if Rocky's gonna play a huge role in this. So again, if it's money, it's AEW or WWE. AEW, I think, will be the bigger influence because they'll preserve his character. They will also give him a dignified schedule of in-ring competition and ease of appearance. Because he's also a family man. When's the problem if he's doing this for his family? Got a child, got a wife. Just saying. If he's going to go for fun, for freedom, for flexibility, for respect, and to go challenge himself under new horizons, there's no bigger alternative right now than what TNA is becoming. The only reason he goes to WWE is for the paycheck and nothing more, in my opinion. But for me, it's anywhere but that. But I also don't dictate the man's life. Yes, I want to see the best for the professional wrestler. But at the end of the day, the father, the human being, he's got to do what's best for his family. That's what's best for the business. So, honestly, anywhere but WWE works for me. But TNA is definitely the first choice. And I'm just going to leave it at that. Bottom line, I can't wait to see how it all unfolds come the end of February. He starts with the new beginning, closing a decade-long plus chapter, and then starts a new one somewhere else in the world of professional wrestling. I pray to God, though, that it's not underwhelming, Def Rep-led, character-changing sports entertainment. And you really think Okada's going to work with them fucking kids in NXT? Give me a break. He already embarrassed Kaito Kiyomiya and Kento Miyahara on their own stages. He ain't working with a bunch of young boys. So at the end of the day, it's TNA that's the leader, but AEW for the flexibility and opportunity and still some money. WWE, solely the money, and Triple H trying to get the number one sought after free agent he's always wanted and maybe finally invade Japanese professional wrestling scene. Lord help that country.
Well then. Quite the passionate speech there, Noah. I had thought of something I was going to say, but I completely forgot about it. I'm not even going to lie. It happens.
Yeah, I mean, hey, listen, Noah was on, he was on a roll.
And with my distraction, sorry. Thank God for the mute button.
That's true.
Trying to give myself a second to remember what it was.
Something about Okada and WWE, maybe.
I'm pretty sure that's what it was. I just can't remember the train of thought.
Oh. Was it about Okada?
All right. If it comes to me, I'll throw it out later.
I look forward to it.
There you go.
We will go to another commercial. This one is the longest one, as it is the trailer that James has been working on the documentary for his uncle. So you guys have about 3 minutes if you need to run to the bathroom, freshen your drinks up. We will be right back.
You say 3 minutes?
He did.
Gary Hebert, the man, the myth, the legend. I was amazed, and I was looking to become a better skater myself, and I wanted to be like Gary.
When you look at a guy like this, he's one of the most talented people in his profession. He's been given gifts by God.
It can get frustrating at times when you're trying things that, that maybe don't come as quickly to you as other things. And, you never really felt that sense of frustration with Gary. It was always about improvement and positive reinforcement.
Was it really the end? Was that head injury really the end? God has called Gary to continue to be a blessing to others and to be a passionate example.
My name is Gary Hebert, and this is the World Academy of Hockey, otherwise known as the Inside Edge.
I would recommend anybody that have a chance to come to his hockey school. I think it'd be well worth it. It'd be rewarding to all the kids and anyone he coaches, from whether it's an adult, a professional player, to a little kid like a Mike or a Squirt.
Gary, from day one, has been instrumental to my hockey career. I started out as a potential Division III player, and Gary brought me single-handedly through high school and into a top Division I prospect. I owe it all to Gary, the biggest legend on and off ice there's ever been.
Listen, watch, learn, be confident, and have faith. Those are the answers I was brought to. Yet, I only now am really learning how truly important those 5 things are.
Through preparation, through appropriate thoughtfulness and thinking, we can learn to untie the typical knots between our ears that drive us into underachievement and underperformance. And on the whole, we can learn, I think, to fulfill our God-given potential.
Gary has the innate ability to make people not only better players, but better people. The life lessons they learn from Gary are incredible.
You can always remember leaving that rink knowing as a player I got better, or I had something to improve on to get better. And I think that's what you excelled on as a coach, is giving us the knowledge to know what we needed to do to get better.
There's coaches who know the game, but can you communicate and create passion in your kids and in your players? And Gary's able to do that.
Gary's got great knowledge and the great hands, but more importantly, his ability to connect with people and care for them. His communication skills, to me, really stand out and separate him, and that's why he's one of the best, in the world.
Gary's a legend. He's a special, special man.
It is going good so far, by the way. If you like the trailer, ladies and gentlemen, which I know a lot of people have, you ain't seen nothing yet, trust me. The story that will be told will inspire a lot of people, I think. So stay tuned for it.
Mad respect.
Sir?
I have an apology to issue.
Oh.
I forgot what show was on this week, so forgive me because I don't remember when I stated this, but I think I put it in the chat, may have been a chat. I may have been on your show, actually, Jay, so forgive me. I forget which one it was. It's been a little confusing week. I had stated that Bruno Sammartino's second reign was longer than it was because I had my numbers in front of me wrong. So, yes, Roman Reigns' current run as Universal Champion has surpassed Bruno Sammartino's second reign as WWE champion. So I definitely acknowledge that. That's my bad. And yes, Hogan's next. But if he gets to Hogan, that's September. Can we not? Can we not? I love you too, King Mike. But goddamn, can we not go to September with this man as the champion, please?
I agree.
There really is bad days when you have. I'm just going to shut up right now because I'm there's no super chat for rant, and I'm not going to preferably roast right now. At least not right now.
I don't have the disdain for the booking the way a lot of folks do. I do agree that the reign of Roman Reigns is long since stale and needs a change-up of some kind, whether it's him doing something different, whether it's dropping the title, whatever the case may be. Yes, sir.
We will get to some of that speculation in the second half of our main event. So
okay,
then
I will
nip
say
that in the bud right there.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
It's the first part of our main event, and technically it's a double main event because both parts of it center around a lot of the same stuff.
Yes.
The first conversation, as far as the double main event goes, is, as we all know, last week, Mr. Curly-haired himself got onto the Twitter.
Yes, he do.
Opened up his app, did not step away from it, and pretty much shoved his entire phone down his throat.
Yep.
We're not going to get into all of that. That's not what this is about. However, we did have the two matches this week. We had Seth versus Jinder, main eventing Raw. We had Hook versus Samoa Joe, main eventing Dynamite.
Yes.
I do not have the ratings in front of me to know which segment did better. Looks like Jeff is going to look that up. As far as I'm concerned, that is irrelevant.
Thank you.
Because we always say that the ratings aren't what they used to be anyways.
True that.
We believe that, but does
my question to the panel is, in your opinion, which match was the better match and why? I'm very curious to know what people thought about the two matches because of the divide that was attempted to be drawn on social. I don't buy into all that stuff. Noah's already turning his back. I'm not liking this. I'm not liking this, but I am curious because we're all friends here.
Yes.
It's just like a political conversation. We can all talk Republican, Democrat. None of us are going to storm off on the other one because we all respect each other's opinions.
Yes.
So, you want to go first there, James? I saw you raising your hands. You go ahead.
All right. If we're talking about which match got more time, the obvious one is going to be different. So. However,
you're kind of sounding distant. You might want to fix your mic or something.
Hi. Hello.
There you go.
There we go. There we go. All right. I had to turn it up a little bit. Okay. So, just so I'm fully volumed up here. There we go. To really just kind of break this down, if we're going by length, obviously Jinder and Seth win. If you're really a match, the match should go long. If it's for the world title type of guy, cool. However, despite everything handicapping it, including Tony Khan's own spike-heeled boots stabbing him in the toe, because he can't get his freaking hands off social media, Hook and Joe was the better match. Plain and
Why?
simple. Reason being, in the short time that they had, you saw something so different. It was so old school that it was kind of new again. The guy that's been dominant now is on the he's at a deficit against just dominant champion and Joe. So he has to really, really fight from the depths, which we're not used to seeing a guy who has been so dominant do that. And he did it in such a great fashion. Hook is so underrated when it comes to his instincts, when it comes to working a crowd. Dead serious. Joe knew this. Everybody knew that that is his strongest attribute. He reads that room beautifully. Hook did that in spades, and Joe was the perfect opponent to let him shine in that caliber. And when you got that down, that's all you need. I mean, Joe made this guy look like $1 million. It really it harkened back to a shorter version, and I say short because the match was like all of 10 minutes. It reminded me of Jeff Hardy and Taker. He just kept getting beat down, but here's this young upstart kid with some spunk just coming in, lariating him, literally nailing him down. And I even said that they were going to do some similar stuff to Bam Bam Bigelow and Joe. We saw a little bit of that in that match. Great callbacks, good storytelling. Overall, the point was clear. Joe is a dominant champion, but that kid's got heart. That kid isn't just some guy who thinks he's this big shot. This kid knows how to not give up. Joe had to do everything he could just to make this guy pass out, which puts over Joe huge, or which puts over Hook huge, right? Like, that's huge for Hook, because Hook now is like, okay, this guy is a big guy. Like, he's not just one of these guys that's, okay, he's going to be up here in the future. You know what I mean? And that, to me, is like, when you get a seal of approval from Samoa Joe to want to work with you and to put him over in the way he did, you're golden. General Rollins, I've seen that. Been there, done that. I've been there, done that. I mean, I don't understand why we need to do that again, other than, well, he had a hype segment with The Rock, so let's do that. It's just It was what it was. It wasn't bad, but it wasn't anything I haven't seen before from their NXT days. Hell, it's a different match, but it's no different than what any of Seth Rollins' other World Championship matches have been on Raw.
Yeah,
you know, it's a fine TV match. Samoa Joe and Hook. Joe made the star out of Hook, plain and simple, and it shouldn't have worked because, God, AEW handicapped it severely. It's like you talk all this shit, you give it so little time. There's no way in hell this should have worked, and yet somehow it did. If we're just going by, yeah, exactly. If we're just going by presentation, look, and all that stuff, and the way it came across on television, I think Hook and Joe did the better job. I think Jinder is going to be Jinder before and after. His pecking order probably ain't going to change that much, and neither is Seth Rollins. You didn't really see the title changing hands, where in AEW's case, I believed, even for a second, when he kicked out of the Muscle Buster at one, I just about shit a brick. And then he started hitting clothesline from hell's, lariats galore. I was like, are they actually going to have this kid win? And then he went for the red drum, and he countered so seamlessly, and he made him pass out. And I'm like, wow. Brilliant. It was a rookie mistake, and it all goes back to, yes, he's young, he's tough, he's very experienced for his age, but he's still a rookie. It was just good storytelling. It's good wrestling. It's a good world television title match. It's probably the better TV matches for world titles, quite frankly, if we're being real about it. Because why does Seth Rollins have to go 50-50 with Jinder? 60-40, maybe. Seth Rollins had a slight advantage, but it's like, I digress. You know what I mean? This was a thing where it's like, okay, Joe has a bit more of the edge here, but Hook fought his ass off, and nobody expected that. He was the primary underdog going in, and then he just shocked the world. Like, could he win this title? And the entire perception of what could happen in the match flipped as the match progressed. I think I know which one won presentation-wise. So, there you go.
I'm glad you brought up the whole kicking out of the muscle buster at 1.
Yeah.
Because that took me out of the match.
Yep. Fair enough.
Why is Hook, who I'll give you is 28-1, good kid, whatever, kicking out of your world champion's finisher at 1? He's not Hulk Hogan. He's not John Cena. He's not on that level. You have now cheapened the muscle buster for every single person Joe hits it on for the rest of his career. That move cannot put anybody away now because Hook kicked out of it at 1. It took the believability of the match away from it for me.
I would agree if it was anybody else in that situation besides Hook. You haven't started watching Hook. Did you start watching Hook when he first debuted on Rampage or no?
No, I've only been watching it for about a year and a half. So I've seen enough Hook.
Right.
I might have believed a kick out at 1 if it was Bryan Danielson, John Moxley, Swerve Strickland.
Yeah.
Hook, I don't buy it. I wouldn't buy it if it was Orange Cassidy.
That's fair.
I wouldn't buy it if it was Daniel Garcia or Wheeler Yuta. I wouldn't buy it if it was Darby Allin, and he's supposedly one of the fucking pillars.
I think in the difference between Hook and all the other guys you mentioned, though, this is where his father comes into play, because what the fuck was Taz known for the most? Kicking out at 1 out of shit. I mean,
and that's
getting
fair.
out from
Taz
shit.
was a legitimate badass. And I'm not saying that Hook can't be, but I don't think he's paid his dues enough to be on that level yet, where Taz had.
Yeah, I'm sorry, James. I'm with JJ on this one.
And it was a complete different era as well. Taz was kicking out at 1 in a company that was built off of misfits and smaller guys. Not everybody in ECW was a Bam Bam Bigelow or a Mike Awesome. They were Ravens. They were Tommy Dreamers. They were Mikey Whipwrecks. Yoshihiro Tajiri's. Little Guidos.
Yeah, that's fair.
Spike Dudley's. Bubba was probably one of the biggest dudes they had on a consistent basis. That one spot just... I'm a movie guy. I go into a movie knowing that it's fake, knowing that it's scripted, knowing that the good guy is more than likely going to win, the bad guy is going to lose. You suspend your belief. That took me out of it, though, because even though it's scripted, even though it's predetermined, even though it's essentially watching a mini movie play out, that wasn't believable. And that was my biggest issue with it. Walter just said that he took out of it. There's people in the chat room. Richard Morales says that Muscle Buster was his only negative about it. One of the most deadly and protected finishers.
Literally cripple the man.
It did
literally cripple the man.
Yes, that is
a blue thunder bomb gets a 2 count.
Yeah,
I was gonna say that later, but okay.
I know that. I look at it like this though. The moves of the matches have been so watered down. That's how it's going to be. I'm not saying the Muscle Buster, but I'm saying moves in general. They're going to be watered down anyway. I think
that's fair.
I think my thing with why I didn't necessarily have a problem with Hook kicking out at 1 of the Muscle Buster. I can't remember there's any people at all ever that have kicked out at 1. And
that's my point.
And that's and again, it's fair if people don't believe in Hook yet. I think keyword is yet. I think, put it this way, and Walter might be able to get this reference. There was a fight for the world championship.
Mm-hmm.
Randy Couture versus Brock Lesnar. Couture destroyed Lesnar in the first round.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely annihilated him with bombs galore.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Everybody pegged Randy was going to destroy Brock that night. And Lesnar came back after Randy Couture made one crucial mistake. And then he did connect with another shot. And then Brock Lesnar just unleashed a fury of shit I'd never seen in all my years of being a fan of mixed martial arts. He destroyed him.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely annihilated him. He won the match via TKO, and he, at the end of that match, said, I got a chin. Basically saying, hey, he was trying to bully me. I wasn't going to be bullied because I came from pro wrestling in that regard. Now, we know how much of a legitimate badass Brock is as compared to Hook. But there have been fights like that, not just with Brock, but with other people that never should have gotten that chance, that blew it and got that win. At the very last second, they get that win, right? They get that second wind out of nowhere. They're knocked out for like a split second. You can see their body about to go limp, and then they get knocked back into reality with another hook, and all of a sudden they're back in. That's the way I kind of interpreted Hook kicking out of the Muscle Buster at 1, because to me it's like, okay, this kid is obviously operating on adrenaline because he just got bullied to shit for like the last 7.5 minutes before.
In that vein, I can understand where you're coming from.
Yeah, that's my thing with it.
I can understand where you're coming from to a certain extent, but what does that say now to anybody else that Joe tries to do the Muscle Buster on?
Well,
nobody has kicked out of that move at 1.
Right.
You just weakened your champion's finishing move.
On the surface, yes. However, if every other person, with the exception of a very, and I mean very select few, and you got to choose your opponents wisely to kick out at 2.9. 2.9, let me just make that very clear. You have to choose those people wisely. If you do that with Joe going forward and Joe's opponents going forward, then what that's going to do for Hook is, okay, Hook is a different breed. He's the only one to kick out of this thing at 1 because adrenaline took over.
I was going to say, I think you're better with that approach. I think you're trying to make two arguments for Hook that are unfortunately separated.
Yeah, fair.
I think the argument of he was just so beat down, and then he had that second rush, that second the adrenaline, whatever we're going to call it, and he kicked out at 1. That is a better. Again, this is subjective, but that's why I like this show. Kicking out in a fit of adrenaline is like, okay, I got my second win. But if they're going to book him going forward and Joe going forward as nobody else could do it, or very few could do it, that is what will hinder the Muscle Buster. If it's just it happened with Hook because he was in a fit of adrenaline, and it doesn't keep happening. Both with Joe using the Muscle Buster and with Hook doing it with it. If Hook does that with everybody going forward, like if he kicks out of the Powerbomb Symphony.
Yep.
If he kicks out of some ridiculous fit of fury
Death
from
Rider.
Yeah. If he keeps kicking out of the bad motherfuckers finishes, then it's okay. This is Hook's shit. We get it. Cool. If Joe hits the Muscle Buster and gets those 2.9s, he's good. Like I was saying, the Muscle Buster legitimately crippled TJ Wilson for how many years before he was able to get back and become a trainer into the dungeon and do his thing like he's doing now. And goddamn, he's doing things.
I can't wait, and I hope he comes back. By the way, continue.
But yeah, I totally see where JJ's coming from. That in the moment, it's like, ooh, that took me out of it. But with the explanation, I understand it. Now, I am going to completely pick apart everything else you said.
That's fair.
I'm just going to be that dickhead, whatever. I think the chat room was right. The crowd was into Mahal and Rollins. They wouldn't have been 2 weeks ago. People didn't give a fuck that Mahal was even an employee still 2 weeks ago or 2.5 weeks ago.
That's fair. That's true.
All of a sudden, he's getting there, verbally toe-to-toe with The Rock. It's like, and then, people kept pointing out that he had the finals of the tournament with Rollins to crown the NXT champion. People have forgotten that, but social media and WWE is like, hey, yeah, this happened. They built it up during Raw. Both of them showed up. Seth carrying, I forget the baby's name, and they're going to kill me for that, but whatever. Coming in with the family. Jinder coming in, the stoic, challenger, and all of a sudden there's Indusure out there with him. Oh, man, now he's got his backup. And damn it, he hit that Colossus. And it was like, oh, shit, this is going to happen. And people also forget, as they're discussing this week, we've had it beaten into us and shoved in our throat how beat up Seth Rollins is right now. Right. Obviously, he's more beat up now. We'll talk about that in the second half. Rouge, thank you. Rouge, thank you. Thank you, Walter. God. Remember, I had to get a hold of Seth and Becky for a while. Anyway, people forget that, Seth's been pushed as this beaten down champion that's just keep on surviving at the last minute. Went to the Nakamura match with a broken back or whatever they were touting, and came out of it with the title. So there was believability that Mahal could pull off a stunner. And let's not forget Senior Money in the Bank there lurking in the shadows. Just because Mahal beats Rollins for the title doesn't mean he's going to walk out of Raw with the title. Especially if what we're hearing about Monday is going to be a thing and we're going to have a new champion. So there's a lot of factors that went into Mahal and Rollins other than just doing it just to piss off Tony and make his curly hair get even more curled out of stress.
Well,
Hook and Joe, it was a good match. I even say it was a great TV match, but I never believed that Hook was ever going to beat Joe, ever once. Even at that one kick out at 1, I never for a minute thought that Joe was going to lose the title. Because at the end of the day, it took over a year to get the title off Max. And I still sit here now and say, if Max didn't go into that as beat up as he was, and they weren't going to pull off this, his contract's up story and have the Undisputed Kingdom be a thing, he'd still be the champion now. So I didn't believe for a minute that Joe was going to drop it 14 days or 16, 18 days after the fact. No way that was going to happen.
Right.
Now, my problem with the AEW presentation was not my believability in the outcome. My problem was the aftermath.
I was getting to that.
Yeah, I could agree with you on that one.
So since you were going to go ahead and get to that, please make the point, because I felt everything after that pass out made the match completely irrelevant.
Mm-hmm.
And it pissed me off to no end, regardless of who it was. And we all know our host's feelings about cowboy shit. The moment itself it lost it for me completely, because it became less about who was in the ring and more about what happened after. JJ, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'm going to not go on the diatribe that I did on my show, because I already did that.
I'll go on the diatribe for you. I mean,
it was quite profanity laced, and we're trying not to harp on the negative, but that was the other thing that really gave me issue about this, because James is very much right in the fact that this match was being built like that ladder match between Undertaker and Jeff Hardy.
Yep.
The show of respect, the fact that Joe kept taking him down after the match, Hook kept getting back up. But then Hangman and Swerve had to make their presence felt. And like Jeff said, everything that had just happened in that match became secondary. You know, we're on some Punk world title shit again in WWE. Oh, you're the champion, but your status hasn't changed. You're still the middle of the card.
Right.
Yeah, and it's so frustrating too. Yeah.
So you just told this amazing story for the most part. Again, the kick out at one is the only thing that took me out of the match.
Yeah.
The rest of the match, I'm not gonna lie, it was solid.
Yeah.
But you've got this, as Jeff called it, great TV match.
Yeah.
And then you just flushed the moment down the toilet because of this.
Yeah, and Hook looked legitimately pissed, by the way, too, and you can tell. It's like, why?
He should have been. And I don't blame him.
Like, why are you stepping on my toes? I was getting up. I don't need your help. And you could see he even refused a handshake. I will say, at the very least, they did try to rectify it by him refusing the handshake of Hangman, didn't need his help, and they did play his music, and the last thing you see is Hook. But that's after freaking Hangman and and Swerve just stare down for no reason.
Why did an EVP have to come steal Thunder?
Yeah, well, a friend of an EVP, but
I was going to say let's try not to go down that road. Jeff, you were going to bring up the end of the match, but like I said, I was going to touch on it before you said your piece. I've now said my piece. Well, if you want to tag back in.
Yeah.
I'm still curious what's going through Noah's head with his Orange Cassidy sunglasses on. I'm hoping he'll take them off before he addresses us.
My thing with what James just said, I had forgotten they played Hook's music. And that was the last thing we saw. That's what it was to me, because I completely forgot about it because it became about Hangman and Swerve. You're not going to hear me shit on Swerve Strickland. Not going to happen on my shows or anything I'm on, okay? I'm not even going to shit necessarily on Hangman in this particular case. And I say that because at the end of the day, even if he is a friend of an EVP and we're not going down that path, it starts and ends at the guy with the pencil. And that's Tony. Tony spent all week bitching and moaning about the comparisons between the two title matches. What was the last time we saw on Raw? The world champion standing tall, even with his knee probably busted to shit. What was the last thing we remember about Dynamite? Wasn't the world champion. Wasn't the number one contender during the fight. It was the Strickland Hangman moment. He done undercut his own bullshit with more bullshit. It keeps coming back around to Tony Khan. And it just fucking chaps my already red ass.
Yep.
I'm so tired of going around the horn with him every single week because he can't undercut his goddamn self. It's infuriating. This is what, makes me have to sit there and hesitate to not jump on the TNA's number 2 again because AEW keeps fucking up. He didn't keep fucking up.
Yep.
There is no reason that the last memory we had of AEW Dynamite this week being anything but Hook or Samoa Joe.
Yep.
And I fucking forgot they even played Hook's music and gave him a scene of him refusing the handshake because it became about Adam Page and Swerve Strickland for me.
Yep. What you should have did was Hook and Joe shake hands at the end. After Hook wakes up, Joe shows him some respect, and then the crowd can stand and give an ovation. That should have been the end of Dynamite.
Yep. If they're going to book Undertaker Jeff Hardy, have it fucking be Undertaker and Jeff Hardy.
Yep.
Going off the air with the hand up, the Undertaker going, God damn. And Samoa Joe just like, motherfucker, you crazy.
Yeah, like, honestly, that's it. And I think even if you wanted to have the guys that are contending for the belt in the crowd, if you want to have Hangman and Swerve watch from the audience, fine. Yeah, don't get them involved in shit they don't need to be involved with.
It's not hard to book. It's just hard to finance.
Yeah, if Swerve would have been staring at a monitor at the end and walked away, that would have been fine. But not this shit.
For real, there's no reason to play music and bring him out there. None.
It's not hard to book. It's not hard to book. It's hard to finance. He keeps making mistakes like this, Jeff. He may run out of fucking funds. Sorry.
It's
okay.
Just he makes it so hard on himself.
Yep.
Let's try to bring it down a little bit. Walter.
Yeah. Let's not act like one was more perfect than the other. There was issues with both. Like one, I feel like Sang and I forget the other one's name, but them being out there was the smoke and mirrors. That's too much distraction. Then you got the Money in the Bank out there. It's just too much. You can tease the Money in the Bank at the end, like so they're both down, and then he's gonna come, and then Drew could have just cut him off with the Claymore. You could have did something like that. There was too much distractions going on in the middle of it. Now go ahead, Jeff.
I was gonna say for me that's a little bit different, and I'm gonna tell you why. I feel like it's more about can Seth overcome the odds. Jinder's in the ring, the challenger. He has his backup with him at ringside. You see the briefcase right there. Can come into play at any moment. All of the odds are in front of you. Can you overcome that with everything that everybody already knows about your weaknesses? Not to mention what we'll get into momentarily that happened during the match that sets up the second half of our double main event. Everybody in the chat room, calm the F down. We are going to get there.
Yeah.
Y'all are like
Breathe,
25 steps ahead of us. Like, calm down. We are getting there.
Don't get have this in the plot.
And I totally get what you're saying because it played to the role that, like you said, no one ever leaves Hook would have won that match. When Jinder hit, when Singh hit Seth with that briefcase, and Jinder hit the Colossus and covered him for a split second, I was saying, "Holy shit, they're gonna do it! They're gonna do it!" Like even if it was for a second, you got me. WWE got me with that. Like, really thought it was like Randy Orton, Jinder 2017 again. Like, even if it was for a split second. And like JJ said, with the Hook and Samoa, not even a second pass where I thought Joe would lose that title. And the whole thing of kicking out at one, if you know me, you know I'm the Undertaker guy. Imagine somebody kicking out at one of a Tombstone. You know how pissed you would be? Like that Muscle Buster is supposed to be his go-to.
It would at least have to be someone of the caliber of like a Shawn Michaels, a Triple H.
Not even Hogan kicked out of that.
No. Definitely not at one. Hell, the Dudleys wanted to let Undertaker kick out of the 3D, and he was like, no, you guys have one of the most protected finishers in the world. I'm not kicking out of that.
Hell, Drew is the only kicked out of Baron Corbin's move. And it wasn't in one either.
To be fair as well, after that happened, I did believe that there was a split chance that Hook would also get the belt for a second. For a second, I thought they were going to go that route. So both matches had that, to be fair about them. If that was their shock value, it worked. Yeah.
Yeah,
your
for me,
opinion, I didn't buy it.
Me neither. Not for a second.
All right,
not for a second.
If it had been Hook versus Orange Cassidy, even Hook versus Christian, I might have bought it. Hook versus Joe, whatever Jeff said, 14, 18 days after winning the title, no fucking way. No.
That's the other factor you got. Seth has had the title for so long that you know the end of the reign is coming. So you had believability. Somebody's got to end it. I know you got the Punk and all that in the back of your mind, but especially after he got hit with that briefcase, it was like, holy shit, they're going to do it. So, yeah, Hook and Joe was very good, don't get me wrong, but it's just, there was more oomph in the Jinder versus Seth. There's no other way to put it. It was like a little more cheese on the sandwich, I guess.
Yeah. Fair enough. I guess it's to each their own. I thought there was too many distractions for my taste personally, but I mean, put it this way: there was less smoke and mirrors about Hook and Joe than there was about Jinder and Seth.
Yeah, and I get what you're saying about the distractions because it's but they didn't do something like the end of Dynamite like we just talked about. That took too much. I mean, it's like it's not even about this title or Joe anymore.
Yeah,
So
I can see if you're including the ending segment, I can see the argument there. I just kind of put that out of my mind because I actually turned away the minute I saw Hangman on screen. To be fair, so I guess it's working. If I still said, yeah, I think it's better than that.
And then Tony did his own thing because Hangman's a face, and he was meant to look like a hero to save Hook, and you look more like a jackass, and now people are gonna hate you even worse. You already had people hating Hangman. Now you just pissed them off even more.
Yeah, I mean, the Hung Bucks need to go. Like, seriously. Anything involving CM Junk, Jackoff Perry, fucking the not so elite need to go. I'm so sick of it.
Yeah,
I'm so
Punk hasn't done anything really since going to WWE.
I know, but you know my stance as to why. It's
understand.
Not even anything he's doing current. It's just I don't want anything with Brawl Out. I'm done.
I understand your stance on that, James, but at the same time, the only way you'll let your mentality heal is if you realize that some people have gotten away from it while others are continuing to revel in it and dwell in it.
Yeah, well,
Punk ain't done shit since he came back to WWE.
Yeah, well,
he's trying to keep his nose clean. He's trying to move on with his life. The Bucks mentioned him indirectly on Wednesday. So, like, who's living rent-free in whose mind?
Yeah.
But
that's not what we're talking about. To Keen's mic point, I'm going to address this even though it's not a super chat. The reason why it was booked in the first place is because Hook, having only had one loss, decided he wanted to issue a challenge to Joe. At some point, he didn't even say it was going to be on Dynamite like the next week. He just was telling Joe he was coming for him. And people supposedly started shitting on the thought of Hook versus Joe on social media.
Mm-hmm.
So when WWE came out and teased Seth versus Jinder, and nobody was saying anything about it, Tony Khan had an issue with it. The match was made that would happen the next week on Raw. And so Tony Khan was like, you know what? I'm going to book this as a counter booking situation. Because I think it's bullshit that people don't have an issue with this guy who's lost every time he's been on TV in over a year getting a title shot, but they have an issue with this number one loss guy getting a title shot.
Yeah.
That's why the match was booked in the first place. Did you have anything else you wanted to say on this, Walter?
That's pretty much it. But to add the way you said, yeah, when you can believe anybody when something's white hot, you gotta capitalize on it. I mean, look at Truth. Truth is a jobber and a half. But who's the most popular thing right now on Judgment Day on Raw? Because they know what to do with them.
Well, yeah, but
you just got to know what you're doing. So Ginger is also a former champion. Hook isn't. So, but yeah, that's it, Ginger.
Datilla.
Yeah.
We are waiting for your thoughts before we go to Noah Cassidy over here.
Noah Cassidy. I'm surprised he's not Noah Hart.
Nah, I'm kind of. I'm not even sure if he's still awake. Is he asleep behind those glasses?
That's a good question. Noah, you up? Noah? Earth to Noah? Oh, shit. No. Okay, there we go. All right.
Noah, I think the bunny is coming through.
Oh, God damn it, JJ.
Look at him. Look, you see him trying not to smile. You see that? You see the way
Shut
he's
up,
trying?
JJ.
His nose is twitching like a bunny. Isn't that cute?
Oh, God damn it. I didn't start this one this time. No,
They just announced we're Okada signing. No, I'm
God
kidding.
damn it. Look what you
I blew it. I did it. I know.
All he wants for Easter is a visit from the
No,
bunny.
we need you. Don't go anywhere too quick. We need you, brother.
What's it call it?
Next after Nutella.
Well, first off, hey Richard, my Spanish announce partner.
Oh, there you go.
See. Well, first off, I didn't even watch Jinder versus Rollins because by the time I woke up from my nap, Raw was pretty much done, and I didn't want to stay up to 11 p.m. to rewatch it because I really wasn't interested in that match from the beginning. Anyways, I'm not a Jinder fan. I don't like Jinder Mahal. I try to forget that he was champion sometimes. So
yeah,
I didn't watch that
do.
match. Now, as far as Hook and Samoa Joe is concerned, I really enjoyed that match. That was a freaking amazing match. And I know you guys say that Muscle Buster threw you guys out. That didn't throw me out at all. I guess because I was so into that match, I was just like, oh my God. Because I kind of did thought when he hit that Muscle Buster, it was over. But when he kicked out, I was like, oh my God. But now looking back, I agree with you guys that match should have just ended with Hook and Joe. It should have ended with Joe showing respect to Hook and stuff like that. So, but I did like Hook versus Samoa Joe.
I will say if the idea of that was to piss us off, so that way we want Hook to kick Hangman Page's ass, and he does eventually, mission accomplished.
Yeah, I don't know why they did that though. Looking back, at that time, I actually didn't mind the ending, but that was because again I was riding off the momentum from that awesome main event. But yeah, I agree with you guys. They shouldn't have done that. They should have just had Hook and Samoa Joe shake hands and kind of just Samoa Joe show respect to Hook.
Yeah.
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 No, we have a $2 super chat for you to come back.
No, yeah, please come back. We actually. Oh,
Henry!
Hey,
speak his name and they shall appear.
It is Joe Hendry.
Yeah.
There he is. That's funny. That's good.
Yeah, that's pretty much all I have to say. Like I said, I didn't watch Jinder versus Seth, so.
You were trying to, and then you fell asleep. Actually,
no. See, what happened was when I got back from Vegas, I tried to take a nap, but family came over, so I couldn't take a nap until they left, and they didn't leave till 6. So I just couldn't take it anymore, and I went to go take a nap. So when I woke up, it was 7:40. So I didn't even see the match, and I was just like, man, yeah, I'm not gonna stay up till 11 to watch this.
Jet lag is real, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
True that.
So, yeah, that's what happened. Although if I had napped when I got home, I probably would have watched the match, and it didn't. I would have watched all of Monday Night Raw.
There you go.
So.
Well, you had TNA, which was exciting on both of those, to be fair, especially considering Tony Khan, stuck his foot in his goddamn mouth.
He needs a social media manager.
Yeah, you think?
Well, to answer Arlene's question before we throw it to Noah, who's whatever from wherever.
Whenever.
Is Noah going to do something for a super chat? We did say earlier that Noah and then Jeff volunteered to join him. Noah would dance to Putting on the Ritz from Young Frankenstein for $20.
And or rant about House of Torture for also $20.
Yes. House of Torture was the other thing.
Which I go with the latter on that one because I'll join in on that one. Sorry, Jeff.
And then somebody said for $100 he would do a rant about Lord Zed or something, like to Lord Zed's music.
Lord Zed from Power Rangers?
Yeah. Let me see if I can find it.
That would be funny.
People coming later going, what the fuck is going on with this Lord Zed stuff all of a sudden?
Yeah, why is Orange Cassidy just hanging out there? No, are you ready to go? Because I think
Yes, it is your turn, good sir.
It's your turn to close this bullshit and leave Twitter and social media
Noah holding the title like that.
We do. I agree.
No. Here it goes. For $100 super chat, Noah will rant with the Lord Zed theme.
There we go. Oh, I get it. Oh, yeah. That would be funny. Actually. Noah, where'd you go, buddy? I need you. I think he legitimately left. Son of a bitch.
No.
Maybe he was joking and legit lost the internet for a second because he wasn't.
That would be hilarious if it's stuck on this Orange Cassidy pick.
When everyone starts bitching about Tony and Noah can't stand it, he just turns on his Cassidy screen. No. Please help me. I'm dying here, Noah.
Yeah, Noah, please. Hurry. We need you back. Noah!
Why is there a black marker on Cassidy's face? Did I miss something?
That's actually a very good point. Oh, shit. Just because we want to...
What do you want?
Well,
we added $20 just because we want Noah back on the screen from his number one fan.
That's actually cute. That's awesome. Well, there
and she
you go.
put the like the Ohio State, so she means it.
So, do you have anything you want to add to this debauchery?
Please, thank you.
Yay!
Fuck Ginger.
Well, we got him back. Hell. All right.
WWE is what they are. They'll always do anything. Papa Randy, even if they can't get a sponsor from IKEA, where Veer should have been left in traffic in a blizzard. Speaking of blizzard, I'm surprised they were able to do a venue in that small building with it buried underneath snow. But even with artificially piped in noise, you can make something feel realistic. Seth freaking Rollins will always be the consolation of WWE due to the overrated tribal chief Roman Reigns, as the Fiera Roche Championship plays second fiddle to everything else in WWE. And Damian Priest has had more attempts at a cash-in than less success of people in a return line at the local Walmart getting a credit back on an item. As far as AEW, Hook shows heart. Good for him. Both matches literally being built out of nothing but an over-glorified, overbooked Rock segment with a utility player that gave me the worst year of my life in 2017. Should be nowhere near a championship ever again versus a match of somebody that has been booked dominantly to quite a degree and showed ruthless aggression, but instead of getting the endorsement by Joe, he got the unwanted assist from the Hangman and didn't choke him out. So it is what it is with both those matches. But when you book stuff off of integrated social media toxicity, nonsensical, childish bullshit in the wrestling community with less brains than a triple X actress, I guess it is what it is in this day and age.
Damn.
Holy shit.
I happen to know some of those triple X actresses actually are very intelligent.
I was about to say, goddamn.
But Noah's allowed his opinion. However, to Keen Mike's point, which of the two is happening? The putting on the Ritz Young Frankenstein dance, or is he gonna rant about what was the thing?
House
Evil?
of Torture. I think she literally just donated 20 just for him to come back. So she actually saved her ass.
It's still the right amount, so she can choose which one.
That's fair. That's fair.
Don't push your luck. I'm only one button away from bidding y'all adieu until next Saturday.
That is fair.
Don't do that, because we only have one half of this show left.
That is fair.
Fine.
Don't do that.
Those matches are what they are. I really don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
But don't give me Jinder versus Seth again, even on a Raw highlight.
Yeah.
Noah has
So don't clip that clip for the highlight reel at the end of the show. Don't clip anything from Seth and Jinder, Jay.
No, well, to be fair, I mean, he had a hell of a rant. That was fucking funnier than hell.
Well, no, the rant was fine.
If I wasn't the Christian man I was, I would have watched Pornhub versus Jinder Mahal instead of freaking Raw's highlight.
Damn.
And they could do that.
Oh no!
God
damn! For the record.
On that note, we are going to take a commercial break before we
Yeah.
get to our double main event.
Yeah, honestly, go for it.
You ever wanted to come into a sports bar where the barkeeps know their game? Well, the Jeff Meacham Network Multiverse of Media has got a production just for you. Sit down and relax as the Stat Boy and his partner break down the statistics in all things sports. Whether it's football, basketball, motorsports, baseball, hockey, soccer, professional wrestling, mixed martial arts, boxing, and much, much more. All are welcome. Your barkeeps here keep you up to date and in the know of everything going on in sports, while also having a pleasant conversation about it all. Your host and owner of the bar, Stat Boy Mike. His partner in crime, Dory Lou. And a host of other guests coming in. The food's hot, the seats are warm, the drinks are ice cold, and the sports talk is plentiful. Cassidy 18 Studios presents Stat Boy Sports Bar. Take a bar stool and enjoy the show.
Man.
And we are back.
Jeez.
All right.
No, when you had to say the site, you could have just said Triple X, and me and JJ could have pretended you meant the Vin Diesel movie.
Yeah.
That's okay.
Or you're talking about
That's okay. I'm working
State
on
of the
something now. Don't
Union
worry about it. We're good. We're
with,
good. We're good.
Or are you talking about State of the Union?
Fuck Vin Diesel movies. Overrated as
Jesus, here we
Roman
go.
Reigns.
Family.
God damn. Just Noah's on fire today right now.
All right, so the second part of our double main event comes back to Seth Rollins.
Oh boy.
Poor bastard.
During the match with Jinder, he was injured.
Of course.
He suffered a torn MCL and a partially torn meniscus.
Well,
according to reports that I have seen on NoDQ.com.
Just
average recovery time for these things is between 4 and 8 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
Now, that means that they could just take him off TV, not have him defend the title for a couple of months, let, in theory, Punk win the Rumble, build up to their match at Mania, still drop the belt. Seth can go on, have surgery if needed, blah, blah, blah. That's best case scenario. But then there's worst case scenario. And what happens if they have to do something more drastic? You know, there's already talk about having the title put up for the winner of the Rumble. Not a fan of that idea, if I'm being honest.
Yeah.
We've also got the briefcase lingering around. Damian Priest has his briefcase. Seth is supposed to come out on Monday night and address his future. Come in, ambush him, cash in the briefcase, win the title off him right then and there. But what does that do with Punk? We can only assume, because none of us have seen the contract for Phil Brooks, that part of him coming back was getting the main event at WrestleMania.
One of the nights, yeah.
So, Punk versus Priest? Sorry, there's no money there.
Nope.
The obvious choice would be Priest versus Balor, because there's been tension within the Judgment Day recently. So where does Punk go? Does Punk go for Roman? What happens to The Rock and Roman? You know, there's a lot of now question marks that loom because of Seth's injury. And here's the irony of it all. Seth has been supposedly, if you believe what WWE commentators hype up, working with a broken back for the better part of 6-8 months. Even longer, potentially, but they've really been emphasizing it recently since winning the championship. So if he had lost the belt to Shinsuke in the last man standing match, we wouldn't be here with the torn MCL. If he had lost the belt to Drew McIntyre, we wouldn't be here with the torn MCL. If he had lost the belt to Finn Balor, we wouldn't be here with the torn MCL. You see where I'm going here. So, without Punk going for Roman and completely throwing Rock Roman out the window, I don't see how we get Punk to a main event. Because realistically speaking, and I know this is still a long shot, but realistically speaking,
yeah,
we have to take the title at the Rumble.
Mm-hmm.
He finishes his story at Mania by dethroning Randy Orton, his former mentor.
Yeah.
Versus Roman doesn't need a title. We've said that all along. How does Punk fit into these plans? You know, with what happened. God damn it, Noah.
He never uses Toriano, dude. You know it's bad when he's using Toriano. Oh my god.
But I can't even look at that. Come on, Noah. It's making me crack up. I can't even have the conversation, bro.
Yeah, bro. Try to turn that down just for JJ to be able to at least be serious. He needs seriousness.
Like, because this is a serious topic here. You know, I know not everybody, James, is fond of Punk these days. But this affects Punk without him doing anything negatively to deserve this impact. You know, he's getting screwed over in the long run here.
True.
And even if he goes towards Roman, then we lose The Rock. Then we lose Cody. You know, there's so many chips that don't fall into place, all because of Seth's injury. That could have been prevented if he had lost the title to any of his other fucking competitors when they were selling the back issue.
Yep.
So that's the conversation piece here is what do we as fans, not employees of World Wrestling Entertainment, want to see them try and do here?
JJ, not that it's relevant, but is that the same knee he hurt when he fought Kane in the house show?
I don't know.
Rollins?
Yeah, that's actually a good question. I wouldn't be able to tell you. Jeff could probably research it and get to that answer faster than we could. The question being, Jeff, do we know if that's the same leg that he injured at that house show all those years ago, or not?
Oh yeah, he's saying it is.
Okay, so there you go.
If it was it's the that's been the talk all week. It's the same basic injury he had going into WrestleMania against Hunter, and he worked through it. He just didn't wrestle until Mania. He was on TV. He was getting physically involved, which is why he made it a little bit worse because he got tackled the hell out of him by Joe or whatever it was during that whole thing. But he didn't work a full-on match until he got in Ring of Mania, as far as on TV or at a house show. He was probably, trained, obviously. But see, I like Richard's idea, but we'll get to me when we get to me.
Noah.
Right
since you seem so interested in the conversation piece here.
Dude, he gonna laser beam your head off. He won't do it.
He's at least
he's gonna have to call the action. I'm sure he's got some kind of thought process about it, even if this isn't his number one choice of entertainment.
No, you're not muted.
You're
bud.
muted, bro.
You're still unmuted.
Probably doing it on purpose.
What?
There you go. We can hear you now.
What, you need me to say something? I was thinking about what I'm doing for the rest of the week and where I'm at right now. This almost finally done with that for a period of time. Anyway, what are we talking about of relevance?
I really can't repeat all that again.
No, don't worry. I read your cliff notes. Like I said, the gender Seth thing and the hook and the other thing is what it is. Now, as far as this thing with Seth and the future of the Freer Rocha Championship, if Roman Reigns can hold on to a title, not defend and present it for 120 days, Seth friggin' Rollins can show up via satellite and not present or defend his title to being the workhorse champion of the red brand for a straight 365 days for a mere ... 90 days. I say you reserve the number one money match at WrestleMania. That's not with Roman Reigns involved in it. That's Seth freaking Rollins versus CM Punk, because Damian Priest is an afterthought as far as his cash-in at this point, unless you try to make it as important as Dolph Ziggler was after WrestleMania. Injuries are what they are. It's the nature of the business. It's the risk you take. Shout out to Kylie King. Get well soon. I know she's going to be out for several months. I believe she has a torn MCL.
No,
ACL.
ACL.
I don't fucking know.
ACL.
Yeah,
Thank you, Dattila. Leg injuries. What a bitch. Wouldn't know. I never played athletics. But as far as Seth Rollins and Damian Priest, who gives a fuck? Seth Rollins, CM Punk has to be the way you go for WrestleMania. Otherwise, your WrestleMania 40 night one plan is a bust, because Roman versus Cody or Rock is going to happen at some point at WrestleMania. That's got to be one of the only two plans they have in store for the Tribal Chief. And then maybe he finally goes into the history books and becomes history, and you finally be set and make me believe in something different in WWE. So, yeah.
I don't even know where to go from there.
I do. Can I go?
Jeff can go.
Go ahead, Jeff.
That was the most
First of all,
rant ever.
after Noah's rant before the commercial, I got news out of Vegas. We won an award for most likely to hinder the gender, so thank you for that, Noah. We appreciate that very much.
I quit.
I'd like to thank everybody that believes that Jinder Mahal is actually from India when he's from Canada. And for those that invested in WWE in 2017, I would also like to thank my local IKEA, even though I've never been to IKEA. And I'm pretty sure that Jinder Mahal and his industry crew could recreate the Montgomery flea market commercial if they wanted to. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for that beautiful speech, Noah. Okay. JJ, come back. I'm going to reel it back in and talk about the set thing now. Just relax. Okay.
That's fucking amazing.
So, honestly, I think we're all getting worked up about it a little prematurely, which kind of goes back to the AVN Awards, I guess. Prematurity is never a good thing, especially in that business. Now, retakes are a bitch in that business. Anyway, I say we wait until what happens with Rollins on Monday, because there's supposed to be, if you believe the reports that have been reposted on ODQ.com and elsewhere, that we're going to have an announcement from Seth about his future. What I would personally do is, if the injury is as non-severe as it was going into Mania 33, then just, as Noah said, very less than eloquently, just wait it out, man. Write out that via satellite, appearing as happens or as needed stuff. You don't need to have the champion wrestle every single week, even though that's been the way he's been promoted as the world champion. Things change. Shit happens. I've had to learn, especially in this week, that plans, the old saying, everybody's got a plan and they get punched in the face. Everybody's got a plan until something like this happens. Everybody's got a plan until a personal life situation completely sends you sideways. That's been the case around here. Mm-hmm. So it's just one of those things that and again, I don't know what's been reported by Seth Rollins or by WWE doctors. As far as I know, nothing. So as far as the surgery, that will be or not be needed, we don't know anything until we hear it out of the WWE or a approved doctor's mouth or Seth himself, right? That's just the way it is right now, So I just think we need to be patient. Good to see you, Big G. Thank you for coming in, by the way. $5 super chat. Good to see you, sir. Hopefully we'll see you back, because remember, next Saturday is our post-Rumble show, and I won't be there. So at least one Jeff in the room for the whole show would be cool. Yeah, there's that. And I won't be there, so hopefully we will. And yes, Minister injury can get worse. I didn't mean to highlight that. I just kind of clicked on it as I was trying to get the super chat off there. But I just think it's a wait and see process. Unfortunately, the nature of what we do is, when you talk about news when it happens, and this is big news. The world champion, the leader of the Raw brand, is hurt, possibly severely, going into the Royal Rumble, going into WrestleMania season. So it's a big fucking deal.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just a matter of, I'm not used to hearing this song in a week anyway. So we got to exercise that patience, kids. I talk all the time about Guns N' Roses and the Kiddies. Got to exercise that patience. We've got less than 2 days before we hear what Seth has to say, if that's even going to be a thing. Again, you read the reports reposted on NoDQ.com from other sources. We don't know until that Raw graphic comes down. We hear the we're going to see Seth Rollins.
Yep.
I personally, according to Big G's going to address the overeating Raw. That's $2 super chat. If it's on WWE.com, I haven't seen it. Someone can link me. That'd be neato. Or WWE's social media, whatever the case may be. That would be neato. I can show it and feel better about my life today. Yeah, that's what I would do, is just wait and see. Does anybody else have a different or dissenting opinion before we move on to the next phase? James?
I don't even know if it's a dissenting opinion. I'm of two minds of this, because number one, I care that Rollins gets healthy physically, more so than working himself into a freaking completely unable to compete in the wrestling ring again phase. So whatever he needs to do to make sure he can compete at 100%, do what he needs to do. I would rather that. If worst case scenario happens, it sucks. Shit happens. There's no way to control that.
Nope.
So, yeah. That's my mind with that, is I just care that Seth Rollins gets healthy in a proper fashion and he doesn't overwork himself. Now, if the worst happens and we don't get that Mania main event of night one because they can't, CM Punk can't live out his fantasy that he couldn't in AEW because people were jackoffs. Simply put, and I'm going to tell this straight to Phil Brooks because he has been told this for his entirety of his career and he's never listened. Get the fuck over yourself. Move on. Let it die.
Okay, but again, this isn't.
This is about that.
In this case, yeah. That's right. Again, this isn't about what Punk did or did not do. This is not Punk's fault here.
No, and I agree with what you're saying.
Can't hear you.
Oh, sorry. Hi. Hello. There we go.
Better.
Yeah, sorry. Hello.
Yes.
There we go.
Go ahead.
Okay. Sorry. All right. Yeah. So no, I here's the reason I say that though, because we're in a point right now for Punk. This is where the second mind comes into this, because Punk was slotted to be in this main event spot with Rollins.
As far as we know.
Yeah.
Again, it's all speculation until that graphic appears on our television screens.
Or Adam Pearce makes it official.
True that.
Either way, on social media or on, whatever.
I say that because if he learns to have the shit fed to him on a fucking silver platter for a change, then I might actually tune in to see CM Punk again. That's why I say that. If this injury to Seth Rollins, which is the top priority, is to make sure he is physically able to get back in the ring per doctor's orders, regardless of what that timetable is, CM Punk needs to learn to eat that shit up, regardless of what happens. And I know that ain't going to be easy for him. And he's going to have no choice now if everything is to be reported and believed, including from his own mouth, that he is on a probation period. I think this counts to that probation period. You were promised a main event of Mania? Tough shit. The guy that you were going to main event with, he's injured right now. Get over it. You'll get it next year. Eat the shit. Seriously, like it's one of those things where even if people believe you were in the right in that situation, you're going to do a lot by eating that shit regardless, because at least it will show, okay, Phil is trying to turn over a new leaf. Okay, he's not a crab trying to rain on everybody's parade because something didn't go his fucking way, and he's typical Phil Brooks. If he can learn to just mellow out, shit happened. Okay, it won't happen this year because Rollins is injured. I'll get it next year. We can do this again. It's no big deal. Cool. That's
James,
my thought on it.
Okay, but okay, I understand that you feel the way you feel, but again, we're way off where
Way
we
off
wanted
topic.
to be. Okay, yeah, I'm trying really hard to defuse this, and it's being reignited instead.
Mm-hmm.
That's fair.
The story is not until CM Punk either walks off the job or whatever, has nothing to do with him right now. Seth got hurt in the match completely away from him. So, like I said, I understand how you feel about this particular person. That has nothing to do with it.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Fair enough.
Bottom line, Seth friggin' Rollins, the individual, the human being, Tyler Black, what does the future hold, and does his WrestleMania dream go up in smoke?
True that.
Yeah.
And if it does, what do you do in that situation? Honestly, it sounds like a harder question than young adults understanding what prematurity means before you get pregnant and get married before the age of 18.
That's true. I will say too, by the way, I hope that everything goes to plan, because I would hate Rollins not getting his Mania payday. That's a huge freaking match for him. And I if nothing else, I would like to have those two have their moment, even if Punk has been on my sour grapes list. That's a hell of a match I would love to see. And I'd also love to see them both get their just due for, God, how long have they been busting their ass for that company? They deserve the main event, if nothing else, for this industry, no less. So I hope it goes well, but at the end of the day, I feel like you gotta kind of roll with the punches, and that goes for both parties. Seth Rollins more so, because I don't want him to feel like he has to fucking freak out and be like, all right, let me rehab as quick as possible, and then, complications arise,
Pull a John Cena or a Triple H.
Exactly. No, thank you.
Right, but again, I think we the folks that are already anti-Punk are allowing ourselves to project the anger. It's not deserved. It's what I'm trying to say. So I'm
no.
Hold on. I'm not requesting. I'm saying, guy up here, we need to stop harping on CM Punk. This is not his fault. What has happened since he walked through that curtain at Survivor Series, he has done nothing but show me that he wants to be back. So until he shows me otherwise, we really need to get off his ass. Much in the same way we all agreed to stop harping on the Elite so much, we need to stop on Punk too. That's all I'm saying. We need to start being better and objective and fair about it, because this is 100% not Punk's fault that Seth Rollins and Jinder Mahal got into a match that Mahal, people in my family were like, Mahal fucked him up. Mahal didn't do a goddamn thing except wrestle the fight of his life.
What? Yeah, like what? Okay.
Yeah, people in this house were like, he hurt Seth. It's like, no, Seth going 100 miles an hour for a year hurt Seth.
Dude, Jinder's one of the safest workers, period.
That's what I'm saying. So
Jesus.
We need to focus on what is needed to be focused on. Right now, we have a world champion who, despite no reports on WWE social media or anywhere else that official by WWE or Seth Rollins, is allegedly going to make a statement about this Monday night. So if that happens, then for the love of wrestling, Tuesday morning, Meech's Musings Thursday night, it's wrestling time Monday night. No DQ's review of Raw. We'll talk about what happened. It's all speculation right now, as it always is going into something like this, because we don't have confirmed reports.
Right.
But it seems like there has to be a decision made. And the question was, what is the best case scenario, if I'm not mistaken, JJ?
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
The best case scenario for me as a fan is the way they've booked Priest anyway. Didn't fuck up. have him cash in and win it, and then have the Judgment Day somehow accidentally cost him the title to Drew. That would be get Drew and Punk, which would be a hell of a match at WrestleMania. Give Seth the time to relax and rehab. Get Punk and Seth at SummerSlam after Punk wins the title from Drew at WrestleMania in a main event, or at least a featured match. Even if it's second to last on the night one, it's better than fucking middle of the card like he was in 2012 as the champion, for Christ's sakes.
Yep.
And then
accurate.
It is unfortunate. It was just as unfortunate when he botched his knee out in a power bomb off the ropes with Kane, and we had to go into tournament mode. It is the nature of what these guys and girls do, unfortunately. But the
Where
best
exactly
case
did
scenario
he get
is
hurt?
What's that?
Where exactly did he get hurt? When he jumped off the rope part, or like where exactly?
There's been a lot of speculation or whatever about what happened on Monday. I haven't watched the match back since the reports came out, so I don't know. But best case scenario for me is get the title off of him.
Yep.
In a way that works and won't just be, fuck this shit again. Something feasible and believable. And then make sure that Punk is in a main event, whether it's for the title or not. Make sure he's main eventing night one, because at this point, if we don't get Rocky and Roman in night two, like what the fuck is Rocky even doing on day one? Seriously.
Yeah, that's a good.
I got WrestleMania 41.
If they go to 41, I'm gonna have a stroke. It's gonna be a fucking thing. I'm gonna do it on the air, so we draw money for it. But I'm gonna have a stroke. My brain's gonna stroke.
Just become Orange Cassidy and just become Orange Cassidy and don't give a fuck.
Yeah, I was gonna say. No, please don't do that. Don't have.
I was gonna say I might go Jerry Lawler up in this bitch, have a fucking heart attack.
No, guys.
Oh my god, you guys!
I value both your men's lives and well-being, so don't do that. Okay. I'm just saying.
It's not do
I
that.
don't give really a fuck right now about WWE.
If it's over professional, if I have one of those over professional wrestling, my life ain't worth the spin. And I've gone too far to the bad place.
Yes, you have.
Yeah, exactly.
We did get a $2 super chat just now from King Mike. Says, any chance of getting the spot for my guys Sammy or Jay? No, unfortunately.
No.
It just wouldn't make sense from the whole storyline aspect. The one that would make most sense would be for Priest to cash in.
Yep.
That's just the way the beast.
Probably the only way at this point he'll actually win the damn world championship.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I really do hope that Seth doesn't lose out on this opportunity if he actually can get enough recovery by staying out of the reigns of WrestleMania. But if it's not feasible, do what Mickey James did honorably. Do what Josh Alexander did honorably. Preserve yourself for later. Give someone else the opportunity.
Oh man, Josh Alexander's his son was in there.
Yeah, that one hit me hard. That was crazy.
That was a hard one.
Yeah,
but at the end of the day, it's the nature of the beast. You gotta admire it again. We only view characters. We are not in any way connected to these human beings that are trying to do this for more than nothing else, themselves and their family.
Yep, true that.
And that's the last thing I'm going to say tonight until we close off.
It's fair enough.
Walter Dattila?
For me, I feel like the best case scenario would be that Seth is not too severely injured and that he's not going to work Royal Rumble or Elimination Chamber and he'll be good for WrestleMania. As Jeff said, I think that if worst case scenario, you take the belt off of him, you have Priest cash in, and like how Jeff mentioned and other people in the chat mentioned, have Damian Priest be a transitional champion. You take that belt off of Priest with Drew McIntyre, but no matter what, Punk is winning the Royal Rumble and main eventing WrestleMania night one, no matter what, even if it's not against Seth Rollins. He's winning and main eventing night one. It's just now a question of who. So, but the important thing is for Seth to, stay healthy and to get better, and hopefully he doesn't need surgery. So that's all I have to say.
Walter?
Yeah. First of all, get better, Seth, if anything. First of all.
Yeah, true that.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Second of all, best case scenario, yeah, let him sit out and let other programs happen, and he can save himself for WrestleMania so we can get the Punk versus Seth for the title. But the problem is, then why are you having him address it on live TV? That's giving me the little vibes of the cash-ins. Because it's like, what would be the point of doing that? You could have just said, hey, Seth is hurt right now. He has to take time off. He could have just said the real thing. Why does he have to come address it? So something with the Money in the Bank is going to happen. But for me, one thing you can do, you could change your plans for the Rumble winner. You could vacate that title, put Punk in the chamber, put Priest in the chamber, since he gets a spot because he has the briefcase. You make Punk win the chamber, go to WrestleMania and defend the title in the main event. The only thing is, who the hell do you book him against? So now that brings up a whole another scenario where you need his opponent. But you can do
Kazuchika Okada.
You could do another number one contender match, and you can have Sami Zayn, Drew McIntyre, all these people, and maybe Drew wins it, and you get to Punk and Drew with Punk as champion from winning chamber. Because I said it on the review before, I'm for the chamber. Instead of everybody having to fight for a spot, a title should be defended in that thing, because you went through hell, grueling, crazy match, and all you get is an opportunity that you might lose at WrestleMania. I'd rather you just win the title than in there. But we forget about the chamber. It'll be cool to see Punk do that, because I don't think he's ever won a chamber. So that'll be something at WrestleMania, and won a chamber all in the same year. And then this injury can give a spot to somebody you didn't think of, and now somebody else we weren't expecting wins the Royal Rumble, and then get another spot, or you can do something else. So there's other ways to get around it. Look like Jeff wants to say something.
I apologize again for misspeaking. During SmackDown last night, in a commercial bumper, there was a statement that Seth Rollins would be addressing his future on Raw on Monday. It's also on WWE.com. It's on the social media, and I had to actually search for it. They've got it buried, but the report on .com is there, and the commercial bumper from SmackDown did occur. I forgot about that when watching SmackDown last night, but it did happen. So there will be some sort of address from the World Heavyweight Champion on Monday night concerning his future, whatever that means.
And that's my concern. That might be giving up the cash-in vibes. You might be like, why else would he have to?
Well, no, but so here's, if he's out there to make an announcement, before he can actually get the announcement out, Judgment Day attacks him, Priest cash in, problem solved. Bye-bye. Again, there are so many different scenarios that can play out. We just have to follow the words of Axl Rose, or in my case, genocide. Just have a little patience, folks.
Well, question though,
Yes, ma'am.
if there is a cash in, do you open or do you close with that?
I would open it. That way you keep the Judgment Day tension the whole night.
I think that would say a lot of what's really going to happen if you open or you close with Seth Rollins making the announcement. If there's a cash in, do you open Raw with that or do you close? Because if Seth Rollins goes out there and he opens and no cash in happens, does that mean, like what do you do? Do you have him open if there is a cash in?
Just really thinking.
He's really thinking.
I personally would open with it, because then you build the tension. Maybe you see like little teases of jealousy and attention in the Judgment Day, and then in the future that's going to lead to something they're going to break up.
Either that, or you tease the announcement all night, and then you close with it. But instead of having him cash in, see the other thing again, this is just kind of happening right now in my brain, so forgive me. Yeah, Emmanuel makes a good point. If you open with it and you cash successfully, you can highlight it all through the night and just drive everybody else crazy with it, because that'd be tremendous. That way you have Drew just pissed because he's had his opportunity ruined by Priest trying to cash in, the freaking idiot, and then Priest cashes in successfully and just all night about it. The thing with, again, I don't know if you can have both championship matches not be in a main event slot at WrestleMania. And that's what's deterring me from going, not to coin the wrong phrase during the wrong company's thing, but not to go all in on this thought process. I feel like Rock and Roman doesn't need the title, but I do think it needs to be a main event, a final match.
Of course.
Because it's so big. It very well could be The Rock's last match, for real. But on the other side, it's like, if you don't have the added thing of it being Punk versus Rollins for the world title, is Drew versus Punk strong enough without the championship? Possibly. But to have both world championships not be in a final match of a night, that I don't think that works.
If there is no championship, why would Drew and Punk have a beef? Why would they fight?
Well, because they were chirping before, and Drew was chirping about Punk being back. There was all that scuttlebutt at Survivor Series or whatever. I do like the idea of it being Priest and Balor, but I like that being about the title even less than I do about, it's, again, there's so many different ways they can go in a 3-hour time span on Monday. I'm here for it. Noah said it earlier. He hasn't been this interested in a Royal Rumble, let alone WrestleMania season, in a long time. And I'm grateful for the anticipation for it. If you know, you know, kids.
I know.
But it's just a matter of, is everybody going to be universally happy? No. It's just the nature of the beast.
Nope.
The other thing nobody's talking about is Brock Lesnar. And I know that's the default. I know that's, oh, God, why? Why not Brock again? Why? When in doubt, emergency break glass. That's a big glass breaker.
I want Brock and Gunther. That's why.
I'm with Walter. Brock and Gunther. Vince is not in charge. I don't think.
Okay. So why can't Brock and Gunther be for the WWE Championship or the World Heavyweight Championship at WrestleMania? Why can't that be a thing?
Can be.
Gunther goes in Ultimate Warrior style, just much more approachable than Jim Hellwig was, as the Intercontinental Champion. And Brock Lesnar goes in as a world champion. I'm not saying they're going to do it, but that is an option. It's there.
It's a road to take.
That's it. This road to WrestleMania is not a straight highway, kids.
Nope.
It's a multi-interchangeable freeway of hell.
It's a lot of forks.
But it is the road to WrestleMania, baby.
I'd rather see Punk. You mentioned Punk and Rollins. I'd rather see them. I mean, sorry. You mentioned Priest and Balor. I'd rather them go for the briefcase on the line rather than the title on the line. If you're gonna put these two together.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, you could also just do the first ever cop out and get mega heat on Priest and just have him cash in and then get the title by default just to piss people off. I mean, that could happen. That hasn't happened yet. I mean, it's an option.
Yeah,
different.
Sorry, I had a good night from the boy. He's finally going to bed at a decent hour for him. Anyway, One of the best characters in television history said in one of his more pivotal movie moments, there are always possibilities.
Mm-hmm.
Just gotta weigh to that, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But the best case for me would be to be Drew and Punk. If it's for the championship, so much the better.
Mm-hmm.
True that.
Hey, Punk wins the Rumble. You have Drew win the Chamber, and that's what sets that up.
Yeah.
And quite
And to be fair, Ryan Dempsey, the finger poke of doom's a low bar.
And also,
Yeah,
to
it
be
is.
fair, Drew was owed a moment after he was robbed of it during Pandemic Mania.
Well,
So,
again, I would love to see Drew in a championship match in front of that many people, even if it wasn't here, because that sucked that it wasn't here. But he had a hell of a match out here for Mania, so I'm okay with it. I'd be okay with him being a world champion and getting that moment, whether he wins or loses.
Yeah.
He should be in a world championship match in front of people because that was supposed to be his moment. Hell, run it back with Brock again. Shit.
true.
Like I said, people are so like, oh God, not this again. We've got a champion with a possibly not going to happen at Mania knee. We need to be open to pretty much anything at this point.
Yeah.
Even if we are getting another award for hindering the gender for what we said again. Hey.
And to be fair, anytime the road to WrestleMania is mentioned, Brock's name is going to come up regardless.
That is true.
Yeah, that's the thing. Whenever Hogan would go on one of his little hiatuses, as soon as the talk started getting away from him, there you go. As soon as Cena started becoming part-timer, WrestleMania, we're gonna get John back. Gonna get Brock back. Not no.
Then you've
I don't
got
want
both
Boston.
main events for non-titles.
Again, that's But not only that, that actually was brought up quite a bit across other shows in the last couple weeks. I think Steve's send-off was so good, and we got to call it on our watch along with Owens.
Mm-hmm.
It was so just emotional in a good way. I think Hot Shot it would feel cheap.
Yep.
It would be the perfect. It was already the perfect send-off. But
yeah,
in terms of Punk, it's not a bad consolation prize for not getting the main event.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think if the plan was to have him be in a world championship match in the last match of the night, and that's not going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
And to James's credit, if Punk can be a good little soldier for another year, then I'm okay with it. But I hesitate to have it be Austin. If it's not going to be for the world championship, then just have him and Drew just tear the house down and have the world championship be against with other people.
Yeah.
Tell you what, Dylan, we'll run a poll on my social media.
There you go.
Does Stone Cold Steve Austin need that one more match? Or is his send-off good? There we go. I will put that as soon as we get off the air tonight, my friend. And we'll talk about it. I can pop in during No Mug Night briefly next week because I'll be busy at the concert, but I'll pop in for that part.
There you go.
All right, JJ, I graciously hand it back to you. I know it got way sideways, and I apologize for my part in that. But
it's all good. Yeah. Gonna get ready to go into the shows here, but before we do, we'll run one more quick trailer. Once again, we'll take a look at all the upcoming watch-alongs, and then we'll get into the finale here.
Here we go again!
So Emmanuel reminded me of his question. I did throw his super chat up while we were discussing it because it had already been brought up a couple times. I say yes to the cash in, personally.
Yeah.
And it sounds like a lot of the people in here feel that way. So I'm exhausted. Jeff, if you want to go ahead and do the shills and everything, and I'll just speak when needed here. You're muted.
Yeah, you are muted, bud. That motherfucker. All right, anyway. Get rid of this damn thing because it was clearly a distraction more than a haha, so we'll get rid of that one. All right, scroll up all the way up to the top, to the zippy top.
We could do a highlight reel of how many times you forget to unmute yourself.
Yeah, that's true.
That's fair.
I live in a house of crazy. What the hell can I say?
We could do a silent movie of Jeff doing that, and then just what is he saying here?
Voiceless Meachums, that timeless Tony. I'm here for it. I'm here for it.
There you go.
The thought bubbles you gotta add.
James, you got like 11 months to get on that shit. All right. Anyways. All right. Get started, brother.
I'll try.
Right. Of course, you can follow all of us on our crazy channels across the multiverse for our watch-alongs and for everything else we do here on the YouTube. At Jeff Meacham, at Custody Studios, at Nfox1916, at J Hebert, Side 95. That's the old logo for Datilla. We'll work on getting a new one made. At Greg Cherry Brand, at Ranger Wrestling, and of course, our friends at NoDQ.com, NoDQ.com. They'll have their preview of the Royal Rumble on Tuesday. But watch our stuff first and then watch theirs later because we're going to have stuff live at that point, including the return to its normal time slot of Stat Boy Sports Bar at 6 p.m. Eastern and 3 Pacific, followed by Dad's on its new day and time, following Stat Boy Sports Bar every other Tuesday because my son's schedule is what it is. So this week's episode will be our top 10 teams of the 21st century. Now, we understand the century is only 22 years old. We get that. Oh, 23. Sorry. I can't count. Jeff can't count. Buy the shirt on Greg Cherry Brand. Thank you, sir. But there's been a hell of a lot of good tag teams since January 1st, 2001. So we're going to talk about our top 10. It is a joint list. It was a very discussed list. And there will be an honorable mention that was probably not as honorable as some of you would want them to be.
The Lakers were a tag team of the 21st century?
Sure, why not?
Oh, okay.
Lakers won what, one title? They won more than one title since 2000.
Maybe they mean that infamous Lakers versus Denver match on Raw, that when the Kennedy
I remember
got
that.
fired after.
I remember that because it was Staples and they made fun of the Denver Nuggets owner, which was funnier than shit.
Yeah.
And then the Lakers lost that series, so fuck us anyway. Anyway, let's see. So also coming up next week, as JJ has agreed to throughout the rest of January and into No Surrender at the end of February, For the Love of Wrestling is now on every single day of the week, Monday through Friday, reviewing SmackDown, Rampage, and Collision on Mondays, Raw on Tuesdays, NXT on Wednesdays, Dynamite on Thursdays, and now he believes people. He believes, at least for now, until they maybe not fuck up. Impact Friday mornings at 9 o'clock. So check out For Love of Wrestling. Damn it, JJ loves wrestling again, people, and so should you.
That is a very busy graphic.
It is. You do a lot of shit. And I'd feel like, trying to switch through, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them just makes my finger hurt. So I don't enjoy my finger hurting on a Saturday anymore. Now, also I have no idea what the hell's going on at this point. Mondays is Talk Wrestling, and we're back in Q&A mode. Well, what does that mean, Jeff? That means send in questions to me. If you send them during the show, they'll get more priority if you're super chatting. And that'll be part of the disclaimer we put up now as a result of our show. I'm gonna augment the FBI one for Talk Wrestling too, because if you're not gonna super chat, I'll throw it up there, but when I'm done. My show, damn it, my time. Speaking of Stat Boy Sports Bar coming up on Tuesday, you can follow our lovely barkeeps, one of whom we saw during Price is Right and Open Mic Night tonight. Our buddy Statboy Mike at Mike Caldwell on Facebook, on Twix at LBStack1977, and Statboy13 on Instagram. His tag team partner, Dory Lou, who we briefly saw during Price is Right. You can follow her on Facebook at Dory Lou Hathaway, on Twix at Hathaway Lou, and on Instagram at Dory Lou. And we're getting private chatted. I mean the full-blooded Italians in this case, Attila, just because you asked me. Because, damn it, somebody should be policing those phony Italians anyway. Now,
that is true.
The Greg Cherry brand, of course, you can follow our buddy Greg at, if it'll load, anytime. Thank you. Greg Cherry brand, very simple, across the social medias. This week on the Greg Cherry Show, we'll be having our annual Royal Rumble numbers draw. This year, we're supporting the 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline. Special start time for the Greg Cherry Show this week will be 6:30 Eastern, 3:30 Pacific. More often than not, though, it's on Wednesdays at 7 o'clock Eastern, 4 Pacific. So there you go. Meech's Musings will be on this Thursday. It'll be the day before our big Rumble prediction show on Simply Predicting, so be on the lookout for that. I'm probably just going to be talking about what's going on in my life, which is why it's on NoDQ.com, because I was told I can't do that no more, just because it takes up too much time. He wasn't with us tonight on screen, but he was with us in the chat room during Price is Right and briefly during Buck Night. Our buddy, the Cleveland combatant, Josh Mansfield, at Walking Hypno on Twix and on Instagram at Manomangram. You can follow our buddy Big G, who super chatted a little bit tonight, on TikTok at Big Baller G1988, on Twix at NoDQ_ Big Baller G1988, and on Threads and Instagram at NoDQ_ Big Baller G1988. We need to find a way to buy these usernames for Jeff and just make it universal. My goodness. You can also check out his Parker Kane Promotions friends coming up at this event in February, on February 4th. There it is. There we go. At the MCW event, at the Reckless, Lena Cross, and formerly known as Brooke Van Vater, now known as Brooklyn Barlow, or however, I think it's typed out improperly. Datella.
Sorry. Yeah, you guys can check me out at Ringers of Wrestling. I like both professional wrestling and Power Rangers. If you like TNA, I was just at Hard to Kill at this past weekend, and I was at the Snake Eye taping. So, make sure you check out my channel so you can see clips from that show. I cover Raw, SmackDown, AEW Rampage, and temporarily doing NXT.
Woo!
Yay!
I'm surprised JJ's back doesn't hurt from having to carry me on that show. So,
my back does hurt, but not from that.
That's fair. That's fair.
Your back probably hurts from having to carry me about the Impact conversation the other night. So
yeah, a little bit. So, so I live tweet doing all the shows except during NXT. I don't live tweet doing NXT because I don't watch it live. Going forward, every Thursday, I will be covering TNA Impact on Body Slam. So make sure you guys check that out. So you can follow me on Twitter at @the_.
If you have the back pain from carrying your fellow co-hosts, you can check out our buddy Walter's social media.
That's you, Walter. It's all you.
That's you, Walter.
Someone pull his string. He's not talking.
That's the medicine. That's the medicine right there.
The medicine took a moment to kick in, apparently.
Apparently. It affects everyone different. But yeah.
Yeah, it does.
And Twitter at Walter Alex Cruz. And the people that look forward to the follow-alongs with the UFC. Obviously, I didn't do it today, but I still entertained you with the reactions because I distracted the hell out of everybody that was talking. But you're in MMA, you're just into it. But yeah, subscribe to the Rage of Wrestling YouTube channel. And that's it for me.
All right, Heat Man, you're up.
All right, you guys can follow me on Facebook at James Heban Hebert, on Twitter at JHebertSide95, and on YouTube at JHebertSide95. As you saw earlier today, Gary Hebert documentary is going swell. Rap song coming out right after that. Whether that's in February or March is going to be determined as of right now, but that is a work in progress. Don DeMarco Show will be returning, as well as Character Select will be debuting on my channel. And other things on top of that are going to be coming to my channel. So be on the lookout for all that. And just stay tuned on my channel. Make sure you're notified when notifications turned on.
Mr. Williams. Okay.
We've reached the
Told
point
y'all I was
that we need
exhausted.
to.
It's time for memes.
Find me on Instagram, the Renegade JJ Williams, Twix ROWJJ Williams, YouTube Casa D18 Studios. Thank you to everybody that is watching along right now. I do greatly appreciate it. If you enjoy the chaos and the shenanigans that all of us provide to you, make sure you do super chats, super stickers, super thanks. You can always leave those on the videos once they cease to be live. Jeff, myself, Greg Sherry, all monetized. Yes, subscribe to the Casa D18 Studios members only section. You can find stuff like me and Noah calling the Flair Steamboat Trilogy.
Yes.
We're already beginning work and plotting on what we're going to give you this year for Christmas, which is more than likely going to be the Reign of Honor Punk Joe trilogy. So lots of good stuff there. Might even pull a few other matches out, as with this being 2024, a lot of matches are turning 20 years old that are huge for me, including a certain one from Backlash that I am awfully fond of.
Yeah.
So Noah and I may call that Intercontinental Championship match from Backlash 04. Maybe something we look towards Randy Orton and Cactus Jack. The match that actually made my dad give just a iota of respect to Randy Orton, at least for one evening. Judgment Day 04 turns 20 this year. I was there for that show.
Crazy.
May have to do something for that, since I was actually there for that one. We'll figure it out. First, we have to get through the road to 40. And I don't even know if that's going to happen all the way with all the chaos going on around here. But I'm hoping we can at least get the first 20 done. And if we've got to do the rest of them next year, so be it.
Yeah.
But whatever we do, we will kick things off February 23rd or somewhere around there. If we end up not being able to do the whole thing, the date may get altered slightly. But it will be a retro watch long event across all of the multiverse.
Yes.
Should be fun.
Yes. I think with 40 coming up, we can at least get through a few of them. Get the milestone ones, if you will.
Yeah, like I said, we've already got 1 through 12 done. 13 was done, accidentally deleted, needs to be redone.
Yes.
With all the chaos that's been going on around here, with the possibility of a move looming again, I think if we can get through 20, and then next year we could do 21 through 40 leading into 41. That might be the way to look at it, because we've got an entire year in theory to try to do 1 or 2 a month and not have to cram everything into a couple of months.
It's fair.
True that.
Very fair.
Why don't you get through 16 so I can be joining on the shenanigans from one of them?
Yeah, it was very overwhelming.
It was.
Yes.
And it's not that it was impossible, but life is life, and life happens.
Priorities
over passions, as Noah always says. Yep.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
that's it, brother. Everybody's got a plan to get punched in the face, like I said earlier.
And life will do that.
It will. But also punching in the face? Our buddy, the Frank Sinatra of the Spanish Mafia, Gino Rivera. You can follow him on social media at Gino Told You So. On Twitter at Gino Told You So. On Instagram at Gino Told You So. And book him at Gino_Rivera at yahoo.com. And you need to book him and follow him because we told you so. That's right.
Damn right.
There you go.
Before we throw to Noah for his particular shills, we want to remind everybody that coming up this weekend, Friday night, 8 o'clock Eastern, 5 Pacific, simply predicting the Royal Rumble, kicking off WrestleMania season as only the Casa Studios and the Simple Man brand can do. Yep. So check out Noah and JJ and whoever else decides to join in on their Friday night fiesta of predictions, if you will. And then,
to
of course,
my knowledge, Stat Boy will be there, and I believe Chris Rotz is going to be there as well. So it'll at least be the four of us. I don't know if any of Noah's other regulars will be joining us. The other Jeff, Tim, Dwayne.
Yes.
But we'll
And
have
of course,
to see.
the Dominguez is because I know this
Yes.
is their strength, and I always welcome Arlene and Emmanuel because they're great friends of the multiverse, and they also offer fun, different, predictive opinions. Yes, Arlene, you can. I'll be sure to confirm the deals with you and send you the link as well to Emmanuel.
And you have a card of great matches to talk about. So be sure to do that on Friday.
I know we have all of 2 matches announced so far, plus the Rumble matches.
About to say, that's all you need.
Hey, that's 4 great matches.
What are we on? Some Tony Khan booking?
Either that or Triple H is
Get
trying
like
to
7 matches announced this week.
Let's not put that on the ether. I want to believe Triple H is trying to turn WPLEs into what takeovers used to be, and if he could do that, then maybe I'll actually start caring more about WWE again.
This might be a long ass Rumble then.
Maybe
you gotta give us the people on the East Coast.
Yeah, man. Come on. I need to go to sleep.
I mean, in the past, the Women's Rumbles have been, half the time they're supposed to be? So for the first time, this actually might be a Women's Rumble with enough attention put into it.
Do not do that. Them poor motherfuckers are still on that platform, WrestleMania 35. Let's not do this shit to the East Coast.
Mm-hmm.
Them motherfuckers is stuck up there in Jersey for reasons. Speaking of the Royal Rumble and WrestleMania, of course, you can check out our live watch-along coverage this coming Saturday, a week from tonight, well, a week from yesterday now, because it's done past midnight even here. Saturday, January 27th, it kicks off the road to WrestleMania. It's our first WWE watch-along of 2024 on pay-per-view, or premium live event, that is. And then I, unfortunately, will not be there for the majority of the watch-along because I'm going to see my girls up in Vegas at the Santa Fe Station Hotel and Casino. Saturday night, doors are at 7, shows 8 o'clock. We will be in Las Vegas. Myself and my buddy Travis will be up there. We're inviting everybody that is, for whatever reason, unable to join us for the watch along, or, you can do both. You got phone devices, you can watch the Rumble up until we start playing the tunes. It's all good. Come on out to Vegas and support the girls. And then we get to Mr. Foster and all the things he does as only he can.
I don't do that much, but if people wish to engage with me, you can find me on the Twitter and on YouTube at Foster1916 for all things wrestling and simply predictings and so much more. It truly is that simple, folks. I'm not that hard to find, but also not one to constantly communicate or be there. But you can always get your predictions in via the community tab. You'll find the forums and leaderboards. Usually the front page of them there, as well as give your own simple assessment on all the biggest shows we cover at Multiverse of Media on a scale of 1 to 5 in your own way to give your own simple take on the shows that we cover here across all things wrestling. There may be a new HCW impromptu this week. The first one, 2024. Stay tuned for more on that. Got to see if me and the crew are going to be, feasible enough to do that after AEW Dynamite. And then, again, the predicting, we got the coverage, and we'll go from there. The simple takes have been suspended for now because, again, priorities for passions. But who knows? With the optimistic goal of trying to get me monetized, maybe if we hit a milestone, we'll bring them back, and we might even do them live. So stay tuned. I guess I'm about 150 subscribers away from that last I checked, according to the new thing that you talked about. So we'll see. But again, folks, why do I do this? Why do I endure all this? Why am I the one that is at the expense of everyone else's dignity? And damn it, also on that shit. And why am I also the one at the expense of all this makeshift, doggone music nonsense? Why am I the one that has to endure the house of torture, ruining the sacredness of the never opening championship with evil and his cronies, worse than a C-level Adam's family, where I'd rather see the Impact Wrestling menagerie do stuff in New Japan Pro Wrestling, and now he has claim to the championship? Damn it, you are ruining what New Japan Pro Wrestling was founded upon, which was fucking fighting spirit.
And why is it you do all this? Because you're what?
Oh yeah, why I freaking do all this and give myself a conniption? Because I am but a simple man. That was for Arlene's super chat, by the way. but also a lifelong fan of professional wrestling. Damn it! And again, if you haven't figured it out by now, I no longer digress going forward as JJ made it official and he's to the point. I am what I am. I truly am what I am. But I also encourage you to be what you truly are. Which at the end of the day, what are we all but fans with opinions with passion we all share? So at the end of the day, folks, support one another, respect each other, protect your mentality too, treasure your families, and just enjoy life and enjoy professional wrestling. It is truly as simple as that, and this has been a hell of a night. Let's get some sleep. Seriously.
Let's support Chase U.
I won't go that far yet.
Oh,
Chase U alumni.
Your NXT is better than what it used to be, but I still refuse to enroll in Chase University.
Is the shit you unbox on my stream?
It is.
Oh, cool.
Just like JJ still refuses to believe in Joe Hendry, but one day he will believe.
Yeah, that's the day he believes in Joe Henry. I think that's the day that you and I would maybe watch NXT, continue to watch NXT.
Well, you continue. I still don't watch it, but I keep up with highlights because it's still not my NXT, but it's better than what it used to be. But the day I watch WWE weekly and the day JJ believes in Joe Hendry, that's when hell truly freezes over.
I was gonna say, have we ever seen Noah's ceiling before? I saw it for like a second. It was pretty interesting.
It's a ceiling fan and a white wall.
I will say this: the expression on Joe Hendry's face looks like he had some of Walter's product.
That's right. I mean, he might. I think in fact, wouldn't surprise.
That's why the Cheez-Its. He had the munchies.
He did. Hey, man.
First off, I don't think it was that, but he always has that food fight show that he does with everybody across TNA wrestling. So go check that out.
Okay,
I believe
I am
in
going
my
to say
product.
this before Jeff takes us out of here.
Okay.
Because first he posted who is Josh Alexander, and now he's posting who is Joe Hendry.
First off,
I am going to say this. Support TNA wrestling. Watch it. There is another game other than the curly-haired cokehead and the Connecticut idiots.
Accurate.
And I'm just going to leave it there.
Accurate.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay. I won't play the video I was going to play to tell you who Joe Hendry is, but that's okay. We'll go ahead and sign off in that case.
Yeah, here, hold on. I'll just do it right now because this is more realistic because I'm actually more relevant than this guy. Go do your homework, bro.
Yeah. There you go. Yeah,
I was gonna play that. I was gonna play the one of Joe singing to YouTube, but it's okay.
This episode is Noah will shit out everything. Brought to you by Noah.
Between my reactions and your rants, geez.
Noah, that's what I call shitting on people.
That's right.
Yeah, right. Like the roles were
as they deserve. By God, as they deserve.
Who
that is?
2017.
Yeah,
that's right. Damn it.
And take note.
God damn it.
All right, JJ, close this freaking mad party out. And again, Jeff, Price Right, it was an absolute pleasure.
High five. High five. Yeah, there you go. Okay.
There we go. Who we got?
Am I supposed to show her? Oh, yeah.
I was just going to say, since I saw this in here, make sure you guys tune in next week for our watch-along coverage of the Royal Rumble. I believe we're going to kick that off at 3 o'clock Pacific, 6 Eastern.
That is the plan. We're going to try to beat the traffic and be out there by 2 o'clock so we can actually get my ass on the air and do the intro for everybody. But we'll see how traffic fights with me and Travis getting out there.
We'll see if our two most treasured pre-show panelists join us again for the beginning of this year's WWE PLE 2024 cycle. I look very forward to engaging their minds and their prediction combat with each other and so much more. And again, good luck to everybody this year in predicting WWE 2024 League. And yes, Walter, I will be hosting in a collab with No DQ once again for what I feel like is the 5th year now since I've joined y'all on No DQ.
Right.
So, for everybody that's been on the show tonight. I'm not going to list them off individually. Special thank you, though, to Jeff for carrying through the Price is Right, and especially the tail end of this show.
This guy for sure.
Special shout out to Noah for all his hard work and the PowerPoint for Price is Right.
Absolutely.
For the rest of the panel, for all of you guys in the chat room, and especially to those of you who super chatted.
Yes.
Thank you all for tuning in this evening. I am the Renegade of Wrestling, JJ Williams, and we will see you guys next week.
Have a good night, folks.
Except
Bye,
you.
everybody.
You have a bad night. You know who you are. Asshole.
Yeah. Jinder Mahal.